Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton by Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton. It is years since the incidents of which I speak took place, and yet it is with diffidence that I allude to them. For a long time, even with the utmost discretion and reticence, it would have been impossible to make the facts public, but now the principal person concerned is beyond the reach of human law, and with due suppression the story may be told in such fashion as to injure no one. It records an absolutely unique experience in the career both of Mr. Sherlock Holmes and of myself. The reader will excuse me if I conceal the date or any other fact by which he might trace the actual occurrence. We had been out for one of our evening rambles, Holmes and I, and had returned about 6 o'clock on a cold, frosty winter's evening. As Holmes turned up the lamp, the light fell upon a card on the table. He glanced at it, and then with an ejaculation of disgust threw it on the floor. I picked it up and read, Charles Augustus Milverton, Appledore Towers, Hampstead, Agent. Who is he? I asked. The worst man in London, Holmes answered, as he sat down and stretched his legs before the fire. Is anything on the back of the card? I turned it over. Will call at 6:30 C.A.M. I read. He's about due. Do you feel a creeping, shrinking sensation, Watson, when you stand before the serpents in the zoo and see the slithery, gliding, venomous creatures with their deadly eyes and wicked, flattened faces? Well, that's how Milverton impresses me. I've had to do with 50 murderers in my career, but the worst of them never gave me the repulsion which I have for this fellow. And yet I can't get out of doing business with him. Indeed, he is here at my invitation. But who is he? I tell you, Watson, he is the king of all the blackmailers. Heaven help the man, and still more the woman whose secret and reputation come into the power of Milverton. With a smiling face and a heart of marble, he will squeeze and squeeze until he has drained them dry. The fellow is a genius in his way, and would have made his mark in some more savoury trade. His method is as follows. He allows it to be known that he is prepared to pay very high sums for letters which compromise people of wealth and position. He receives these wares not only from treacherous valets or maids, but frequently from genteel ruffians who have gained the confidence and affection of trusting women. He deals with no niggard hand. I happen to know that he paid £700 to a footman for a note 2 lines in length, and that the ruin of a noble family was the result. Everything which is in the market goes to Milverton, and there are hundreds in this great city who turn white at his name. No one knows where his grip may fall, for he is far too rich and far too cunning to work from hand to mouth. He will hold a card back for years in order to play it at the moment when the stake is best worth winning. I've said that he is the worst man in London, and I would ask you how could one compare the ruffian who in hot blood bludgeons his mate with this man who methodically and at his leisure tortures his soul and wrings the nerves in order to add to his already swollen money-bags? I'd seldom heard my friend speak with such intensity of feeling. But surely, said I, the fellow must be within the grasp of the law. Technically, no doubt, but practically not. What would it profit a woman, for example, to get him a few months' imprisonment if her own ruin must immediately follow? His victims dare not hit back. If ever he blackmailed an innocent person, then indeed we should have him, but he is as cunning as the evil one. No, we must find other ways to fight him. And why is he here? Because an illustrious client has placed a piteous case in my hands. It is a Lady Eva Blackwell, the most beautiful debutante of last season. She is to be married in a fortnight to the Earl of Dovercourt. This fiend has several imprudent letters. Imprudent, Watson, nothing worse, which were written to an impecunious young squire in the country. They would suffice to break off the match. Milverton will send the letters to the Earl, unless a large sum of money is paid him. I have been commissioned to meet him, and to make the best terms I can. At that instant there was a clatter and a rattle in the street below. Looking down, I saw a stately carriage and pair, and brilliant lamps gleaming on the glossy haunches of the noble chestnuts. A footman opened the door, and a small stout man in a shaggy astrakhan overcoat descended. A minute later he was in the room. Charles Augustus Milverton was a man of 50, with a large intellectual head, a round, plump, hairless face, a perpetual frozen smile, and two keen grey eyes which gleamed brightly from behind broad gold-rimmed glasses. There was something of Mr. Pickwick's benevolence in his appearance, marred only by the insincerity of the fixed smile and by the hard glitter of those restless and penetrating eyes. His voice was as smooth and suave as his countenance, as he advanced with a plump little hand extended, murmuring his regret for having missed us at his first visit. Holmes disregarded the outstretched hand and looked at him with a face of granite. Milverton's smile broadened. He shrugged his shoulders, removed his overcoat, folded it with great deliberation over the back of a chair, and then took a seat. "This gentleman," said he with a wave in my direction, "is it discreet? Is it right?" "Dr. Watson is my friend and partner." "Very good, Mr. Holmes. It is only in your client's interest that I protested. The matter is so very delicate. Dr. Watson has already heard of it." "Then we can proceed to business. You say that you are acting for Lady Eva. Has she empowered you to accept my terms?" "What are your terms?" £7,000. "And the alternative?" "My dear sir, it is painful for me to discuss it, but if the money is not paid on the 14th, there certainly will be no marriage on the 18th. His insufferable smile was more complacent than ever. Holmes thought for a little. "You appear to me," he said at last, "to be taking matters too much for granted. I am, of course, familiar with the contents of these letters. My client will certainly do what I may advise. I will counsel her to tell her future husband the whole story and to trust to his generosity." Milverton chuckled. "You evidently do not know the Earl," said he. From the baffled look upon Holmes' face, I could see clearly that he did. "What harm is there in the letters?" he asked. "They are sprightly, very sprightly," Milverton answered. "The lady was a charming correspondent, but I can assure you that the Earl of Dovercourt would fail to appreciate them. However, since you think otherwise, we will let it rest at that. It is purely a matter of business. If you think that it is in the best interest of your client that these letters should be placed in the hands of the Earl, then you would indeed be foolish to pay so large a sum of money to regain them." He rose and seized his astrakhan coat. Holmes was grey with anger and mortification. "Wait a little," he said. "You go too fast. We should certainly make every effort to avoid scandal in so delicate a matter." Milverton relapsed into his chair. "I was sure that you would see it in that light," he purred. "At the same time," Holmes continued, "Lady Eva is not a wealthy woman. I assure you that £2,000 would be a drain upon her resources, and that the sum you name is utterly beyond her power. I beg, therefore, that you will moderate your demands, and that you will return the letters at the price I indicate, which is, I assure you, the highest that you can get." Milverton's smile broadened and his eyes twinkled humorously. "I am aware that what you say is true about the lady's resources," said he. "At the same time, you must admit that the occasion of a lady's marriage is a very suitable time for her friends and relatives to make some little effort upon her behalf. They may hesitate as to an acceptable wedding present. Let me assure them that this little bundle of letters would give more joy than all the candelabra and butter dishes in London." "It is impossible," said Holmes. Dear me, how unfortunate," cried Milverton, taking out a bulky pocket-book. "I cannot help thinking that ladies are ill-advised in not making an effort. Look at this." He held up a little note with a coat of arms upon the envelope. "That belongs to— well, perhaps it is hardly fair to tell the name until tomorrow morning, but at that time it will be in the hands of the lady's husband, and all because she will not find a beggarly sum which she could get by turning her diamonds into paste. It is such a pity. Now you remember the sudden end of the engagement between the Honourable Miss Miles and Colonel Dorking?" Only 2 days before the wedding, there was a paragraph in the Morning Post to say that it was all off. And why? It is almost incredible, but the absurd sum of £1,200 would have settled the whole question. Is it not pitiful? And here I find you, a man of sense, boggling about terms when your client's future honour are at stake. You surprise me, Mr. Holmes." "What I say is true," Holmes answered. "The money cannot be found. Surely it is better for you to take the substantial sum which I offer than to ruin this woman's career, which can profit you in no way." "There you make a mistake, Mr. Holmes. An exposure would profit me indirectly to a considerable extent. I have 8 or 10 similar cases maturing. If it is circulated among them that I had made a severe example of the Lady Eva, I should find all of them much more open to reason. You see my point?" Holmes sprang from his chair. "Get behind him, Watson. Don't let him out. No, sir, let us see the contents of that notebook." Milverton had glided as quick as a rat to the side of the room and stood with his back against the wall. Mr. Holmes," he said, turning the front of his coat and exhibiting the butt of a large revolver which projected from the inside pocket. "I've been expecting you to do something original. This has been done so often, and what good has ever come from it? I assure you that I am armed to the teeth, and I am perfectly prepared to use my weapons, knowing that the law will support me. Besides, your supposition that I would bring the letters here in a notebook is entirely mistaken. I would do nothing so foolish. And now, gentlemen, I have 1 or 2 little interviews this evening, and it is a long drive to Hampstead." He stepped forward, took up his coat, laid his hand on his revolver, and turned to the door. I picked up a chair, but Holmes shook his head, and I laid it down again. With bow, a smile, and a twinkle, Milverton was out of the room, and a few moments after we heard the slam of the carriage door and the rattle of the wheels as he drove away. Holmes sat motionless by the fire, his hands buried deep in his trouser pockets, his chin sunk upon his breast, his eyes fixed upon the glowing embers. For half an hour he was silent and still. Then, with the gesture of a man who has taken his decision, he sprang to his feet and passed into his bedroom. A little later, a rakish young workman, with a goatee beard and a swagger, lit his clay pipe at the lamp before descending into the street. "I'll be back sometime, Watson," said he, and vanished into the night. I understood that he had opened his campaign against Charles Augustus Milverton, but I little dreamed the strange shape which that campaign was destined to take. For some days Holmes came and went at all hours in this attire, but beyond a remark that his time was spent at Hampstead, and that it was not wasted, I knew nothing of what he was doing. At last, however, on a wild, tempestuous evening, when the wind screamed and rattled against the windows, he returned from his last expedition, and having removed his disguise, he sat before the fire and laughed heartily in his silent, inward fashion. "You would not call me a marrying man, Watson?" "No, indeed." "You will be interested to hear that I am engaged." "My dear fellow, I congratulate to Milverton's housemaid." "Good heavens, Holmes!" "I wanted information, Watson." "Surely you have gone too far." "It was a most necessary step. I am a plumber with a rising business. Escort by name. I have walked out with her each evening, and I have talked with her. Good heavens, those talks! However, I have got all I wanted. I know Milverton's house as I know the palm of my hand." "But the girl, Holmes?" He shrugged his shoulders. "You can't help it, my dear Watson. You must play your cards as best you can when such a stake is on the table. However, I rejoice to say that I have a hated rival who will certainly cut me out the instant that my back is turned. What a splendid night it is!" "You like the weather?" "It suits my purpose." "Watson, I mean to burgle Milverton's house tonight." I had a catching of the breath, and my skin went cold at the words, which were slowly uttered in a tone of concentrated resolution. As a flash of lightning in the night shows up in an instant every detail of a wild landscape, so at one glance I seemed to see every possible result of such an action: the detection, the capture, the honoured career ending in irreparable failure and disgrace, my friend himself lying at the mercy of the odious Milverton. "For heaven's sake, Holmes, think what you are doing," I cried. "My dear fellow, I have given it every consideration. I am never precipitate in my actions. nor would I adopt so energetic and indeed so dangerous a course if any other were possible. Let us look at the matter clearly and fairly. I suppose that you will admit that the action is morally justifiable, though technically criminal. To burgle his house is no more than to forcibly take his pocketbook, an action in which you were prepared to aid me. I turned it over in my mind. Yes, I said. It is morally justifiable so long as our object is to take no articles save those which are used for an illegal purpose. Exactly. Since it is morally justifiable, I have only to consider the question of personal risk. Surely a gentleman should not lay much stress upon this when a lady is in most desperate need of his help. You will be in such a false position. Well, that is part of the risk. There is no other possible way of regaining these letters. The unfortunate lady has not the money, and there are none of her people in whom she could confide. Tomorrow is the last day of grace, and unless we get the letters tonight, this villain will be as good as his word, and will bring about her ruin. I must therefore abandon my client to her fate, or I must play this last card. Between ourselves, Watson, it's a sporting duel between this fellow Milverton and me. He had, as you saw, the best of the first exchanges, but my self-respect and my reputation are concerned to fight it to finish. Well, I don't like it, but I suppose it must be, said I. When do we start? You are not coming. Then you're not going, said I. I give you my word of honor, and I never broke it in my life, that I will take a cab straight to the police station and give you away, unless you let me share this adventure with you. You can't help me. How do you know that? You can't tell what may happen. Anyway, my resolution is taken. Other people besides you have self-respect and even reputations. Holmes had looked annoyed, but his brow cleared and he clapped me on the shoulder. Well, well, my dear fellow, be it so. We have shared the same room for some years, and it would be amusing if we ended by sharing the same cell. You know, Watson, I don't mind confessing to you that I've always had an idea that I would have made a highly efficient criminal. This is a chance of my lifetime in that direction. See ya. He took a neat little leather case out of a drawer, and opening it, he exhibited a number of shining instruments. This is a first-class, up-to-date burgling kit, with a nickel-plated jemmy, diamond-tipped glass cutter, adaptable keys, and every modern improvement which the march of civilization demands. Here too is my dark lantern. Everything is in order. Have you a pair of silent shoes? I have rubber-soled tennis shoes. Excellent. And a mask? I can make a couple out of black silk. I can see that you have a strong natural turn for this sort of thing. Very good. Do you make the masks? We shall have some cold supper before we start. It's now 9:30. At 11 we shall drive as far as Church Row. It's a quarter of an hour's walk from there to Appledore Towers. We shall be at work before midnight. Milverton is a heavy sleeper and retires punctually at 10:30. With any luck, we should be back here by 2, with Lady Eva's letters in my pocket. Holmes and I put on our dress clothes so that we might appear to be two theatre-goers homeward bound. In Oxford Street, we picked up a hansom and drove to an address in Hampstead. Here we paid off our cab, and with our greatcoats buttoned up, for it was bitterly cold, and the wind seemed to blow through us, we walked along the edge of the heath. It's a business that needs delicate treatment, said Holmes. These documents are contained in a safe in the fellow's study, and the study is the ante-room of his bedchamber. On the other hand, like all these stout little men who do themselves well, he is a plethoric sleeper. Agatha, that's my fiancée, says it's a joke in the servants' hall that it is impossible to wake the master. He has a secretary who is devoted to his interests and never budges from the study all day. That's why we are going at night. Then he has a beast of a dog which roams the garden. I met Agatha late the last 2 evenings, and she locks the brute up so as to give me a clear run. This is the house, this big one in its own grounds. Through the gate. Now to the right among the laurels. We might put on a mask here, I think. You see, there's not a glimmer of light in any of the windows, and everything is working splendidly. With our black silk face coverings, which turned us into 2 of the most truculent figures in London, we stole up to the silent, gloomy house. A sort of tiled veranda extended along one side of it, lined by several windows and 2 doors. That's his bedroom, Holmes whispered. "This door opens straight into the study. It would suit us best, but it is bolted as well as locked, and we should make too much noise getting in. Come round here. There's a greenhouse which opens into the drawing room." The place was locked, but Holmes removed a circle of glass and turned the key from the inside. An instant afterwards, he had closed the door behind us, and we had become felons in the eyes of the law. The thick, warm air of the conservatory and the rich, choking fragrance of exotic plants took us by the throat. He seized my hand in the darkness and led me swiftly past banks of shrubs which brushed against our faces. Holmes had remarkable powers, carefully cultivated, of seeing in the dark. Still holding my hand in one of his, he opened a door, and I was vaguely conscious that we had entered a large room in which a cigar had been smoked not long before. He felt his way among the furniture, opened another door, and closed it behind us. Putting out my hand, I felt several cords hanging from the wall, and I understood that I was in a passage. We passed along it, and Holmes very gently opened a door upon the right-hand side. Something rushed out at us, and my heart sprang into my mouth. But I could have laughed when I realized that it was a cat. A fire was burning in this new room, and again the air was heavy with tobacco smoke. Holmes entered on tiptoe, waited for me to follow, and then very gently closed the door. We were in Milverton's study, and a portiere at the farther side showed the entrance to his bedroom. It was a good fire, and the room was illuminated by it. Near the door I saw the gleam of an electric switch, but it was unnecessary, even if it had been safe to turn it on. At one side of the fireplace was a heavy curtain which covered the bay window we had seen from outside. On the other side was the door which communicated with the veranda. A desk stood in the center with a turning chair of shining red leather. Opposite was a large bookcase with a marble bust of Athene on the top. In the corner between the bookcase and the wall there stood a tall green safe, the firelight flashing back from the polished brass knobs upon the face. Holmes stole across and looked at it. Then he crept to the door of the bedroom and stood with slanting head listening intently. No sound came from within. Meanwhile it had struck me that it would be wise to secure a retreat through the outer door, so I examined it. To my amazement it was neither locked nor bolted. I touched Holmes on the arm, and he turned his masked face in that direction. I saw him start, and he was evidently as surprised as I. "I don't like it," he whispered, putting his lips to my very ear. "I can't quite make it out. Anyhow, we have no time to lose." "Can I do anything?" "Yes. Stand by the door. If you hear anyone come, bolt it on the inside, and we can get away as we came. If they come the other way, we can get through the door if our job is done, or hide behind these window curtains if it is not. Do you understand?" I nodded and stood by the door. My first feeling of fear had passed away, and I thrilled now with a keener zest than I had ever enjoyed when we were the defenders of the law instead of its defiers. The high object of our mission, the consciousness that it was unselfish and chivalrous, the villainous character of our opponent, all added to the sporting interest of the adventure. Far from feeling guilty, I rejoiced and exulted in our dangers. With a glow of admiration, I watched Holmes unrolling his case of instruments and choosing his tool with calm, scientific accuracy of a surgeon who performs a delicate operation. I knew that the opening of safes was a particular hobby with him, and I understood the joy which it gave him to be confronted with this green and gold monster, the dragon which held in its maw the reputations of many fair ladies. Turning up the cuffs of his dress coat, he had placed his overcoat on a chair. Holmes laid out 2 drills, a jemmy, and several skeleton keys. I stood at the centre door with my eyes glancing at each of the others, ready for any emergency, though indeed my plans were somewhat vague as to what I should do if I were interrupted. For half an hour Holmes worked with concentrated energy, laying down one tool, picking up another, handling each with the strength and delicacy of the trained mechanic. Finally I heard a click, the broad green door swung open, and inside I had a glimpse of a number of paper packets, each tied, sealed, and inscribed. Holmes picked one out, but it was as hard to read by the flickering fire, and he drew out his little dark lantern, for it was too dangerous with Milverton in the next room to switch on the electric light. Suddenly I saw him halt, listen intently, and then in an instant he had swung the door of the safe to, picked up his coat, stuffed his tools into the pockets, and darted behind the window curtain, motioning me to do the same. It was only when I had joined him there that I heard what had alarmed his quicker senses. There was a noise somewhere within the house. A door slammed in the distance. Then a confused, dull murmur broke itself into the measured thud of heavy footsteps rapidly approaching. They were in the passage outside the room. They paused at the door. The door opened. There was a sharp snick as the electric light was turned on. The door closed once more, and the pungent reek of a strong cigar was borne to our nostrils. Then the footsteps continued backward and forward within a few yards of us. Finally there was a creak from a chair, and the footsteps ceased. Then a key clicked in a lock, and I heard the rustle of papers. So far I had not dared to look out, but now I gently parted the division of the curtain in front of me and peeped through. From the pressure of Holmes' shoulder against mine, I knew that he was sharing my observations. Right in front of us and almost within our reach was a broad, rounded back of Milverton. It was evident that we had entirely miscalculated his movements, that he had never been to his bedroom, but that he had been sitting up in some smoking room or billiard room in the farther wing of the house, the windows of which we had not seen. His broad, grizzled head, with its shining patch of baldness, was in the immediate foreground of our vision. He was leaning far back in the red leather chair, his legs outstretched, a long black cigar projecting at an angle from his mouth. He wore a semi-military smoking jacket, claret-coloured, with a black velvet collar. In his hand he held a long legal document which he was reading in an indolent fashion, blowing rings of tobacco smoke from his lips as he did so. There was no promise of a speedy departure in his composed bearing and his comfortable attitude. I felt Holmes's hand steal into mine and give me a reassuring shake, as if to say that the situation was within his powers and that he was easy in his mind. I was not sure whether he had seen what was only too obvious from my position, that the door of the safe was imperfectly closed, and that Milverton might at any moment observe it. In my own mind I determined that if I were sure from the rigidity of his gaze that it had caught his eye, I would at once spring out, throw my greatcoat over his head, pinion him, and leave the rest to Holmes. But Milverton never looked up. He was languidly interested by the papers in his hand, and page after page was turned as he followed the argument of the lawyer. At least I thought, when he has finished the document and the cigar, he will go to his room. But before he had reached the end of either, there came a remarkable development which turned our thoughts into quite another channel. Several times I had observed that Milverton looked at his watch, and once he had risen and sat down again with a gesture of impatience. The idea, however, that he might have an appointment at so strange an hour never occurred to me until a faint sound reached my ears from the veranda outside. Milverton dropped his papers and sat rigid in his chair. The sound was repeated, and then there came a gentle tap at the door. Milverton rose and opened it. "Well," he said curtly, "you are nearly half an hour late." So this was the explanation of the unlocked door and of the nocturnal vigil of Milverton. There was the gentle rustle of a woman's dress. I had closed the slit between the curtains as Milverton's face had turned in our direction, but now I ventured very carefully to open it once more. He had resumed his seat, the cigar still projecting at an insolent angle from the corner of his mouth. In front of him, in the full glare of the electric light, there stood a tall, slim, dark woman, a veil over her face, a mantle drawn round her chin. Her breath came quick and fast, and every inch of the lithe figure was quivering with strong emotion. "Well," said Milverton, "you made me lose a good night's rest, my dear. I hope you'll prove worth it. You couldn't come any other time, eh?" The woman shook her head. "Well, if you couldn't, you couldn't. If the Countess is a hard mistress, you have your chance to get level with her now. Bless the girl, what are you shivering about? That's right, pull yourself together. Now let us get down to business." He took a notebook from the drawer of his desk. "You say that you have 5 letters which compromise the Countess d'Albert. You want to sell them. I want to buy them. So far, so good. It only remains to fix a price. I should want to inspect the letters, of course, if they are really good specimens. Great heavens! Is it you?" The woman, without a word, had raised her veil and dropped the mantle from her chin. It was a dark, handsome, clear-cut face which confronted Milverton, a face with a curved nose, strong, dark eyebrows shading hard, glittering eyes, and a straight, thin-lipped mouth set in a dangerous smile. "It is I," she said, "the woman whose life you have ruined." Milverton laughed, but fear vibrated in his voice. "You were so very obstinate," said he. "Why did you drive me to such extremities? I assure you I wouldn't hurt a fly of my own accord, but every man has his business, and what was I to do? I put the price well within your means. You would not pay. So you sent the letters to my husband, and he, the noblest gentleman that ever lived, a man whose boots I was never worthy to lace, he broke his gallant heart and died. You remember that last night when I came through that door. I begged and prayed you for mercy, and you laughed in my face as you were trying to laugh now. Only your coward heart cannot keep your lips from twitching. Yes, you never thought to see me here again. But it was that night which taught me how I could meet you face to face and alone. Well, Charles Milverton, what have you to say?" "Don't imagine that you can bully me," said he, rising to his feet. "I have only to raise my voice, and I could call my servants and have you arrested. But I will make allowance for your natural anger. Leave the room at once as you came, and I will say no more." The woman stood with her hand buried in her bosom and the same deadly smile on her thin lips. "You will ruin no more lives as you have ruined mine. You will wring no more hearts as you wrung mine. I'll free the world of a poisonous thing. Take that, you hound, and that, and that, and that." She had drawn a little gleaming revolver and emptied barrel after barrel into Milverton's body, the muzzle within 2 feet of his shirt front. He shrank away and then fell forward upon the table, coughing furiously and clawing among the papers. Then he staggered to his feet, received another shot, and rolled upon the floor. "You have done me," he cried, and lay still. The woman looked at him intently and ground her heel into his upturned face. She looked again, but there was no sound or movement. I heard a sharp rustle. The night air blew into the heated room, and the avenger was gone. No interference upon her part could have saved the man from his fate, but as the woman poured bullet after bullet into Milverton's shrinking body, I was about to spring out when I felt Holmes' cold, strong grasp upon my wrist. I understood the whole argument of that firm, restraining grip, that it was no affair of ours, that justice had overtaken a villain, that we had our own duties and our own objects which were not to be lost sight of. But hardly had the woman rushed from the room when Holmes, with swift, silent steps, was over at the other door. He turned the key in the lock. At the same instant we heard voices in the house and the sound of hurrying feet. The revolver shots had roused the household. With perfect coolness Holmes slipped across to the safe, filled his 2 arms with bundles of letters, and poured them all into the fire. Again and again he did it until the safe was empty. Someone turned the handle and beat upon the outside of the door. Holmes looked swiftly round. The letter which had been the messenger of death for Milverton lay, all mortal with his blood, upon the table. Holmes tossed it in among the blazing papers. Then he drew the key from the outer door, passed through after me, and locked it on the outside. "This way, Watson," he said. "We can scale the garden wall in this direction." I could not have believed that an alarm could have spread so swiftly. Looking back, the huge house was one blaze of light. The front door was open, and figures were rushing down the drive. The whole garden was alive with people, and one fellow raised a view hallo as we emerged from the veranda and followed hard at our heels. Holmes seemed to know the grounds perfectly, and he threaded his way swiftly among a plantation of small trees, I close at his heels, and our foremost pursuer panting behind us. It was a 6-foot wall which barred our path, but he sprang to the top and over. As I did the same, I felt the hand of the man behind me grab at my ankle, but I kicked myself free and scrambled over a grass-strewn coping. I felt upon my face among some bushes, but Holmes had me on my feet in an instant, and together we dashed our way across the huge expanse of Hampstead Heath. We had run 2 miles, I suppose, before Holmes at last halted and listened intently. All was absolute silence behind us. We had shaken off our pursuers and were safe. We had breakfasted and were smoking a morning pipe on the day after the remarkable experience which I have recorded, when Mr. Lestrade of Scotland Yard, very solemn and impressive, was ushered into a modest sitting room. "Good morning, Mr. Holmes," he said. "Good morning. May I ask if you are very busy just now?" "Not too busy to listen to you." "I thought that perhaps, if you had nothing particular on hand, you might care to assist us in a most remarkable case which occurred only last night at Hampstead." "Dear me," said Holmes. "What was that?" "A murder. A most dramatic and remarkable murder. I know how keen you are upon these things, and I would take it as a great favour if you would step down to Appledore Towers and give us the benefit of your advice. It is no ordinary crime. We have had our eyes upon this Mr. Milverton for some time, and between ourselves, he was a bit of a villain. He is known to have held papers which he used for blackmailing purposes. These papers have all been burned by the murderers. No article of value was taken, as it is probable that the criminals were men of good position, whose sole object was to prevent social exposure." "Criminals?" said Holmes. "Plural?" "Yes, there were two of them. They were, as nearly as possible, captured red-handed. We have their footmarks. We have their description. It is 10 to 1 that we trace them. The first fellow was a bit too active, but the second was caught by the under-gardener and only got away after a struggle. He was a middle-sized, strongly built man, square jaw, thick neck, moustache, a mask over his eyes." "That is rather vague," said Sherlock Holmes. "It might be a description of Watson." "It is true," said the inspector with amusement. "It might be a description of Watson." "Well, I'm afraid I can't help you, Lestrade," said Holmes. "The fact is that I knew this fellow Milverton, that I considered him one of the most dangerous men in London, and that I think there are certain crimes which the law cannot touch, and which, therefore, to some extent justify private revenge. No, it's no use arguing. I have made up my mind. My sympathies are with the criminals rather than with the victim, and I will not handle this case." Holmes had not said one word to me about the tragedy which we had witnessed, but I observed all the morning that he was in his most thoughtful mood, and he gave me the impression, from his vacant eyes and his abstracted manner, of a man who is striving to recall something to his memory. We were in the middle of a lunch when he suddenly sprang to his feet. "By Jove, Watson, I've got it!" he cried. "Take your hat. Come with me." He hurried at his top speed down Baker Street and along Oxford Street until we had almost reached Regent Circus. Here, on the left hand, there stands a shop window filled with photographs of the celebrities and beauties of the day. Holmes' eyes fixed themselves upon one of them, and following his gaze, I saw the picture of a regal and stately lady in court dress, with a high diamond tiara upon her noble head. I looked at the delicately curved nose, at the marked eyebrows, at the straight mouth, and the strong little chin beneath it. Then I caught my breath as I read the time-honored title of the great nobleman and statesman whose wife she had been. My eyes met those of Holmes, and he put his finger to his lips as we turned away from the window. The End of the Adventure of Charles Augustus Milverton, by Arthur Conan Doyle.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18, In the Dark, by Ronald Kaiser. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Dan Gurzynski. In the Dark, by Ronald Kaiser. The watchman's flashlight printed a white circle on the frosted glass, black-lettered door. Gregg Chemical Co., MFRS. Asa Gregg, Perez. Private. The watchman's hand closed on the knob, rattled the door in its frame. Queer. But tonight the sound had seemed to come from in there. But that couldn't be. He knew that Mr. Gregg and Miss Carruthers carried the only keys to the office, so any intruder would have been forced to smash the lock. Maybe the sound came from the storage room. The watchman clumped along the rubber-matted corridor, flung his weight against that door. It opened hard, being of ponderous metal fitted into a cork casing. The room was an airtight, fireproof vault, really. His shoes gritted on the concrete floor as he prowled among the big porcelain vats. The flashlight bored through the bluish haze to the concrete walls. Acid fumes escaping under the vat lids made the haze and seared the man's throat. He hurried out, coughing and wiping his eyes. It was damn funny. Every night lately he heard the same peculiar noise somewhere in this wing of the building. Like a body groaning and turning in restless sleep it was. It scared him. He didn't mention the mystery to anyone, though. He was an old man, and he didn't want Mr. Gregg to think he was getting too old for the job. Ace'd think I was crazy if I told him about it, he mumbled. Inside the office, Asa Gregg heard the muttered words plainly. He sat very still in the big leather-cushioned chair, hardly breathing until the scrape of the watchman's feet had thinned away down the hall. There was no light in the room to betray him, only the cherry-colored tip of his cigar, which couldn't be visible through the frosted glass door. Anyway, it'd be an hour before the watchman's round brought him past the office again. Asa Gregg had that hour if he could screw up his nerve to use it. He took the frayed end of the cigar from his mouth. His hand, which had wasted to mere skin and bone these past few months, groped through the darkness, slid over the polished coolness of the dictaphone hood, and snapped the switch. Machinery faintly whirred. His fingers found the tube, lifted it. "Miss Carruthers," he snapped. Then he hesitated. Surely he could trust Mary Carruthers. He'd never wondered about her before. She'd been his secretary for a dozen years. Lately, since he couldn't look after affairs himself as he used to, she had practically run the business. She was 40, sensible, unbeautiful, and tight-lipped. Hell, he had to trust her. His voice plunged into the darkness. "What I have to say now is intended for Mrs. Gregg's ears only. She will take the first boat home, of course. Meet that boat and bring her to the office. Since my wife knows nothing about a dictaphone, it will be necessary for you to set this record running. As soon as you have done so, leave her alone in the room. Make sure she's not interrupted for a half hour. That's all." He waited a decent interval. The invisible needle peeled its thread into the revolving wax cylinder. "Jeanette," muttered Asa Gregg, and hesitated again. This wasn't going to be easy to say. He decided to begin matter-of-factly. "As you probably know, my will and the insurance policies are in the vault at the First National. I believe you will find all of my papers in excellent order. If any questions arise, consult Miss Carruthers. What I have to say to you now is purely personal. I feel, my dear, that I owe you an explanation. That is..." God, it came harder than he had expected. "Jeanette," he started in afresh. "You remember 3 years ago when I was in the hospital? You were in Palm Beach at the time, and I wired that there had been an accident here at the plant. That wasn't strictly so. The fact is, I'd gotten mixed up with a girl." He paused, shivering. In the darkness, a picture of Dot swam before him. The oval face, framed by gleaming swirls of lemon-tinted hair, had pouting scarlet lips and eyes whose allure was intensified by violet makeup. The full-length picture of her included a streamlined, full-blossomed, and yet delectably lithe body. A costly, enticing Broadway chorus orchid. As a matter of fact, that was where he'd found her. "I won't make any excuses for myself," Asa Gregg said harshly. "I might point out that you were always in Florida or Bermuda or France, and that I was a lonely man. But it wasn't just loneliness, and I didn't seek companionship. I thought I was making a last bout of romance. I was successful, 60, and silly, and I did all the damn fool things. I even wrote letters to her, popsy-wopsy letters. The dictaphone couldn't record the grimace that jerked his lips. She saved them, of course, and by she put a price on them. $10,000. Dot claimed that one of those filthy tabloids had offered her that much for them, and what was a poor working girl to do? She lied. I knew that. I told her to bring the letters to the office after business hours and I'd take care of her. I took care of her all right. I shot her, Jeanette. He mopped his face with a handkerchief that was already damp. Not on account of the money, you understand. It was the things she said after she had tucked the bills into her purse. Vile things about the way she had earned it 10 times over by enduring my beastly kisses. I'd really loved that girl, and I thought she cared for me a little. It was her hate that maddened me, and I got the gun out of my desk drawer. Asa Gregg reached through the darkness for the switch. He fumbled for the bottle which stood on the desk. His hand trembled, spilling some of the liquor onto his lap. He drank from the bottle. This part of the story he'd skip. It was too horrible, even to think about it. He didn't want to remember how the blood pooled inside Dot's fur coat and how he'd managed to carry the body out of the office without leaking any of her blood onto the floor. He tried to forget the musky sweetness of the perfume on the dead girl, mingled with that other evil blood smell. Especially, he didn't want to remember the frightful time he'd had stripping the gold rings from her fingers and the one gold tooth in her head. The horror of it coiled in the blackness about him. His own teeth rattled against the bottle when he gulped the second drink. He snapped the switch savagely, but when he spoke, his voice cringed into the tube. I carried her into the storage room. I got the lid off one of the acid tanks. The vat contained an acid powerful enough to destroy anything except gold. In fact, the vat itself had to be lined with gold leaf. I knew that in 24 hours there wouldn't be a recognizable body left, and in a week there wouldn't be anything at all. No matter what the police suspected, they couldn't prove a murder charge without a corpus delicti. I had committed the perfect crime, except for one thing. I didn't realize there'd be a splash when she went into the vat. Gregg laughed, not pleasantly. His wife might think it had been a sob when she heard his record. Now you understand why I went to the hospital, he jerked. Possibly you'd call that poetic justice. Oh, God. His voice broke. Again, he thumbed off the switch and mopped his face with the damp linen. The rest. How could he explain the rest of it? He spent a long minute arranging his thoughts. You haven't any idea, he resumed. No one has any idea of how I've been punished for the thing I did. I don't mean the sheer physical agony, but the fear that I'd talk coming out of the ether at the hospital. The fear that she'd been traced to my office. I'd simply hidden her rings away, expecting to drop them into the river. Or that she might have confided in her lover. Yes, she had one. Or suppose a whopping big order came through and that tank was emptied the very next day, and I couldn't ask any questions. I didn't even know what was in the papers. However, that part of it gradually cleared up. I quizzed Miss Carruthers and learned that an unidentified female body had been fished out of the East River a few days after Dot disappeared. That's how the police solved the case. I got rid of her rings. I ordered that vat left alone. The other thing began about 6 months ago. A spasm contorted his face. His fingers ached their grip into the dictaphone tube. Jeanette, you remember when I began to object to the radio? How I'd shout at you to turn it off in the middle of a program? You thought I was ill and worried about business. You were wrong. The thing that got me was hearing her voice. He gripped the cold cigar, chewed it. It's very strange that you didn't notice it. No matter what station we dialed to, always that same voice came stealing into the room. But perhaps you did notice. You said once or twice that all those blues singers sounded alike. And she was a blues singer. It was she, all right. Somewhere out in the ether reminding me. The next thing was, well, at first, when I noticed it in the office, I thought Miss Carruthers had suddenly taken up with young ideas. You see, I kept smelling perfume. And he smelled it now. It was like a miasma in the dark. It isn't anything that Carruthers wears. he grated. "It comes from, yes, the storage room. I realized that about a month ago, just after you sailed. One night I stayed late at the office, and I went in there. It seemed to be strongest around the vat. Her vat. And I lifted the lid. The sweet, sticky musk smell hit me like a blow in the face. And that isn't all." Terror stalked in this room. Asa Gregg crouched in his chair, felt the weight of fear on him like a submarine pressure. His cigar pitched to his knees, dropped to the floor. "You won't believe this, Jeanette." He hammered the words like nails into the darkness in front of him. "You will say that it's impossible. I know that. It is impossible. It is a physiological absurdity. It contradicts the laws of natural science. But I saw something on the bottom of that vat." He groped for the bottle. His wife would hear a long gurgle, then a coughing gasp. "The vat was nearly full of this transparent, oily acid," he went on. "What I saw was a lot of sediment on the golden floor. And there shouldn't have been any sediment. The stuff utterly dissolves animal tissue, bone, even the common ores, keeps them in suspension. It didn't look like sediment either. It looked like a heap of mold. Grave mold. I replaced the lid. I spent a week convincing myself that it was all impossible, that I couldn't have seen anything of the sort. Then I went to the vat again. Silence hung in the darkness while he sucked wind into his lungs, and the words burst, separate, yammering shrieks. I looked, night after night, for hours at a time. I've watched the change. Did you ever see a body decompose? Of course not. Neither have I. But you must know in a general way what the process is. Well, this has been the exact opposite. First, I stared at the heap of grave mold as it shaped itself into bones, a skeleton. I watched the coming of hair, a yellow tangle of it sprouting from the bare, round skull until, oh God, the flesh began making itself before my eyes. I couldn't bear any more. I stayed away, didn't come to the office for 5 days. The tube slipped from his sweating, slick fingers. Panting, Asa Gregg fumbled in the dark until he found it. Exhaustion, not self-control, flattened his voice to a deadly monotone. I tried to think of a way out, if I could fish the corpse out of the tank, but I couldn't smuggle it out of the plant alone. You know that, and so do I. Besides, what would be the use? If acid can't kill her, nothing can. That's why I can't have the lid cemented on. It wouldn't do any good either. Until 3 days ago, she hadn't the least color. Looked as white as a ghost in the vat. A naked ghost, because there's been no resurrection for her clothing. I've watched her limbs grow rosy. Her lips are scarlet. Her eyes are bright. They opened yesterday. And her breasts were rising and falling. Oh, almost imperceptibly. But that was last night. And tonight, I swear it, her lips moved. She muttered my name. She turned. She'd been lying on her side. Over onto her back. The record would be badly blurred. His hand shook violently, bobbled the tube against his lips. Gregg braced his elbow against the desk. "She isn't dead," he choked. "She's only asleep. Not very soundly asleep. She's waking up." The invisible needle quivered as it traced several noises. There was his tortured breathing, and the clawing of his fingernails rattling over the desk. The drawer clicked as it opened. The loud click was the cocking of the revolver. "Soon she's going to get out of that vat," Gregg bleated. "Jeanette, forgive me. God, forgive me. But I will not. I cannot. I dare not stay here to see her then." The sound of the shot brought the watchman stumbling along the corridor. He crashed against the office door. It banged open in a shower of falling frosted glass. The watchman's flashlight severed the darkness and printed its white circle on the face of Asa Gregg. He had fallen back into the chair, a blackish gout of blood running from the hole in his temple. He stared sightlessly into the light with his eyes that were two gnarls of shrunken brown flesh, like knots in a pine board. Asa Gregg was blind, had been since that night 3 years past when the acid splashed. End of In the Dark.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. Into the Blue by Frederick Britton Austin. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Beeswaxcandle. Into the Blue by Frederick Britton Austin. It was in a bitterly pessimistic frame of mind that, having seen my baggage into the hotel, I went for a first walk along the asphalted esplanade of South Beach. I had no pleasure in the baking sun, in the glittering stretch of the English Channel that veiled itself in a fine weather mist all around the half-horizon. The exuberant, bold-eyed flappers, promenading in groups of 3 or 4, the vivid polychromatism of their taste in sports coats, seemed to me merely objectionable. The hordes of worthily respectable middle-class families, complete with children, with many children, that blackened the sands and overflowed into the fringe of the water, oppressed my soul with their formidable multiplicity. I thought, in a savage emphasis of contrast, of the neat little yacht that should now be bearing me across the North Sea to the austere perfection of the Norwegian fjords. And I cursed myself for the childish imbecility of exasperation with which, when, at the last moment, with my suitcases all packed, I had received a telegram informing me that the yacht had come off second best in a collision with a coal tramp. I had picked up Bradshaw, and sworn to myself to go to whatever place I should blindly put my finger upon as I opened the page. The Oracle had declared for South Beach. South Beach in mid-August. I shrugged my shoulders. So be it. My holiday was spoiled anyhow. To South Beach I would go. And now, as I contemplated it, I was appalled. What was I going to do with myself? A paddle-wheel excursion steamer came up to the pier, listing over with a black load aboard of her. And up and down the beach in 5-minute trips, a seaplane went roaring some 800 feet above the heads of the gaping crowd. I had done all the flying I wanted in the war, thank you very much. Other potentialities of amusement there were apparently none. If I could not discover a tolerably decent golf course, I was a lost man. I am not going to give the chronicle of that first day. It would be a study in sheer boredom. That night, after one of those execrable dinners which are the peculiar production of an English seaside hotel, I had pretty well made up my mind that, oracle or no oracle, I would shake the sand of South Beach off my feet on the morrow. Sitting over my coffee in the lounge, I was in fact already consulting the timetable for a morning train, when my cogitations were suddenly interrupted by a violent slap on the shoulder. "Hello, Jimmy!" I looked up with a start before my identification of the voice had time to complete itself. "Toby! Toby Selwyn! By all that's splendid!" It was years since I had seen him, but in this dreary desert of uninteresting people he came like an angel of companionship, and I welcomed him with delight. "Sit down, man. Have a drink." He did so, ordered a whisky and soda from the hovering waiter. I looked at him as one looks at an acquaintance of old times, seeking for changes. I had not seen him since the armistice, when our squadron of fighting scouts was demobilized, and a cheery crowd of daredevil pilots was dispersed to the 4 quarters of the globe. He was not greatly altered. His face was a little thinner and more mature. His hair was still the same wild red mop. His eyes, peculiar in that when he opened them upon you, you saw the whites all round the pupil, had still that strange look in them, as though somewhere deep down in them his soul was like a caged animal, suspicious and restless, which I so well remembered. The reason for his nickname jumped back to my mind. It was from his little trick of suddenly and disconcertingly going mad dog, not only when he swooped down against any sort of odds upon a covey of Huns, but in the mess. Someone had called him Mad Dog. It had been affectionately softened to Dog Toby, and Toby he remained. "And what on earth are you doing here?" I asked. He smiled grimly. "Earning my living, old bean. Introducing all the grocers in England to the poetry of flying at 10 bob a head. So that was your machine I saw going up and down the seafront today." "It was. 5-minute trips, 2 bob a minute and cheap at the price. Had to do something, you know, so I hit on this. There are worse things. Put my last cent into buying the machine. Ex-government, of course. She's a topping boss." His voice freshened suddenly with enthusiasm. "It's almost a shame to use her for hacking up and down like this. You must come and have a look at her." "Thanks," I replied. "I'd like to, but..." The conversation was abruptly interrupted. Toby had jumped to his feet. Coming in through the door of the lounge was, miracles never happen singly, an only too familiar, smiling and middle-aged married couple, and Sylvia. Toby obscured me from them for an instant as he went eagerly toward them, an instant where I weighed the problem of whether to stay or bolt. The last time Sylvia and I had met, she had told me, with a pretty sympathy that ought to have softened the blow, that she would always be glad to have me as a friend, but... The problem was resolved for me before I could decide. Toby was leading the trio up to me. "I want to introduce an old pal of mine, Jimmy Esdale." Mr. and Mrs. Bryant shot a swift smile at each other, and then to me as we shook hands. Sylvia almost grinned. I felt a perfect fool. "Good evening, Mr. Esdale," said Sylvia in her sweetest tones, her grey eyes demurely alight. Mr. Esdale. The last time it had still been Jimmy. It is true that since I had somewhat boorishly informed her upon that occasion that I had no manner of use for being her friend, I had scarcely a legitimate grievance if she now chose to be frigid. "Won't you sit down, all of you?" I suggested. "Mr. Bryant, you'll take a Grand Marnier with your coffee, I know." "Thanks, Jimmy, I will," said Mr. Bryant, seating himself. I saw Toby stare. His astonishment visibly increased as Mrs. Bryant, having comfortably disposed herself upon the settee, added in her motherly fashion, "And what in the world are you doing here, Jimmy?" "That's what I'm asking myself," I replied. Toby cut me short in what might have been a witty answer, had I been allowed to finish it. "You people know each other, then?" he demanded. Mr. Bryant smiled. "Yes, we've met Jimmy before. Haven't we, Sylvia?" "He used to be an acquaintance of ours in London," corroborated Sylvia imperturbably, delicately underlining the word acquaintance. Toby probed me with a peculiar look, suddenly almost hostile. I could guess that he was asking himself whether I had come to South Beach in pursuit of Sylvia. One did not need to be a detective to discover his own eager interest in her. It was patent, with no attempt at concealment. Those strange, hungry, restless eyes of his seemed to devour her. Quite apart from any personal feelings, any time during the last 6 months I could have assured you with perfect sincerity that my heart was stone dead. I didn't like it. Toby was not the sort of chap, but I had no opportunity to intervene. Mr. and Mrs. Bryant, with a genuine kindly interest in me and my doings that at any other time I should have appreciated, monopolized me. And Sylvia flirted with him, demurely but outrageously. She called him Toby with the most natural ease in the world. He, poor devil, was awkward in an uncertainty whether she were playing with him, jerkily spasmodic in his answers, devouring her all the time with those strange eyes of his, wherein I recognised that same caged animal look familiar to me as a preliminary to an outburst of mad dog on those nights when there was ragging in the mess. She, I could see, was enjoying herself at playing with fire. At last I could stand it no longer. I switched off from the amiable platitudes I was exchanging with her parents, interrupted her in her markedly exclusive conversation with them. "I didn't know Toby was a friend of yours, Miss Bryant," I said. She turned candid eyes upon me. "Oh, yes. We have known Toby quite a long time. Soon after you dropped us. Nearly 6 months, isn't it, Toby?" She took, evidently, a malicious pleasure in reiterating his Christian name. I messed up the end of my cigarette before I remembered not to chew it. Toby looked up suspiciously. "I'd no idea either that you were a friend of the family, Esdale," he said. He also had dropped the jimmy. Sylvia answered for me. "Not exactly a close friend," she said sweetly. "Are you, Mr. Esdale? We had almost forgotten each other's existence." I could have smacked her. Toby looked immensely relieved. I could see that, for the moment at least, he definitely put certain doubts out of his mind. He seemed to be trying to make up for his spasm of hostility when next he spoke. "He's an old pal of mine anyway, aren't you, Jimmy? It's like old times to see you again. Do you remember that little scrap with a dozen Huns over Charleroi? That was a good finish-up, the day before the armistice." I remembered well enough. Remembered that after that last fight, at the very end of the war, I had landed by a miracle with my nerves suddenly gone. I had never been in the air since. For a long time could not look at an airplane without a fit of trembling. Sylvia glanced at me in surprise. The secret humiliation of that finish had made me pretty close about my war doings. "Oh, you two knew each other in the war, then?" she said. "I should rather think we did," replied Toby. "Jimmy was my squadron leader, and he's some scientist in the air, let me tell you." His tone of admiration smote me like a bitter irony. "Don't forget you're coming to look over that bus of mine tomorrow morning, Jimmy." "I don't know that I can," I replied. "I'm off back to town tomorrow." I said this with a glance to Sylvia, which found her quite unmoved. "Are you really?" she said. "What? On a Sunday?" Her eyebrows went up in mocking admiration for my courage. Confound it! I remembered suddenly that tomorrow was Sunday. I can put up with any reasonable amount of hardship, but the prospect of a Sunday train on a South Coast railway... Camarade, I surrendered. "I go back Monday." "Good," said Toby. "The tender conscience of the local municipality does not permit them to allow me to earn my living on the Sabbath. Tomorrow is a dear as none. We'll spend the morning tinkering about the machine together. It'll be like old times before we went up for a jolly old scrap with the Hunbird. She's worth looking at, too, built for a radius of 1,000 miles and a ceiling of over 20,000 feet. "Really?" I said, with a touch of old-time professional interest. "But what on earth do you want a machine like that for? She's surely scarcely suitable for giving donkey rides up and down a beach." "She does all right," replied Toby, "and I like to feel I've got something with power to it, that I could, if I wanted to." His curious, restless eyes lost expression, as though the soul behind them no longer saw me, contemplated something remote. "Could what?" I challenged him. He came back to perception of my presence. Nothing." He looked at me with that familiar sudden suspiciousness which seemed to accuse one of attempted espionage into the secrets of his soul. I remembered that even in the mess, intimate as we had all been together, he had always been a queer chap. One had never really known what he was thinking or planning. He turned now to Sylvia. Miss Bryant has promised me that one day she will let me take her for a flight, he said, banishing the hardness of his eyes with that little smile of his, which was so peculiarly attractive when he chose to exert his charm. I'll come tomorrow, she replied promptly, and then you'll have to take me gratis. Of course I will, he answered, clutching at her promise with a flash of eager delight in his eyes. You didn't imagine I was going to charge you for it, did you? That's settled then. Mrs. Bryant interposed in motherly alarm. Oh, Sylvia, don't do any of your madcap tricks. You will be careful, won't you, Mr. Selwyn? She turned to me. Are you sure she will be safe with him, Jimmy? My dear Mrs. Bryant, I assured her, if there is a better pilot in the world than Toby, I don't know him. Mr. Bryant took the pipe from his mouth and glanced cautiously at his wife. I'd rather like to go up too, he said. But Mrs. Bryant vetoed this volubly and emphatically. No, 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 she exclaimed. Not two of you together. Suppose anything happened? I smiled at her nervous fears. Nothing will happen, Mrs. Bryant. Make your mind easy. Toby's perfectly safe, and if Mr. Bryant would like a flight, I'm sure Toby would be pleased to take him. Toby was looking at Sylvia's father with his enigmatic eyes. Of course I will, he said, but I don't want to worry Mrs. Bryant. I will take Mr. Bryant another time. The conversation drifted off to other topics. At last Mrs. Bryant rose for bed. And mind, Mr. Selwyn, she warned him smilingly as she shook hands with him, I shall try hard to persuade Sylvia not to go. But you won't succeed, Mother, announced Sylvia radiantly. Good night, Toby. Good night, Mr. Esdale. With which parting shot she left us. The lounge was suddenly horribly empty. We sat there yet for some time, Toby and I, puffing at our pipes in silence. He leaned back on the settee with his eyes closed. I was thinking... Never mind what I was thinking, but my thoughts ranged far into the dreary future of my life. My glance fell on him, scrutinizing him, probing him, weighing him, as he lay there all unconscious of it. About his feelings I had no doubt. Were they reciprocated? I remembered that peculiarly attractive smile of his, the alluring touch of mystery about him, and almost hated him for them. That was the kind of thing which appealed to women, I reflected bitterly. He opened his eyes. Puro e disposto a salire alle stelle, he murmured to himself, staring as at a vision where the somewhat gaudy hotel lounge had no place. What's that? I said, not quite catching his words. Eh? He looked at me as though he had forgotten my presence. Was only now reminded of it by my voice. Oh, that's the last line of the Purgatorio, where Dante, having drunk forgetfulness of the earth from Lethe, is ready to ascend with Beatrice into the stars of the Paradiso. All right, Jimmy, he added with a smile of sardonic superiority which irritated me. Don't worry yourself with trying to understand. You won't. You're one of those whose idea of the fit habitation for the divine soul shining through the eyes of your beloved is a bijou residence in a London suburb. After a few years of you, your wife, whoever she is, will be another Mrs. Bryant. Many thanks, I replied, somewhat nettled, a little puzzled also. This was a new Toby. We were not given to cultivating poetry in our mess. But since when have you taken to studying Dante and the original? Oh, I've had plenty of time, he answered, his eyes straying away from me evasively. I've lived pretty much by myself these last few years. He rose to his feet, cutting short the subject. Let's go for a stroll, shall we? Get a breath of fresh air into our lungs. I assented willingly enough. The back of my mind was an obscure idea that, and the stimulated sense of comradeship evoked between two friends who walked together under a night sky, he might open himself to some confidence that would help me to a more precise definition of the relationship that subsisted between himself and Sylvia. In this I was disappointed. He walked along the asphalt promenade, now almost deserted, with the sea to our left, marked only by an irregular, faintly gleaming line of white, the black obscurity, without a word. He did not even respond to my efforts at conversation. Apparently he did not hear them. Overhead, the metallic blue-black heaven was powdered with a multitude of stars, twinkling down upon us from their immense remoteness. He threw his head back to contemplate them as we walked in silence. He baffled me, kept me somehow from my own private thoughts. Suddenly he switched upon me. "There can't be nothingness all the way, can there?" he demanded of me with a curious vehemence of interrogation. His hand made an involuntary half-gesture toward the scintillating dome of stars. "There must be something." His manner had the disconcerting intensity of a man who has been brooding overlong in solitude. "At a distance, everything melts into the blue. I've seen blank blue sky, but on another day there's a range of mountains, sharp and clear across the horizon. And they pretend that in all those millions of miles there is nothing but empty space." He finished on a note of scorn. "But surely the astronomers," I began. "Pah!" he interrupted me. "What do you or the astronomers know about it? Shut up!" Shut up I did. He was evidently not in the mood for reasonable conversation. He also shut up, pursuing in silence thoughts I could not follow. At last he brusquely suggested returning to the hotel. Next morning, when I met him in the breakfast room, he was quite his old cheery self, and whatever resentment of his last night's rudeness still rankled in me vanished in the odd charm of his smile. He reminded me of my promise to spend the morning with him tinkering about his seaplane. I acquiesced for 2 reasons. First, I had nothing else to do. I still retained enough of the impress of my old flying days to be genuinely interested in looking over a machine. Secondly, Sylvia would be coming to it for her flight. An uneasy night had not brought me any satisfying theory of her real attitude toward him. It was a bright, sunshiny morning as we left the hotel, but a southwest breeze ruffled the surface of the sea, and the white, isolated clouds that drifted across the blue overhead were evidently the advance guards of a mass yet invisible beyond the horizon. Within an hour or two the sky would almost certainly be overcast. For the moment it was fine, however, and I enjoyed the fresh clarity of the air as we walked down the pier together. At its extremity, on the leeward side of the steamer landing stage, the seaplane rode the running waves like a great bird that had alighted with outspread wings, the water splashing and sucking against her floats as she jerked and slackened on her mooring ropes. We hauled in on them, clambered down into her. She was, as he explained to me, intended for a super fighting scout with an immense radius, a great capacity for climb, and a second machine gun. The space where this second machine gun had been, just behind the pilot, was now filled with 4 seats, in pairs behind each other for the passengers, and he had had her landing wheels replaced by floats. The morning was still young. 9 o'clock struck just as we got on board the machine, and for the next 2 hours we pottered about her, cleaning her powerful motor, tautening the wire stays to her wings, looking into 101 technical details that would have no interest for anyone but the expert. I enjoyed myself, and Toby was almost pathetically delighted to have someone with him who could enter into his enthusiasms. He had, I could guess, been leading a very solitary life for a long while. Apparently he almost lived on board her. All sorts of gear was stowed away in her. One of the lockers I found quite a collection of books, including the Dante he had quoted, and a number of others of a distinctly mystical type. Odd reading for a flying man. In another, close to the pilot's seat, was a German automatic pistol. "Souvenir of the Great War, Daddy," he smiled at me as I handled it. "But do you know it's loaded?" I objected disapprovingly. "Yes," he replied. "I shoot seagulls with it sometimes. Chase them in the air. It's great sport." I shrugged my shoulders. Chasing seagulls with a pistol was just one of those mad things I could well imagine Toby doing. We gave her a dose of oil, filled up her petrol tank. One of her original pair had been removed to make space for the passengers, but she still had a 500-mile radius, he told me, and looked around for something else to do. "Would you like to take her up and see how she climbs?" he invited me. "No, thanks," I replied hurriedly, uncomfortable in the sudden embarrassment. I had, thanks to the armistice, managed to conceal my humiliating loss of nerve from the other fellows. "I've given up flying." His queer eyes rested upon me for a penetrating glance, and I felt pretty sure that he guessed, but he made no comment. "All right," he said. "I expect Miss Bryant will be along presently. We'll sit here and wait for her." We ensconced ourselves in the passengers' seats and sat there smoking our pipes. The mention of Miss Bryant's name seemed to have killed conversation between us. We sat in a silence that I, at least, felt to be subtly awkward. The intimacy of the morning was destroyed. Each of us withdrew into himself, each perhaps preoccupied with the same problem. Once, certainly, I caught his glance hostile upon me. As I had expected, heavy clouds had come up from the southwest. The sky was now almost completely overcast. But immediately overhead there was still a clear patch where, through a wide rift in the grey wrack, one looked into the infinite blue. Leaning back in his seat, he stared up at it with eyes that were dreamy in a peculiar fixity of expression. "Jimmy," he said suddenly, in a voice that was far away with his thoughts, "in the old days, when you were flying high to drop on a stray Hun, say at 20,000 feet, with the earth miles away out of touch, did you ever feel that if you went a little higher, climbed and climbed, you would come to something? Some other place? Didn't it almost seem to you that it would be as easy as going back?" I glanced at him. To my mind flitted a memory of his last night's wild talk about the stars. He had always been a little queer. Was he not quite right? "I can't say it did," I replied curtly. "I was always jolly glad to get down again." He looked at me. "Yes, I suppose so," he commented. There was almost an insult in his tone. Before I could decide whether to resent it or to humour him, I saw Sylvia approaching us along the pier, charming in her summer dress, but prudently with a raincoat over her arm. "Here's Miss Bryant," I said, glad of this excuse to put an end to the conversation. He leapt to his feet with a peculiar alacrity. "At last!" he ejaculated, as though an immeasurable time of waiting was at an end. He quenched a sudden flash of excitement in his eyes as he caught my glance on his face. She stood above us on the pier, smiling. "Here I am," she said. "But it isn't a very nice morning, is it?" "It'll be all right up above," replied Toby. "Come along, down that next flight of steps." He was trembling with eagerness. I wondered suddenly whether I was wise in letting her go up with him. The man's nerves were obviously strung to high pitch. On the other hand, I had the greatest confidence in his skill. It was only too likely that she would misinterpret any objections from me, would refuse to listen to them. While I was hesitating, she had already descended to the lower stage, and Toby had helped her along the gangplank into the machine. "You see, I've brought my raincoat," she said. "It'll be cold up there, won't it?" "That's no use," replied Toby with brutal directness. "Here." He opened a locker where he kept the flying coats for his passengers. "Put that on." I helped her with it. She looked more charming than ever in the thick leather coat, the close-fitting leather helmet framing her dainty features. Then I made a step toward the gangplank. "But aren't you coming too?" she demanded in surprise. Toby answered for me. "Esdale doesn't care for flying," he said with a sardonic smile, looking me straight in the eyes. There was a sort of mocking triumph in that unmistakable sneer. "Oh, but please," Sylvia turned to me pleadingly, "do come." "I'd rather take you up alone," said Toby in a stubborn voice, looking up from the mooring rope he had bent to untether. She ignored him, laid a hand upon my arm. "Won't you?" she asked. "I should infinitely prefer not to," I replied awkwardly. I cursed myself for my imbecility, but the mere idea of going up in that machine made me feel sick inside. Still, so powerful was the memory of that moment long ago, when 10,000 feet up with a Hun just below me plunging in flames to destruction, I had felt my nerves suddenly break, my head go dizzy in an awful panic. "Please excuse me." She could not, of course, guess my reason. "I shan't go without you," she said obstinately. Her eyes seemed to be telling me something I was not intelligent enough to catch. "And I want to go. Please, Jimmy." I surrendered. "All right," I said, feeling ghastly. "I'll come." Toby stopped in the act of pulling on his flying coat and looked at me. His face was livid, his eyes almost insanely malignant in a sudden fury of bad temper. "Don't think you're going to spoil it," he said through his teeth. "I'll see to that." With that cryptic remark, he swung himself into the pilot's seat and started the engine with a jerk that almost threw me into the water. I slid down to the seat beside Sylvia. Toby had already cast off the one remaining mooring rope, and with a whirring roar that gave me an odd thrill of old familiarity, the propeller at our nose, a dark blur in its initial low-speed revolutions, we commenced to move over the waves. For a moment we had a slight sensation of their rise and fall as we partly tore through them, partly floated on their lifting crests. And then suddenly the engine notes swelled to the deafening intensity of full power. The blur of the propeller disappeared. A fount of white spray, sunlit from a rift in the clouds, sprang up on either hand from the floats beneath us, hung poised like jewelled curtains at our flanks, stung our faces with flying drops. For yet a minute or two we raced through the high-flung water, and then abruptly the glittering foam curtains vanished. Our nose lifted. We sagged for another splash, lifted again on a buoyancy that was not the buoyancy of the sea. I glanced over the side, saw the tossing wave crests already 20 feet below us. Instinctively I looked round to Sylvia to see how she was taking it. Her eyes were bright, her face ecstatic. I saw her lips move as she smiled, but her words were swallowed in the roar of the engine, and the blast of air that almost choked one, despite the little mica windscreen behind which we were crouched. I bent my ear close to her face, just caught her comment as she repeated it. "It's wonderful," she gasped. Then she clutched my arm in sudden nervousness as the machine banked sideways. Below us diminished already the pier, the long promenade of South Beach, whirled round dizzily in a complete circle. It got smaller as they went. Toby was putting the machine to about as steep a spiral as it could stand, and we went round again and yet again, with our nose seemingly to point almost vertically up to the grey ceiling of cloud, and our bodies heavy against the backs of our seats. I had a spasm of alarm that turned to anger. What was he playing at? It was ridiculous to show off like this. I did not doubt his skill, but this would not be the first airplane to stall at so steep an angle that it slipped back in a fatal tailspin. I noticed that Sylvia was not strapped in her seat, and promptly rectified the omission. It might be all right, but with an inexperienced lady passenger, it was as well to take precautions if he was going to play tricks of this sort. Up and up we went in those dizzy spirals. South Beach, disconcertingly never on the side on which one expected it, miniature below us, and I could not help admiring, despite my sickening nervousness, the masterly audacity with which he piloted his machine on the very limit of the possible. He never turned for a glance at us, but sat, lifted slightly above us by our slant, doggedly crouched at his controls. I can imagine his face, his lips pressed tight together, his queer eyes alight with the boyish exultation of showing us, or perhaps showing me, what he could do. I did not need the demonstration. I had seen him climb often enough like a circling hawk, gaining height in an almost sheer ascent, racing a Hun to that point of superior elevation which meant victory. There had been a time when I could have beaten him at it, but there was no necessity to play these circus tricks now, above all with a lady on board. Why could he not take her for an ordinary safe flight over the sea, gaining in the usual way a reasonable margin of height on an angle that would have been almost imperceptible? I quivered to clamber forward and snatched the controls from him as we still rose, perilously high-slanted, in sweep after circular sweep. The grey-black stretch of cloud was now close above us, the round modelling of its undersurface like a low roof that seemed to forbid further ascent. Again, Sylvia clutched at my arm, her face alarmed, and bent my head down to catch the words she shouted against the all-swallowing roar of the engine. They came just audible. "Is he going through this?" Toby was still holding her nose up, clearly intending to get above the clouds. I saw no sense in making her uneasy. I put my mouth close to her head. "Blue sky! Above!" I shouted. She nodded, reassured. The next moment we had plunged into the mass. Except for the sudden twists as we banked, we seemed to be motionless in a dense fog. But the engine still roared, and drops of congealed moisture collecting on the stays of the upper wings blew viciously into our faces. The damp cold struck through me to my bones, and I remembered suddenly that I was in my extremely unsuitable ordinary clothes. There was no saying to what height this mad fool might take us. He was still climbing steeply, and I had no mind to catch my death of cold. Hanging on with one hand to the side of the canted-up machine that threatened to fling me out directly I rose from my seat, I managed to reach the locker where he kept the flying coats for his passengers, wriggled somehow into one of them. It was only by setting my teeth that I did it, for my head was whirling dizzily and cursing the day I had strained my nerves beyond breaking point, had to fight back desperately an almost overmastering panic that came upon me in gusts from a part of me beyond my will. I could not have achieved it, had it not been for the fog which, blotting out the earth beneath us, obliterated temporarily the sense of height. I was shaking all over as I got back to my seat. I glanced at Sylvia. She was sitting quiet and brave, a little strained perhaps, staring at the blank fog through which we drove in steadily upward sweeps. Suddenly we emerged into dazzling sunshine, warm despite the cold rush of the air. All above us was an infinite clarity of blue. Sylvia, I guessed rather than heard, shouted something, waving her arm in delighted surprise, pointing around and beneath. Close below us was no longer the earth, but that magical landscape which is only offered by the upper surface of the clouds. We rose for yet a minute or two before we could get the full impression of it. At our first emergence, great swelling banks of sunlit snow overtopped us here and there, blew across us from moment to moment, uncannily unsubstantial as we went through them in mere fog. Then finally we looked down upon it all, the eye ranging far and wide over a magnificent confusion of multitudinous rounded knolls, of fantastic, perilously toppling lofty crags, from which streamed wisps of gossamer vapour, of grotesque mountains and tremendous chasms, such as the wildest scenery of earth can never show. Familiar as it was to me, I could not help admiring anew the immense sublimity of that spectacle which drifts so brilliantly under the blue arch of heaven when the shadowed earth beneath teems with rain, that spectacle with which eye of earthbound man never sees. To the extreme limit of vision it stretched, apparently solid, a fairy country, gleaming snow-white under the vertical sun, across which our shadow, growing smaller at each instant, flitted like the shadow of a great bird. I felt Sylvia's hand squeeze me in her delight. My exasperated annoyance with Toby died down, all but vanished. Perhaps he wasn't such a fool after all. It was worthwhile to show her this. This is what he had climbed so steeply for. Now he would flatten out, circle once or twice to imprint this fairy scene upon her memory, and then descend. But he did not. He did not even glance around to us. He held the nose of the machine up, climbed still higher and higher in those sheer and dizzy spirals. This was getting beyond a joke. I glanced at my watch, computed the minutes since we had risen from that grey-green sea now out of sight beneath the horizon-filling floor of cloud. We must be already over 5,000 feet up. That was surely enough. He might lose his direction, cut off from the earth by that great cloud layer, miss the sea for our return. A forced landing upon hard ground with those water floats of ours would be a pretty ugly crash. I craned forward, looked over his shoulder at the dial of the barograph. We were 7,000. What on earth? I shouted at him, but of course he did not hear it in the deafening roar of the engine. I caught hold of his shoulder, shook him hard. I had to shake a second time before his face came round to me. It startled me with its strange set fixity of expression, the wild eyes that glared at me. I gesticulated, pointed downward. He opened his lips in a vicious, ugly snarl, shouted something of which only the ugly rebuff of my interference was intelligible, turned again to his controls, lifted the machine again from its momentary sag. I sank back into my seat, quivering. Sylvia glanced at me inquiringly. I shrugged my shoulders. She had not, I hoped, seen that ugly snarl upon his face. The cloud floor was now far below us, its crags and chasms flattened to mere corrugations on its gleaming surface. The seaplane rose, circling round and round untiringly, corkscrewing ever up and up into the infinite blue above us. I was now thoroughly alarmed. What was he playing at? I worried over the memory of his furious face when I had made my gestured expostulation. Surely he could have no serious purpose of any kind in thus climbing so steeply far above any reasonable altitude. There was no serious purpose imaginable, unless— No, I refused to entertain the sudden sickening doubt of his sanity. He was playing a joke on us, on me, guessing that I had lost my nerve and angry with me for spoiling a tete-a-tete flight with Sylvia. He was maliciously giving me a twisting. Presently he would get tired of the joke, flatten out. But he did not get tired of it. Up and up we went, in turn after turn. Rather wider circles now, for the air was getting rare and thin, and sometimes we side-slipped uncomfortably and the engine flagged, threatening to misfire until he readjusted the mixture. But still climbing. Far, far below us, the cloud floor was deceptive of our real height and its fallacious similitude to an immense horizon of snow-coloured earth. I glanced at my watch, calculated again our height from the minutes. We must surely now be over 12,000 feet. I shrank nervously from the mere thought of again moving to look over his shoulder at the barograph. An appalling feeling of vertigo held me in its clutch. That last glance over the side had done it, reawakening all the panicked terror which had swept over me that day when, at such a height as this, I had seen that Hun plunge to destruction, and had suddenly realized, as though I had but just awakened from a dream, my own high-poised, perilous instability. I sat there clutched and trembling, could not have moved to save my life. I would have given anything to have closed my eyes, forgotten where I was, but the horrible fascination of this upward progress held them open as though mesmerized. I tried to compute the stages of our ascent from our circling sweeps. 13,000. 13,500. 14,000. 14,500. 15,000. I gave it up. It was icily cold. My head was dizzy, my ears sizzling with altered blood pressure. My lungs heaved in this rarefied atmosphere. I glanced at Sylvia. She looked ill. Her lips were blue. She was gasping as though about to faint. She looked at me imploringly, made a gesture with her hand toward Toby's inexorable back. I shrugged my shoulders and signed that I had already protested in vain, but nevertheless I obeyed. Once more I leaned forward and clutched at his shoulder. Once more, after I had shaken him furiously, he turned upon me with that savage snarl, shouted something unintelligible, and switched round to his controls. Sylvia and I looked at each other. This time she had seen. In her eyes I read also that doubt of his sanity which was torturing me. She motioned me toward the cockpit, pantomimed my taking over control. It was impossible. I gestured it to her. Even if my nerves had been competent to the task, it was certain that Toby would not voluntarily relinquish his place. To have attempted to take it from him, if he were indeed mad, would have resulted in a savage struggle where the equilibrium of the machine would inevitably have been lost. In about 2 seconds we should all of us be hurtling down to certain death. The only thing to do was to sit tight and hope that he would suddenly have enough of this prank and bring us earthward again. But even if he had suddenly vanished from his place, to clamber over into the cockpit and take charge was more than I could have done at that moment. There was a time when I might have done it, but now I was shaking like a leaf. I could not have pushed a perambulator, let alone pilot an airplane. And still we climbed, roaring up and up. The yellow canvas of the lower plane, gleaming in the sunshine, seemingly curiously motionless against the unchanging blue that was all around us. The earth, the very clouds below us, seemed totally lost. I could not bring myself to venture a glance down to them. We seemed out of contact with everything that was normal life, suspended in the infinite void, and yet the engine roared, and I knew that we still climbed. He must have been somewhere about 20,000 feet. My head seemed as though it would burst. I was breathing with difficulty, a little higher, and we should need oxygen. Toby's face was of course hidden from me, but he sat steadily at his controls, apparently in no embarrassment. Probably he had recently been practicing flying to great heights. It would be his queer idea of amusing himself. He was more habituated to changes of atmospheric pressure. I looked at Sylvia. She was plainly much distressed. And more than distressed, frightened. I cannot describe the anguish which gripped me as I contemplated her. Whatever I had tried to pretend to myself down there on that distant earth in those 6 dreary months since my pride had been wounded, I knew now with an atrocious vividness of realization that I loved her. And I could do nothing to save her, if that lunatic in front did not come to his senses. That imploring look she fixed upon me was exquisite torture. Speech was impossible in that deafening roar of the engine, but she made me understand the bitter irony of it, that it was in me she trusted. I took her hand, pressed it to my lips. If we were to die, she should at least know what I felt for her. And then, oh miracle, I felt my hand pulled toward her, taken to her lips. She met my eyes with a wan smile of unmistakable meaning. And then, just as I was all dizzy with the shock of it, the roar of the engine ceased. There was a sudden silence that was awesome in its completeness. Our nose came down to slightly below the horizontal. Thank heaven he was tired of the joke, was flattening out, was going to descend. We began, in fact, to circle in a wide, very slightly depressed, slanting curve. Toby twisted around from his seat, one hand still upon the controls. There was a grim little smile on his face as his eyes, curiously glittering, met mine. "You, get out," he said curtly. His voice sounded strangely toneless, far off in that rarefied upper atmosphere. For a moment I had a spasm of alarm, but I could not believe he was serious. It was too fantastic, at 20,000 feet in the air. "Don't be a silly ass, Toby. Take us down. The joke's gone far enough." My own voice was thin in my ears. He ignored my protest. "This is where you get out," he repeated stubbornly. Was the man really mad? I thought it best to humour him. Managed to force a little laugh. "Thanks very much, but I'd rather go back with you," I said. "We're not going back," he replied with grim simplicity. "But you are, here and now." This was madness right enough. Our only chance was to get him into conversation, turn the current of his thoughts somehow, coax him back to earth. "Not going back?" I grinned at him as if he were being really funny. "Where are you going then?" "We're going on, Sylvia and I." He smiled at her fondly, nodded as though sure of her assent. She uttered a little cry of alarm, clutched at me. All the time while we were speaking, he was steering the airplane automatically with one hand, bringing her round and round in wide, flat circles where we lost the minimum of height. "On?" I said in innocent inquiry, while my brain worked desperately. Curiously enough, in that moment of crisis, I found my head as clear, my nerves as steady as they had ever been in my life. All my dizzy turmoil had vanished. I forgot that I had ever had a panic in the air. I was merely trying to think of some scheme by which I might be able to replace him at those controls. "On? Where?" He jerked his hand upward. "Up there. On and on, till we come to—" He stopped himself suddenly, his face diabolically suspicious. "You think I'm going to tell you, don't you? Think you'll be able to follow us, but you won't. You get out, here and now. Do you understand?" I tried to be cunning. "But, Toby," I objected, "I think I know the way. Better than you do, perhaps. Change places and let me take the machine." It was a false move. "What?" he cried. "You think you know the way, do you? You think you know the way beyond the stars?" He burst suddenly into a hideous laugh, thin and cackling in the awesome silence of that upper air. "Then you'll never get there. I'll see to that. Get out!" He gestured over the side into the blue abyss above which we circled. "Quick!" I glanced at Sylvia. She was sitting numbed with horror, incapable of speech. As I looked, she jerked forward in a gesture of wild protest, abruptly checked by the straps which held her in her seat. The airplane rocked in its now tender equilibrium, just as something went crack past my head. My eyes were back on Toby in the fraction of an instant. Still twisted in his seat, he was levelling that automatic pistol at me. I could see by his eyes that he was in the very act of pressing the trigger for the second time. 4 years war service in the air make a man pretty quick. In a flash I had ducked, flung myself over the slight partition between us, wrenched at his wrist. Risky as it was certain death to all of us as this homicidal maniac was not dealt with. His awkward, half-turned position put him at a disadvantage, but he fought grimly with all of a maniac's strength, trying to point the muzzle of that pistol at my body. Automatically, of course, he rose to face me, relinquished the controls to use both hands. I felt the machine lurch and plunge dizzily nose downward. I had one lightning-quick thought. Thank God Sylvia was strapped. Then I tumbled over the partition head-first into the cockpit. It was not thought, but instinct with which I clutched the steering stick. One had not much time for thought when fighting the nimble Fokker. Got into some sort of position on the seat. We were vertically nose down, spinning horribly. But not once, but many times in the war I had shammed dead, gone rushing earthward in a realistic twirling spin, then abruptly flattened out of it upside down and come up like a rocket over the pursuing Hun. This was simpler. I only had to pull her out of it. And only when I pulled her out of it, circled her around once for a long, steady glide. did I realise that I was alone in that cockpit. There was no Toby. I glanced back to Sylvia. She sagged in her seat against the straps, fainted. Just as well, I thought grimly. I touched the engine to a momentary activity to test it, shut it off again for a long circling descent toward the cloud floor far below. An exultation leapt in me, the exultation of old days of peril in the air. I thought of Toby, with whom I had shared so many, with a sudden warming of the heart. Poor old Toby. He had died as after all he perhaps would have wished to die, high up in the infinite blue, dead of shock long before he reached the earth. I thrilled with the old-time sense of mastery over a fine machine, delicately sensitive to the controls as that massed and pinnacled cloud landscape grew large again beneath me. My one anxiety was whether it hid sea or land. Then, just as we drew near, I saw a deep black gulf riven in its snowy mass. Saw down through that gulf a tiny model steamship trailing a long white wake. The wedding? That was last year. End of Into the Blue.
The Mandarin's Pearl by R. Austin Freeman. From the book John Thorndyke's Cases, related by Christopher Jarvis. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Mandarin's Pearl by R. Austin Freeman. Mr. Broadrip stretched out his toes on the curb before the blazing fire with the air of a man who is by no means insensible to physical comfort. "You are really an extraordinarily polite fellow, Thorndyke," said he. He was an elderly man, rosy-gilled, portly and convivial, to whom a mass of bushy white hair, an expansive double chin, and a certain prim sumptuousness of dress imparted an air of old-world distinction. Indeed, as he dipped an amethystine nose into his wine-glass and gazed thoughtfully at the glowing end of his cigar, he looked the very type of the well-to-do lawyer of an older generation. "You're really an extraordinarily polite fellow, Thorndyke," said Mr. Broadrip. "I know," replied Thorndyke. "But why this reference to an admitted fact?" "The truth has just dawned on me," said the solicitor. "Here am I, dropping in on you uninvited and unannounced, sitting in your own armchair before your fire, smoking your cigars, drinking your burgundy, and deuced good burgundy too, let me add. And you have not dropped a single hint of curiosity as to what has brought me here." "I take the gifts of gods, you see, and ask no questions," said Thorndyke. "Devilish handsome of you, Thorndyke." "Unsociable beggar like you, too," rejoined Mr. Broadrip, a fan of wrinkles spreading out genially from the corners of his eyes. "But the fact is, I have come, in a sense, on business, and always glad of a pretext to look you up, as you know. But I want to take your opinion on a rather queer case. It's about young Calverley. You remember Horace Calverley? Well, this is his son. Horace and I were schoolmates, you know, and after his death the boy Fred hung on to me rather. We are near neighbours down at Weybridge, and very good friends. I like Fred. He's a good fellow, though cranky, like all his people." "What has happened to Fred Calverley?" Thorndyke asked as the solicitor passed. "Why, the fact is," said Mr. Broadrip, "just lately he seems to be going a bit queer. Not mad, mind you. At least, I think not, but undoubtedly queer. Now, there is a good deal of property, and a good many highly interested relatives, and as a natural consequence there is some talk of getting him certified. They are afraid he may do something involving the estate or develop homicidal tendencies, and they talk of possible suicide. You remember his father's death? But I say that's all bunkum. The fellow is just a bit cranky and nothing more." "What are his symptoms?" asked Thorndyke. "Oh, he thinks he is being followed about and watched, and he has delusions. Sees himself in the glass with a wrong face, and that sort of thing, you know. "You're not highly circumstantial," Thorndyke remarked. Mr. Brodribb looked at me with a genial smile. "What a glutton for facts this fellow is, Jarvis. But you're right, Thorndyke. I'm vague. However, Fred will be here presently. We travelled down together, and I took the liberty of asking him to call for me. We'll get him to tell you about his delusions, if you don't mind. He's not shy about them, and meanwhile I'll give you a few preliminary facts. The trouble began about a year ago. He was in a railway accident, and that knocked him all to pieces. Then he went for a voyage to recruit, and the ship broke a propeller shaft in a storm and became helpless. That didn't improve the state of his nerves. Then he went down the Mediterranean, and after a month or two, back he came, no better than when he started. But here he is, I expect." He went over to the door and admitted a tall, frail young man whom Thorndyke welcomed with great geniality and settled in a chair by the fire. I looked curiously at our visitor. He was a typical neurotic, slender, fragile, eager, wide-open blue eyes with broad pupils in which I could plainly see the characteristic hippus, that incessant change of size that marks the unstable nervous equilibrium, parted lips, and wandering taper fingers were as a stigmata of his disorder. He was of the stuff out of which prophets and devotees, martyrs, reformers, and third-rate poets are made. "I've been telling Dr. Thorndyke about these nervous troubles of yours," said Mr. Brodribb presently. "I hope you don't mind. He's an old friend, you know, and he's very much interested." "It's very good of him," said Calverley. Then he flushed deeply, and added, "But they're not really nervous, you know. They can't be merely subjective." "You think they can't be?" said Thorndyke. "No, I'm sure they're not." He flushed again like a girl and looked earnestly at Thorndyke with his big, dreamy eyes. "But you doctors," he said, "are so dreadfully sceptical of all spiritual phenomena. You're such materialists." "Yes," said Mr. Brodribb, "the doctors are not hot on the supernatural, and that's the fact." "Supposing you tell me about your experiences," said Thorndyke persuasively. "Give us a chance to believe if we can't explain away." Calverley reflected for a few moments. Then, looking earnestly at Thorndyke, he said, "Very well. If it won't bore you, I will. It's a curious story." "I've told Dr. Thorndyke about your voyage and your trip down the Mediterranean," said Mr. Brodribb. "Then," said Calverley, "I'll begin with the events that are actually connected with these strange visitations. The first of these occurred in Marseilles. I was in a curio shop there, looking over some Algerian and Moorish tilings, when my attention was attracted by a sort of charm or pendant that hung in a glass case. It was not particularly beautiful, but its appearance was quaint and curious and took my fancy. It consisted of an oblong block of ebony in which was set a single pear-shaped pearl more than 3/4 of an inch long. The sides of the ebony block were lacquered, probably to conceal a joint, and bore a number of Chinese characters, and at the top was a little gold image with a hole through it, presumably for a string to suspend it by. Excepting for the pearl, the whole thing was uncommonly like one of those ornamental tablets of Chinese ink. Now I had taken a fancy to the thing, and I can afford to indulge my fancies in moderation. The man wanted £5 for it. He assured me that the pearl was a genuine one of fine quality, and obviously did not believe it himself. To me, however, it looked like a real pearl, and he determined to take the risk. So I paid the money, and he bowed me out with a smile, I may almost say a grin, of satisfaction. He would not have been so well pleased if he had followed me to a jeweller's, to whom I took it for an expert opinion, for the jeweller pronounced the pearl to be undoubtedly genuine and worth anything up to £1,000. A day or two later I happened to show my new purchase to some men whom I knew, who had dropped in at Marseilles in their yacht. They were highly amused at my having brought the thing, and when I told them what I had paid for it, they positively howled with derision. "Why, you silly guffin," said one of them, a man named Halliwell, "I could have had it 10 days ago for half a sovereign, or probably 5 shillings. I wish now I had brought it. Then I could have sold it to you." It seemed that a sailor had been hawking the pendant round the harbour, and had been on board the yacht with it. "Deuced anxious the beggar was to get rid of it too," said Halliwell, grinning at the recollection. "Swore it was a genuine pearl of priceless value, and was willing to deprive himself of it for the trifling sum of half a jimmy. But we had heard that sort of thing before. However, the curio man seems to have speculated on the chance of meeting with a greenhorn, and he seems to have pulled it off. Lucky curio man. I listened patiently to their jibes, and when they had talked themselves out, I told them about the jeweller. They were almost frightfully sick, and when we had taken the pendant to a dealer in gems who happened to be staying in the town, and he had offered me £500 for it, their language wasn't fit for a divinity student's debating club. Naturally, the story got noised abroad, and when I left, it was a talk of the place. The general opinion was that the sailor, who was traced to a tea ship that had put into the harbour, had stolen it from some Chinese passenger, and no less than 17 different Chinamen came forward to claim it as their stolen property. Soon after this, I returned to England, and as my nerves were still in a very shaky state, I came to live with my cousin Alfred, who has a large house at Weybridge. At this time, he had a friend staying with him, a certain Captain Raggerton, and the two men appeared to be on very intimate terms. I did not take to Raggerton at all. He was a good-looking man, pleasant in his manners, and remarkably plausible. But the fact is, I'm speaking in strict confidence, of course, he was a bad egg. He had been in the Guards, and I don't quite know why he left. But I do know that he played bridge and baccared pretty heavily at several clubs, and that he had a reputation for being rather uncomfortably lucky player. He did a good deal at the race meetings too, and was in general such an obvious undesirable that I could never understand my cousin's intimacy with him, though I must say that Alfred's habits had changed somewhat for the worse since I had left England. The fame of my purchase seemed to have preceded me, for when one day I produced the pendant to show them, I found that they knew all about it. Raggerton had heard the story from a naval man, and I gathered vaguely that he had heard something that I had not, and that he did not care to tell me, for when my cousin and he talked about the pearl, which they did pretty often, certain significant looks passed between them, and certain veiled references were made which I could not fail to notice. One day I happened to be telling them of a curious incident that occurred to me on my way home. I travelled to England on one of Hall's big China boats, not liking the crowd and bustle of the regular passenger lines. Now, one afternoon, when we had been at sea a couple of days, I took a book down to my berth, intending to have a quiet read till tea time. Soon, however, I dropped off into a doze, and must have remained asleep for over an hour. I awoke suddenly, and as I opened my eyes, I perceived that the door of the stateroom was half open, and a well-dressed Chinaman, in native costume, was looking in at me. He closed the door immediately, and I remained for a few moments paralyzed by the start that he had given me. Then I leaped from my bunk, opened the door, and looked out. But the alleyway was empty. The Chinaman had vanished as if by magic. This little occurrence made me quite nervous for a day or two, which was very foolish of me. But my nerves were all on edge, and I'm afraid they are still. Yes, said Thorndyke. There was nothing mysterious about the affair. These boats carry a Chinese crew, and the man you saw was probably a serang, or whatever they call the gang captains on these vessels. Or he may have been a native passenger who had strayed into the wrong part of the ship. Exactly, agreed our client. But to return to Raggerton. He listened with quite extraordinary interest as I was telling the story, and when I had finished, he looked very queerly at my cousin. A deuced odd thing, this Clovelly, he said. Of course, it may be only a coincidence, but it really does look as if there was something after all, and that... Shut up, Raggerton, said my cousin. We don't want any of that rot. What is he talking about? I asked. Oh, it's only a rotten, silly yarn that he has picked up somewhere. You are not to tell him, Raggerton. I don't see why I'm not to be told, I said rather sulkily. I'm not a baby. No, said Alfred, but you're an invalid. You don't want any horrors. In effect, he refused to go into the matter any further, and I was left on tenterhooks of curiosity. However, the very next day I got Raggerton alone in the smoking room and had a little talk with him. He had just dropped £100 on a double event that hadn't come off, and I expected to find him pliable. Nor was I disappointed, for when we had negotiated a little loan, he was entirely at my service and willing to tell me everything, on my promising not to give him away to Alfred. Now, you understand, he said, that this yarn about your pail is nothing but a damn silly fable that's been going the round in Marseilles. I don't know where it came from, or what sort of demented rotter invented it. I had it from a Johnny in the Mediterranean squadron, and you can have a copy of his letter if you want it." I said that I did want it. Accordingly, the same evening he handed me a copy of the narrative extracted from his friend's letter, the substance of which was this. About 4 months ago there was lying in Canton harbour a large English bark. Her name is not mentioned, but that is not material to the story. She had got a cargo stored and a crew signed on, and was only waiting for certain official formalities to be completed before putting to sea on a homeward voyage. Just ahead of her, at the same quay, was a Danish ship that had been in collision outside and was now laid up pending the decision of the Admiralty Court. She had been unloaded and her crew paid off, with the exception of one elderly man who remained on board as shipkeeper. Now, a considerable part of the cargo of the English bark was the property of a certain wealthy Mandarin, and this person had been about the vessel a good deal while she was taking in her lading. One day, when the Mandarin was on board the bark, it happened that 3 of the seamen were sitting in the galley smoking and chatting with the cook, an elderly Chinaman named Woli, and the latter, pointing out the Mandarin to the sailors, expatiated on his enormous wealth, assuring them that he was commonly believed to carry on his person articles of sufficient value to buy up the entire lading of a ship. Now, unfortunately for the Mandarin, it chanced that these 3 sailors were about the greatest rascals on board, which is saying a good deal when one considers the ordinary moral standard that prevails in the forecastle of a sailing ship. Nor was Woli himself an angel. In fact, he was a consummate villain, and seems to have been the actual originator of the plot which was presently devised to rob the Mandarin. This plot was as remarkable for its simplicity as for its cold-blooded barbarity. On the evening before the bark sailed, the 3 seamen, Nilsson, Foucault, and Parrot, proceeded to the Danish ship with a supply of whisky, made the shipkeeper royally drunk, and locked him up in an empty berth. Meanwhile, Woli made a secret communication to the Mandarin to the effect that certain stolen property, believed to be his, had been secreted in the hold of the empty ship. Thereupon the Mandarin came down hot-foot to the quayside and was received on board by the 3 seamen, who had got the covers of the after hatch in readiness. Parrot now ran down the iron ladder to show the way, and the Mandarin followed. But when they reached the lower deck and looked down the hatch into the black darkness of the lower hold, he seems to have taken fright and began to climb up again. Meanwhile, Nilsson had made a running bowline in the end of a loose halyard that was rowed through a block aloft and had been used for hoisting out the cargo. As the Mandarin came up, he leaned over the combing of the hatch, dropped the noose over the Chinaman's head, jerked it tight, and then he and Foucault hove on the fall of the rope. The unfortunate Chinaman was dragged from the ladder, and as he swung clear, the 2 rascals let the rope go, allowing him to drop through the hatches into the lower hold. Then they belayed the rope and went down below. Parrot had already lighted a slush lamp, by the glimmer of which they could see the Mandarin swinging to and fro like a pendulum within a few feet of the ballast, and still quivering and twitching in his death throes. They were now joined by Woli, who had watched the proceedings from the quay, and the 4 villains proceeded without loss of time to rifle the body as it hung. To their surprise and disgust, they found nothing of value excepting an ebony pendant set with a single large pearl. But Woli, though evidently disappointed at the nature of the booty, assured his comrades that this alone was well worth the hazard, pointing out the great size and the exceptional beauty of the pearl. As to this, the seamen knew nothing about pearls, but the thing was done and had to be made the best of. So they made the rope fast to the lower deck beams, cut off the remainder and unrove it from the block, and went back to their ship. It was 24 hours before the shipkeeper was sufficiently sober to break out of the berth in which he had been locked, by which time the bark was well out to sea, and it was another 3 days before the body of the Mandarin was found. An active search was then made for the murderers, but as they were strangers to the shipkeeper, no clues to their whereabouts could be discovered. Meanwhile, the 4 murderers were a good deal exercised as to the disposal of the booty. Since it could not be divided, it was evident that it must be entrusted to the keeping of one of them. The choice, in the first place, fell upon Woli, in whose chest the pendant was deposited as soon as the party came on board, it being arranged that the Chinaman should produce the jewel for inspection by his confederates whenever called upon. For 6 weeks nothing out of the common occurred, but then a very singular event befell. The 4 conspirators were sitting outside the galley one evening, when suddenly the cook uttered a cry of amazement and horror. The other three turned to see what it was that had so disturbed their comrade, and then they too were struck dumb with consternation, for standing at the door of the companion hatch, the bark was a flush-decked vessel, was a Mandarin whom they had left for dead. He stood quietly regarding them for fully a minute, while they stared at him transfixed with terror. Then he beckoned to them and went below. So petrified were they with astonishment and mortal fear that they remained for a long time motionless and dumb. At last they plucked up courage and began to make furtive inquiries among the crew, but no one, not even the steward, knew anything of any passengers or indeed of any Chinaman on board the ship excepting Go Lee. At daybreak the next morning, when the cook's mate went to the galley to fill the coppers, he found Woolley hanging from a hook in the ceiling. The cook's body was stiff and cold and had evidently been hanging several hours. The report of the tragedy quickly spread throughout the ship, and the three conspirators hurried off to remove the pearl from the dead man's chest before the officers could come to examine it. The cheap lock was easily picked with a bent wire and the jewel abstracted, but now the question arose as to who should take charge of it. The eagerness to be the actual custodian of the precious bauble, which had been at first displayed, now gave place to equally strong reluctance. But someone had to take charge of it, and after a long and angry discussion, Nilsson was prevailed upon to stow it in his chest. A fortnight passed. The three conspirators went about their duties soberly, like men burdened with some secret anxiety, and in their leisure moments they would sit and talk with bated breath of the apparition of the companion hatch and the mysterious death of their late comrade. At last the blow fell. It was at the end of the second dog watch that the hands were gathered on the forecastle, preparing to make sail after a spell of bad weather. Suddenly Nilsson gave a husky shout and rushed at Parrot, holding out the key of his chest. "Here you are, Parrot," he exclaimed. "Go below and take that accursed thing out of my chest." "What for?" demanded Parrot, and then he and Foucault, who was standing close by, looked aft to see what Nilsson was staring at. Instantly they both turned white as ghosts and fell trembling so that they could hardly stand, for there was the Mandarin standing calmly by the companion, returning with a steady, impassive gaze their looks of horror. And even as they looked, he beckoned and went below. "Do you hear, Parrot?" gasped Nilsson. "Take my key and do what I say, or else—" But at this moment the order was given to go aloft and set all plain sail. The three men went off to their respective posts, Nilsson going up the fore topmost rigging, and the other two to the main top. Having finished their work aloft, Foucault and Parrot, who were both in the port watch, came down on deck, and then, it being their watch below, they went and turned in. When they turned out with their watch at midnight, they looked about for Nilsson, who was in the starboard watch, but he was nowhere to be seen. Thinking he might have slipped below unobserved, they made no remark, though they were very uneasy about him. But when the starboard watch came on deck at 4 o'clock, and Nilsson did not appear with his mates, the two men became alarmed and made inquiries about him. It was now discovered that no one had seen him since 8 o'clock on the previous evening, and this being reported to the officer of the watch, the latter ordered all hands to be called. But still Nilsson did not appear. A thorough search was now instituted, both below and aloft, and as there was still no sign of the missing man, it was concluded that he had fallen overboard. But at 8 o'clock, two men were sent aloft to shake out the fore-royal. They reached the yard almost simultaneously, and were just stepping on to the foot ropes when one of them gave a shout. Then the pair came sliding down a backstay with faces as white as tallow. As soon as they reached the deck, they took the officer of the watch forward, and standing on the heel on the bowsprit, pointed aloft. Several of the hands, including Foucault and Parrot, had followed, and all looked up. And there they saw the body of Nilsson hanging on the front of the fourth topgallant sail. He was dangling at the end of a gasket and bouncing up and down on the taut belly of the sail as the ship rose and fell to the send of the sea. The two survivors were now in some doubt about having anything further to do with the pearl, but the great value of the jewel and the consideration that it was now to be divided between 2 instead of 4 tempted them. They abstracted it from Nilsson's chest, and then, as they could not come to an agreement in any other way, they decided to settle who would take charge of it by tossing a coin. The coin was accordingly spun, and the pearl went to Foucault's chest. From this moment, Foucault lived in a state of continual apprehension. When on deck, his eyes were forever wandering towards the companion hatch, and during his watch below, when not asleep, he would sit moodily on his chest, lost in gloomy reflection. But a fortnight passed, then 3 weeks, and still nothing happened. Land was sighted, the Straits of Gibraltar passed, and the end of the voyage was but a matter of days, and still the dreaded Mandarin made no sign. At length the ship was within 24 hours of Marseilles, to which port a large part of the cargo was consigned. Active preparations were being made for entering the port, and among other things the shore tackle was being overhauled. A share in this latter work fell to Foucault and Parrott, and about the middle of the second dog watch, 7 o'clock in the evening, they were sitting on the deck working an eye splice on the end of a large rope. Suddenly Foucault, who was facing forward, saw his companion turn pale and stare after with an expression of terror. He immediately turned and looked over his shoulder to see what Parrott was staring at. It was the Mandarin standing by the companion, gravely watching them, and as Foucault turned and met his gaze, the Chinaman beckoned and went below. For the rest of that day Parrott kept close to his terrified comrade, and during their watch below he endeavoured to remain awake that he might keep his friend in view. Nothing happened through the night, and the following morning, when they came on deck for the forenoon watch, their port was well in sight. The two men now separated for the first time, Parrott going aft to take his trick at the wheel, and Foucault being set to help in getting ready the ground tackle. Half an hour later, Parrott saw the mate stand on the rail and lean outboard, holding on to the mizzen shrouds while he stared along the ship's side. Then he jumped onto the deck and shouted angrily, "Forward there! What the deuce is that man up to under the starboard cat-head?" The men at the forecastle rushed to the side and looked over. 2 of them leaned over the rail with the bight of a rope between them, and a third came running after to the mate. "It's Foucault, sir," Parrott heard him say. "He's hanged himself from the cat-head." As soon as he was off duty, Parrott made his way to his dead comrade's chest, and opening it with his picklock, took out the pearl. It was now his sole property, and as the ship was within an hour or 2 of her destination, he thought he had little to fear from its murdered owner. As soon as the vessel was alongside the wharf, he would slip ashore and get rid of the jewel, even if he sold it at a comparatively low price. The thing looked perfectly simple. In actual practice, however, it turned out quite otherwise. He began by accosting a well-dressed stranger and offering the pendant for £50, but the only reply that he got was a knowing smile and a shake of the head. When this experience had been repeated a dozen times or more, and he had been followed up and down the street for nearly an hour by a suspicious gendarme, he began to grow anxious. He visited quite a number of ships and yachts in the harbour, and at each refusal the price of his treasure came down, until he was eager to sell it off for a few francs. But still no one would have it. Everyone took it for granted that the pearl was a sham, and most of the persons whom he accosted assumed that it had been stolen. The position was getting desperate. Evening was approaching, the time of the dreaded dog watches, and still the pearl was in his possession. Gladly would he now have given it away for nothing, but he dared not try, for this would lay him open to the strongest suspicion. At last, in a by-street, he came upon the shop of a curio dealer. Putting on a careless and cheerful manner, he entered and offered the pendant for 10 francs. The dealer looked at it, shook his head, and handed it back. "What will you give me for it?" demanded Parrott, breaking out into a cold sweat at the prospect of a final refusal. The dealer felt in his pocket, drew out a couple of francs, and held them out. "Very well," said Parrott. He took the money as calmly as he could and marched out of the shop with a gasp of relief, leaving the pendant in the dealer's hand. The jewel was hung up in a glass case, and nothing more was thought about it until some 10 days later, when an English tourist who came into the shop noticed it and took a liking to it. Thereupon the dealer offered it to him for £5, assuring him that it was a genuine pearl, a statement that, to his amazement, the stranger evidently believed. He was then deeply afflicted at not having asked a higher price, but the bargain had been struck, and the Englishman went off with his purchase. This was a story told by Captain Raggerton's friend, and I have given it to you in full detail, having read the manuscript over many times since it was given to me. No doubt you will regard it as a mere traveller's tale, and consider me a superstitious idiot for giving any credence to it. It certainly seems more remarkable for picturesqueness than for credibility, Thorndyke agreed. "May I ask," he continued, whether Captain Raggeton's friend gave any explanation as to how this singular story came to his knowledge, or to that of anybody else. "Oh, yes," replied Calverley. "I forgot to mention that the seaman, Parrot, very shortly after he had sold the pearl, fell down the hatch into the hold as the ship was unloading, and was very badly injured. He was taken to the hospital, where he died on the following day, and it was while he was lying there in dying condition that he confessed to the murder, and gave this circumstantial account of it." "I see," said Thorndyke. "And I understand that you accept the story as literally true?" "Undoubtedly." Calverley flushed defiantly as he returned Thorndyke's look and continued, "You see, I am not a man of science. Therefore my beliefs are not limited to things that can be weighed and measured. There are things, Dr. Thorndyke, which are outside the range of our puny intellects, things that science, with its arrogant materialism, puts aside and ignores with close-shut eyes. I prefer to believe in things which obviously exist, even though I cannot explain them. It's the humbler, and I think the wiser attitude." "But my friend Fred," protested Mr. Brodribb, "this is a rank fairy tale." Calverley turned upon the solicitor. "If you had seen what I have seen, you would not only believe, you would know." "Tell us what you have seen, then," said Mr. Brodribb. "I will, if you wish to hear it," said Calverley. "I'll continue the strange story of the Mandarin's pearl." He lit a fresh cigarette and continued. "The night I came to Beechhurst, that's my cousin's house, you know, a rather absurd thing happened, which I mention on account of its connection with what has followed. I had gone to my room early and sat for some time writing letters before getting ready for bed. When I had finished my letters, I started on a tour of inspection of my room. I was then, you must remember, in a very nervous state, and it had become my habit to examine the room in which I was to sleep before undressing, looking under the bed and in any cupboards and closets that there happened to be. Now, on looking round my new room, I perceived that there was a second door, and I at once proceeded to open it to see where it led to. As soon as I opened the door, I got a terrible start. I found myself looking into a narrow closet or passage lined with pegs, on which the servant had hung some of my clothes. At the farther end was another door, and as I stood looking into the closet, I observed with startled amazement a man standing holding the door half open and silently regarding me. I stood for a moment staring at him, with my heart thumping and my limbs all a tremble. Then I slammed the door and ran off to look for my cousin. He was in the billiard room with Raggeton, and the pair looked up sharply as I entered. "Alfred," I said, "where does that passage lead to out of my room?" "Lead to?" said he. "Why, it doesn't lead anywhere. It used to open into a cross corridor, but when the house was altered, the corridor was done away with, and this passage closed up. It's only a cupboard now." "Well, there's a man in it." "Oh, there was just now." "Nonsense!" he exclaimed. "Impossible! Let's go and look at the place." He and Raggeton rose, and we went together to my room. As we flung open the door of the closet and looked in, we all three burst into a laugh. There were 3 men now looking at us from the open door at the other end, and the mystery was solved. A large mirror had been placed at the end of the closet to cover the partition which cut it off from the cross corridor. This incident naturally exposed me to a good deal of chaff from my cousin and Captain Raggeton, but I often wished that the mirror had not been placed there, for it happened over and over again that, going to the cupboard hurriedly and not thinking of the mirror, I got quite a bad shock on being confronted by a figure apparently coming straight at me through an open door. In fact, it annoyed me so much in my nervous state that I even thought of asking my cousin to give me a different room, but happening to refer to the matter when talking to Raggeton, I found the captain so scornful of my cowardice that my pride was touched, and I let the affair drop. And now I come to a very strange occurrence, which I shall relate quite frankly, although I know beforehand that you will set me down as a liar or a lunatic. I've been away from home for a fortnight, and as I returned rather late at night, I went straight to my room. Having partly undressed, I took my clothes in one hand and a candle in the other, and opened the cupboard door. I stood for a moment looking nervously at my double, standing, candle in hand, looking at me through the open door at the other end of the passage. Then I entered, and setting the candle on a shelf, proceeded to hang up my clothes. I had hung them up, and had just reached up for the candle when my eye was caught by something strange in the mirror. It no longer reflected the candle in my hand, but instead of it, a large coloured paper lantern. I stood petrified with astonishment and gazed into the mirror, and then I saw that my own reflection was changed too. that, in place of my own figure, was that of an elderly Chinaman who stood regarding me with stony calm. I must have stood for near upon a minute, unable to move and scarce able to breathe, face to face with that awful figure. At length I turned to escape, and as I turned, he turned also, and I could see him over my shoulder hurrying away. As I reached the door, I halted for a moment, looking back with the door in my hand, holding the candle above my head, and even so he halted, looking back at me with his hand upon the door and his lantern held above his head. I was so much upset that I could not go to bed for some hours, but continued to pace the room in spite of my fatigue. Now and again I was impelled irresistibly to peer into the cupboard, but nothing was to be seen in the mirror save my own figure, candle in hand, peeping in at me through the half-opened door. And each time that I looked into my own white, horror-stricken face, I shut the door hastily and turned away with a shudder, for the pegs, with the clothes hanging on them, seemed to call to me. I went to bed at last, and before I fell asleep I formed the resolution that, if I was spared until the next day, I would write to the British consul at Canton and offer to restore the pearl to the relatives of the murdered Mandarin. On the following morning I wrote and dispatched the letter, after which I felt more composed, though I was haunted continually by the recollection of that stony, impassive figure, and from time to time I felt an irresistible impulse to go and look in at the door of the closet, at the mirror and the pegs with the clothes hanging from them. I told my cousin of the visitation that I had received, but he merely laughed and was frankly incredulous, while the captain bluntly advised me not to be a superstitious donkey. For some days after this I was left in peace, and began to hope that my letter had appeased the spirit of the murdered man. But on the 5th day, about 6 o'clock in the evening, happening to want some papers that I had left in the pocket of a coat which was hanging in the closet, I went in to get them. I took in no candle, as it was not yet dark, but left the door wide open to light me. The coat that I wanted was near the end of the closet, not more than 4 paces from the mirror, and as I went towards it, I watched my reflection rather nervously as it advanced to meet me. I found my coat, and as I felt for the papers, I still kept a suspicious eye on my double, and even as I looked, a most strange phenomenon appeared. The mirror seemed for an instant to darken or cloud over, and then, as it cleared again, I saw standing dark against the light of the open door behind me the figure of the Mandarin. After a single glance, I ran out of the closet, shaking with agitation. But as I turned to shut the door, I noticed that it was my own figure that was reflected in the glass. The Chinaman had vanished in an instant. It now became evident that my letter had not served its purpose, and I was plunged in despair, and more so since on this day I felt again the dreadful impulse to go and look at the pegs on the walls of the closet. There was no mistaking the meaning of that impulse, and each time that I went, I dragged myself away reluctantly, though shivering with horror. One circumstance, indeed, encouraged me a little. The Mandarin had not, on either occasion, beckoned to me as he had done to the sailors, so that perhaps some way of escape yet lay open to me. During the next few days I considered very earnestly what measures I could take to avert the doom that seemed to be hanging over me. The simplest plan, that of passing the pearl on to some other person, was out of the question. It would be nothing short of murder. On the other hand, I could not wait for an answer to my letter, for even if I remained alive, I felt that my reason would have given way long before the reply reached me. But while I was debating what I should do, the Mandarin appeared to me again, and then, after an interval of only 2 days, he came to me once more. That was last night. I remained gazing at him, fascinated, with my flesh creeping, as he stood, a lantern in hand, looking steadily in my face. At last he held out his hand to me, as if asking me to give him the pearl. Then the mirror darkened, and he vanished in a flash, and in the place where he had stood there was my own reflection looking at me out of the glass. That last visitation decided me. When I left home this morning, the pearl was in my pocket, and as I came over Waterloo Bridge, I leaned over the parapet and flung the thing into the water. After that I felt quite relieved for a time. I had shaken the accursed thing off without involving anyone in the curse that it carried. But presently I began to feel fresh misgivings, and the conviction has been growing upon me all day that I have done the wrong thing. I have only placed it forever beyond the reach of its owner, whereas I ought to have burnt it after the Chinese fashion, so that its non-material essence could have joined the spiritual body of him to whom it had belonged when both were clothed with material substance. But it can't be altered now. For good or for evil the thing is done, and God alone knows what the end of it will be." As he concluded, Calverley uttered a deep sigh and covered his face with his slender, delicate hands. For a space we were all silent, and I think deeply moved, for grotesquely unreal as the whole thing was, there was a pathos and even a tragedy in it that we all felt to be very real indeed. Suddenly Mr. Broadrib started and looked at his watch. "Good gracious, Calverley, we shall lose a train." The young man pulled himself together and stood up. "We shall just do it if we go at once," said he. "Goodbye," he added, shaking Thorndyke's hand in mine. "You have been very patient, and I have been rather prosy, I'm afraid. Come along, Mr. Broadrib." Thorndyke and I followed them out onto the landing, and I heard my colleague say to the solicitor in a low tone, but very earnestly, "Get him away from that house, Broadrib, and don't let him out of your sight for a moment." I did not catch the solicitor's reply, if he made any, but when we were back in our room, I noticed that Thorndyke was more agitated than I had ever seen him. "I ought not to have let them go," he exclaimed. "Confound me! If I had had a grain of wit, I should have made them lose their train." He lit his pipe and fell to pacing the room with long strides, his eyes bent on the floor with an expression sternly reflective. At last, finding him hopelessly taciturn, I knocked out my pipe and went to bed. As I was dressing on the following morning, Thorndyke entered my room. His face was grave even to sternness, and he held a telegram in his hand. "I'm going to Weybridge this morning," he said shortly, holding the flimsy out to me. "Shall you come?" I took the paper from him and read. "Come, for God's sake. F.C. is dead. You will understand. Broadrib." I handed him back the telegram, too much shocked for a moment to speak. The whole dreadful tragedy summed up in that curt message rose before me in an instant, and a wave of deep pity swept over me at this miserable end to the sad, empty life. "What an awful thing, Thorndyke!" I exclaimed at length. "To be killed by a mere grotesque delusion." "Do you think so?" he asked dryly. "Well, we shall see." "But you will come?" "Yes," I replied, and as he retired, I proceeded hurriedly to finish the dressing. Half an hour later, as we rose from the rapid breakfast, Bolton came into the room, carrying a small roll-up case of tools and a bunch of skeleton keys. "Will you have them in a bag, sir?" he asked. "No," replied Thorndyke, "in my overcoat pocket. Oh, and here is a note, Bolton, which I want you to take round to Scotland Yard. It's to the Assistant Commissioner, and you ought to make sure that it is in the right hands before you leave. And here is a telegram to Mr. Broadrib." He dropped the keys and the tool case into his pocket, and we went down together to the waiting hansom. At Weybridge station, we found Mr. Broadrib pacing the platform in a state of extreme dejection. He brightened up somewhat when he saw us, and wrung our hands with emotional heartiness. "It was very good of you both to come at a moment's notice," he said warmly. "And I feel your kindness very much. You understand, of course, Thorndyke?" "Yes," Thorndyke replied. "I suppose the Mandarin beckoned to him." Mr. Broadrib turned with a look of surprise. "How do you guess that?" he asked, and then, without waiting for a reply, he took from his pocket a note which he handed to my colleague. "The poor old fellow left this for me," he said. "The servant found it on his dressing table." Thorndyke glanced through the note and passed it on to me. It consisted of but a few words, hurriedly written in a tremulous hand. "He has beckoned to me, and I must go. Goodbye, dear old friend." "How does his cousin take the matter?" asked Thorndyke. "He doesn't know of it yet," replied the lawyer. "Alfred and Braggerton went out after an early breakfast to cycle over to Guildford on some business or other, and they have not yet returned. The catastrophe was discovered soon after they left. The maid went to his room with a cup of tea, and was astonished to find that his bed had not been slept in. She ran down in alarm and reported to the butler, who went up at once and searched the room. But he could find no trace of the missing one except my note, until it occurred to him to look in the cupboard. As he opened the door, he got rather a start from his own reflection in the mirror, and then he saw poor Fred hanging from one of the pegs near the end of the closet, close to the glass. It was a melancholy affair. But here is the house, and here is the butler waiting for us. Mr. Alfred is not back yet, then, Stevens?" "No, sir." The white-faced, frightened-looking man had evidently been waiting at the gate from distaste of the house, and he now walked back with manifest relief at our arrival. When we entered the house, He ushered us without remark up on to the first floor, and preceding us along a corridor, halted near the end. "That's the room, sir," said he, and without another word he turned and went down the stairs. We entered the room, and Mr. Brodribb followed on tiptoe, looking about him fearfully, and casting awestruck glances at the shrouded form on the bed. To the latter Thorndyke advanced and gently drew back the sheet. "You'd better not look, Brodribb," said he, as he bent over the corpse. He felt the limbs and examined the cord which still remained round the neck, its raggedly severed end testifying to the terror of the servants who had cut down the body. Then he replaced the sheet and looked at his watch. "It happened at about 3 o'clock in the morning," said he. "He must have struggled with the impulse for some time, poor fellow. Now, let's look at the cupboard." We went together to a door in the corner of the room, and as we opened it, we were confronted by 3 figures, apparently looking in at us through an open door at the other end. "It's really rather startling," said the lawyer in a subdued voice, looking almost apprehensively at the 3 figures that advanced to meet us. "The poor lad ought never have to been here." It was certainly an eerie place, and I could not but feel, as we walked down the dark, narrow passage, with those other 3 dimly seen figures silently coming towards us and mimicking our every gesture, that it was no place for a nervous, superstitious man like poor Fred Calverley. Close to the end of the long row of pegs was one from which hung an end of stout box cord, and to this Mr. Brodribb pointed with an awestruck gesture. But Thorndyke gave it only a brief glance, and then walked up to the mirror, which he proceeded to examine minutely. It was a very large glass, nearly 7 feet high, extending the full width of the closet and reaching to within a foot of the floor. And it seemed to have been let into the partition from behind, for both above and below the woodwork was in front of it. While I was making these observations, I watched Thorndyke with no little curiosity. First, he rapped his knuckle on the glass. Then he lighted a wax match, and holding it close to the mirror, carefully watched the reflection of the flame. Finally, laying his cheek on the glass, he held the match at arm's length, still close to the mirror, and looked at the reflection along the surface. Then he blew out the match and walked back into the room, shutting the cupboard door as we emerged. "I think," he said, "that as we shall all undoubtedly be subpoenaed by the coroner, it would be well to put together a few notes of the facts. I see there's a writing table by the window, and I would propose that you, Brodribb, just jot down a précis of the statement that you heard last night, while Jarvis notes down the exact condition of the body. While you are doing this, I'll take a look round." "We might find a more cheerful place to write in," grumbled Mr. Brodribb. However, without finishing the sentence, he sat down at the table, and having found some sermon paper, dipped a pen in the ink by way of encouraging his thoughts. At this moment Thorndyke quietly slipped out of the room, and I proceeded to make a detailed examination of the body, in which occupation I was interrupted at intervals by requests from the lawyer that I should refresh his memory. We had been occupied thus for about 1/4 of an hour when a quick step was heard outside. The door was opened abruptly, and a man burst into the room. Brodribb rose and held out his hand. "This is a sad homecoming for you, Alfred," said he. "Yes, my God," the newcomer exclaimed. "It's awful." He looked askance at the corpse on the bed and wiped his forehead with his handkerchief. Alfred Calverley was not extremely prepossessing. Like his cousin, he was obviously neurotic, but there were signs of dissipation in his face, which just now was pale and ghastly and wore an expression of abject fear. Moreover, his entrance was accompanied by that of a perceptible odour of brandy. He had walked over without noticing me to the writing table, and as he stood there talking in subdued tones with the lawyer, I suddenly found Thorndyke at my side. He had stolen in noiselessly through the door that Calverley had left open. "Show him Brodribb's note," he whispered, "and then make him go in and look at the pig." With this mysterious request, he slipped out of the room as silently as he had come, unperceived either by Calverley or the lawyer. "Has Captain Raggerton returned with you?" Brodribb was inquiring. "No, he has gone into the town," was the reply. "But he won't be long. This will be a frightful shock to him." At this point I stepped forward. "Have you shown Mr. Calverley the extraordinary letter that the deceased left for you?" I asked. "What letter was that?" demanded Calverley with a start. Mr. Brodribb drew forth a note and handed it to him. As he read it through, Carvalli turned white to the lips, and the paper trembled in his hand. "He has beckoned to me, and I must go," he read. Then, with a furtive glance at the lawyer, "Who had beckoned? What did he mean?" Mr. Brodribb briefly explained the meaning of the allusion, adding, "I thought you knew all about it." Yes, said Carvalli with some confusion. "I remember the matter now you mention it. It's all so dreadful and bewildering." At this point, I again interposed. "There is a question," I said, "that may be of some importance. It refers to the cord with which the poor fellow hanged himself. Can you identify that cord, Mr. Carvalli?" "Aye," he exclaimed, staring at me and wiping the sweat from his white face. "How should I? Where's the cord?" "Part of it is still hanging from the peg in the closet. Would you mind looking at it?" "If you would very kindly fetch it. You know, I naturally have "It must not be disturbed before the inquest," said I. "But surely you are not afraid?" "I didn't say I was afraid," he retorted angrily. "Why should I be?" With a strange, tremulous swagger, he strode across to the closet, flung open the door, and plunged in. A moment later, we heard a shout of horror, and he rushed out, livid and gasping. "What is it, Carvalli?" exclaimed Mr. Brodribb, starting up in alarm. But Carvalli was incapable of speech. Dropping limply into a chair, he gazed at us for a while in silent terror. Then he fell back, uttering a wild shriek of laughter. Mr. Brodribb looked at him in amazement. "What is it, Carvalli?" he asked again. As no answer was forthcoming, he stepped across to the open door of the closet and entered, peering curiously before him. Then he too uttered a startled exclamation and backed out hurriedly, looking pale and flurried. "Bless my soul!" he ejaculated. "Is the place bewitched?" He sat down heavily and stared at Carvalli, who was still shaking with hysteric laughter, while I, now consumed with curiosity, walked over to the closet to discover the cause of their singular behavior. As I flung open the door, which the lawyer had closed, I must confess to being very considerably startled. For though the reflection of the open door was plain enough in the mirror, my own reflection was replaced by that of a Chinaman. After a momentary pause of astonishment, I entered the closet and walked towards the mirror, and simultaneously the figure of the Chinaman entered and walked towards me. I had advanced more than halfway down the closet when suddenly the mirror darkened. There was a whirling flash, the Chinaman vanished in an instant, and as I reached the glass, my own reflection faced me. I turned back into the room pretty completely enlightened and looked at Carvalli with a newborn distaste. He still sat facing the bewildered lawyer, one moment sobbing convulsively, the next yelping with hysteric laughter. He was not an agreeable spectacle, and when a few moments later Thorndyke entered the room and halted by the door with a stare of disgust, I was moved to join him. But at this juncture a man pushed past Thorndyke and, striding up to Carvalli, shook him roughly by the arm. "Stop that row!" he exclaimed furiously. "Do you hear? Stop it!" "I can't help it, Raggerton," gasped Carvalli. "He gave me such a turn. The Mandarin, you know." "What?" ejaculated Raggerton. He dashed across to the closet, looked in, and turned upon Carvalli with a snarl. Then he walked out of the room. "Brodribb," said Thorndyke, "I should like to have a word with you and Jarvis outside." Then, as we followed him out onto the landing, he continued, "I have something rather interesting to show you. It's in here." He softly opened an adjoining door, and we looked into a small, unfurnished room. A projecting closet occupied one side of it, and at the door of the closet stood Captain Raggerton with his hand upon the key. He turned upon us fiercely, though with a look of alarm, and demanded, "What is the meaning of this intrusion? And who the deuce are you? Do you know that this is my private room?" "I suspected that it was," Thorndyke replied quietly. "Those will be your properties in the closet, then?" Raggerton turned pale, but continued to bluster. "Do I understand that you have dared to break into my private closet?" he demanded. "I have inspected it," replied Thorndyke, "and I may remark that it is useless to wrench at that key, because I have hampered the lock." "The devil you have!" shouted Raggerton. "Yes. You see, I am expecting a police officer with a search warrant, so I wish to keep everything intact." Raggerton turned livid with mingled fear and rage. He stalked up to Thorndyke with a threatening air, but suddenly altering his mind, exclaimed, "I must see to this," and flung out of the room. Thorndyke took a key from his pocket, and having locked the door, turned to the closet. Having taken out the key to unhamper the lock with a stout wire, he reinserted it and unlocked the door. As we entered, we found ourselves in a narrow closet similar to the one in the other room, but darker owing to the absence of a mirror. A few cloths hung from the pegs, and when Thorndyke had lit a candle that stood on a shelf, we could see more of the details. "Here are some of the properties," said Thorndyke. He pointed to a peg from which hung a long blue silk gown of Chinese make, a mandarin's cap with a pigtail attached to it, and a beautifully made papier-mâché mask. "Observe," said Thorndyke, taking the latter down and exhibiting a label on the inside marked "Renaud à Paris." "No trouble has been spared." He took off his coat, slipped on the gown and mask and the cap, and was in a moment, in that dim light, transformed into the perfect semblance of a Chinaman. "By taking a little more time," he remarked, pointing to a pair of Chinese shoes and a large paper lantern, "the make-up could be rendered more complete. But this seems to have answered for our friend Alfred." "But," said Mr. Broadrib, as Thorndyke shed the disguise, "still I don't understand." "I'll make it clear to you in a moment," said Thorndyke. He walked to the end of the closet and, tapping the right-hand wall, said, "This is the back of the mirror. You see that is hung on massive well-oiled hinges, and is supported on this large rubber-tied caster, which evidently has ball bearings. You observe 3 black cords running along the wall, and passing through those pulleys above. Now, when I pull this cord, notice what happens." He pulled one cord firmly, and immediately the mirror swung noiselessly inwards on its great caster until it stood diagonally across the closet, where it was stopped by a rubber buffer. "Bless my soul!" exclaimed Mr. Broadrib. "What an extraordinary thing!" The effect was certainly very strange, for the mirror being now exactly diagonal to the 2 closets, they appeared to be a single continuous passage with a door at either end. On going up to the mirror, we found that the opening which it had occupied was filled by a sheet of plain glass, evidently placed there as a precaution to prevent any person from walking through from one closet into the other, and so discovering the trick. "It's all very puzzling," said Mr. Broadrib. "I don't clearly understand it now." "Let us finish here," replied Thorndyke, "and then I'll explain. Notice this black curtain. When I pull the second cord, it slides across the closet and cuts off the light. The mirror now reflects nothing into the other closet. It simply appears dark. And now I pull the third cord." He did so, and the mirror swung noiselessly back into its place. "There is only one other thing to observe before we go out," said Thorndyke, "and that is this other mirror standing with its face to the wall. This, of course, is the one that Fred Calverley originally saw at the end of the closet. It has since been removed, and the larger swinging glass put in its place. And now," he continued when we came out into the room, "let me explain the mechanism in detail. It was obvious to me, when I heard poor Fred Calverley's story, that the mirror was faked, and I drew a diagram of the probable arrangement, which turns out to be correct. Here it is." He took a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to the lawyer. "There are 2 sketches. Sketch 1 shows the mirror in its ordinary position, closing the end of the closet. A person standing at A, of course, sees his reflection facing him at apparently A1. Sketch 2 shows the mirror swung across. Now, a person standing at A does not see his own reflection at all, but if some other person is standing in the other closet at B, A sees the reflection of B apparently at B1, that is, in the identical position that his own reflection occupied when the mirror was straight across." "I see now," said Broadrib. "But who set up this apparatus, and why was it done?" "Let me ask you a question," said Thorndyke. "Is Alfred Calverley the next of kin?" "No, that is Fred's younger brother. But I may say that Fred has made a will quite recently very much in Alfred's favour." "There is the explanation, then," said Thorndyke. "These 2 scoundrels have conspired to drive the poor fellow to suicide, and Raggerton was clearly the leading spirit. He was evidently concocting some story with which to work on poor Fred's superstitions when the mention of the Chinaman on the steamers gave him his cue. He then invented the very picturesque story of the murdered Mandarin and the stolen pearl. You remember that these visitations did not begin until after that story had been told, and Fred had been absent from the house on a visit. Evidently, during his absence, Raggerton took down the original mirror and substituted this swinging arrangement, and at the same time procured the Chinaman's dress and mask from the theatrical property dealers. No doubt he reckoned on being able to quietly remove the swinging glass and other properties and replace the original mirror before the inquest. "By God!" exclaimed Mr. Broadrib. "It's a most infamous, cowardly plot I've ever heard of. They shall go to the jail for it, the villains, as sure as I'm alive." But in this, Mr. Broadrib was mistaken, for immediately on finding themselves detected, the two conspirators had left the house and by nightfall were safely across the channel, and the only satisfaction that the lawyer obtained was a setting aside of the will on facts disclosed at the inquest. As to Thorndyke, he has never to this day forgiven himself for having allowed Fred Calverley to go home to his death. The end of The Mandarin's Pearl.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Surprise Party by Earl Stanley Gardner. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Surprise Party by Earl Stanley Gardner. The high-collar kid noticed two things as he left the rooming house. One was that it was raining, and it took no particular powers of observation to note that fact. The second thing was that a figure lurking within the interior of a corner cigar store turned rather abruptly from the counter and paused before a telephone booth, right hand resting on the doorknob. Only a man with unusual powers of observation would have noticed the latter fact. The high-collar kid had unusual powers of observation. Otherwise, he would not have been alive. 10 years is a long time for a man to play a lone hand in gangdom. But the high-collar kid had seen him come, and he'd seen him go. Yet by not so much as the flicker of conscious gesture did he apprise the man at the cigar stand that shrewd eyes had observed him. The kid went directly to his enclosed car, jerked open the door, searched the damp interior with a swift flash of his flickering eyes, and climbed inside. The pavements were swimming. Street lights gave wavy reflections, which in turn were broken by the miniature geysers of water spattering the cement. The starter whined, the motor purred, the gears clicked, the wheels turned. If anyone was intending to follow the high-collar kid, he had better get busy and travel fast. The dark round eyes of the kid flickered to the mirror over the windshield. As he snapped the gear shift back into high, he watched the street behind. He passed the second corner at 40 miles an hour, nor did he slow very much as he came to the third corner. Headlights showed behind him. He swung the wheel. The wet pavements helped him around the corner. The windshield wiper beat a monotonous rhythm as it swung back and forth. Yet the rain descended faster than the rubber wiper could remove it. He turned right again at the next corner, came back to the boulevard, pressed the throttle lower and lower. The lighted business district dropped behind, gave place to a residential street upon which drab houses hid darkly behind dripping pines. A rubber-coated policeman raised a whistle, then thought better of it. The car was going 50 miles an hour, no chance for pursuit. Traffic laws meant nothing to the high-collar kid, not when he had work to do and when a figure lurking across the street had gone to the telephone to notify someone of the kid's departure. The dark-surfaced streets of the city gave way to the white concrete of the state highway. Good going here, not so much chance for a skid. The rain was beating with tree-lashing fury. There was some wind. All in all, it was a bad night for speed. But the high-collar kid was accustomed to taking chances. He glanced at the clock on the illuminated dial of the car. 11:40. He'd be in Clarksburg at midnight. There wouldn't be much traffic on the road, not on a night like this. It would be a wild ride, and he'd leave the highway before he came to Clarksburg, circle the city, and come in from the other direction. That was just in case that telephone. He gently eased the foot brake down upon the spinning, water-throwing wheels. The windshield wiper increased its beat. Through the tapering section of windshield it cleared, he saw a figure walking along the highway, A quick glance at the speedometer showed it was 8 miles from his starting point. The kid noticed such things. It had been said of him that he noticed everything. He slowed the car. She was trim, comely, and she didn't have on so much as a raincoat. The dress was of some pale material which showed out well in the headlights. It was wet, but not soaking. The stockings were white. The shoes were mere slippers. The headlights picked out her slender young figure, showed the rhythm of the swinging hips, the steady swing of the walking legs. She had turned to see what the machine was going to do about it, and then the kid could get a glance at her face. But she did not turn. The kid slowed the car almost to a stop. Rigid in her studied unconcern, the girl walked straight on. There was nothing ahead of her except mile after mile of dripping, rain-splashed pavement, yet she utterly ignored the automobile almost at her side. Abruptly, the kid thought of that hand on the knob of the telephone booth. Almost unconsciously, his foot snapped down on the throttle. The car skidded slightly, responded with a whine of acceleration. The girl was behind. She had not so much as glanced at the car. "Walking home," muttered the kid. Half a mile of wet pavement slipped beneath the glistening wheels of his car. He could not get the thought out of his mind of the solitary figure, striding so utterly alone in the storm-tossed night. If it should be a trap, they'd know he'd passed. There would be ambushers waiting, concealed in a car somewhere near, or perhaps hiding behind the trees. If she kept on walking after he had passed, it would be a good sign the thing was on the level. A side street showed, unpaved and muddy. The kid switched his lights over to the dim, slowed the car, skidded up the muddy side street, managed to turn the car without getting bogged down, and switched off both lights and motor. Then his fingers crept beneath the pit of his left arm and snuggled about the hard butt of a deadly automatic. He waited. The rain beat down on the car. He could even hear the whish of the trees, the spatter of water on the running boards as it dripped off the roof of the sedan. The drops gave forth a drumming sound as they lashed the enameled hood. Minutes passed. He grinned. The girl had evidently vanished. She'd have been here by now. He reached forward for the ignition switch. At that moment, something indistinct showed out on the highway, a blurry something of bedraggled white. He snapped on the lights. As the twin pencils of glaring white stabbed the darkness and caught the girl fairly in the center of their rays, the high-collar kid could see her scream. He saw the lips part, saw the terror in her eyes, saw the pearly teeth, but the wind swept the sound away. Such noise as she made failed to penetrate past the heavy plate glass upon which the rain slithered in rivulets. The high-collar kid started the motor. She stood still while he drove alongside. When he stopped the car, she started to walk again, steady, rhythmically, utterly ignoring the car at her side. The kid had a way with women. Also, he knew something about them. Far be it from the high-collar kid to sit snugly behind the wheel and call out an invitation to ride. He was out in the rain, hat in hand, the drops streaking down the starched surface of his glossy collar. "I beg your pardon, but wouldn't you care to ride?" The answer came without so much as the turn of a head. "No." After a minute of rain-spattered silence between them, she added, "Thank you." But she hadn't looked at him, and she strode on into the night. The kid sighed and took his fingers from the butt of his gun. "But it's storming. You'll catch cold. I won't bite." She strode on in silent indifference. The kid saw that she was pretty, with the type of beauty which had always appealed to him. If she had been hand-picked at his specification, it couldn't have been a better job. Slender, young, alert, not too curvy, yet well-molded. There was a firmness to the chin, a wideness to the eye, and a general air of complete sophistication. He looked at the swirl of skirts where the wind had its way, and the headlights revealed what the wind disclosed. Then he climbed back in his car, drove on 100 yards, and waited for her to come up. "I can't let you walk this road alone. It's nearly midnight. There's no shelter. Either you get in and ride with me, or I get out and walk with you." He knew the moment she weakened. There was a slight hesitancy, a wistful glance at the long lines of the massive, speedy car. "It's warm in there," he coaxed, then was silent. She smiled at him. "You win. I guess I'm foolish," she said, and climbed in. The high-collar kid chuckled. He closed the door on her, careful to see that her skirt was not caught in the closing of that door, walked around the machine and opened the other door. It was such little touches of gallantry that characterized the kid. She was strangely silent as he settled himself into the seat. He glanced at her clothes. Strange they were not more rain-soaked. Her hand was fluttering at her breast. He stiffened abruptly. Those clothes hadn't been out in the storm very long. His hand streaked to his left armpit. By the time his fingers closed on the hard butt of the automatic, he could feel the cold ring of steel at his neck. "Bring that hand away empty," she said. The kid hesitated for a long second. Had there been anyone with her, he would have taken a chance, come out shooting. It was always the way. Go with smoke in his nostrils, and he wouldn't mind dying. But she was alone. Certainly there was no one in ambush. She had walked into the path of his lights. He sighed and brought his hand away, empty. "Hold your hands on the steering wheel, tight." He grinned at her. "Don't put me out, sister. I ain't got my roller skates. What say we split the roll 50-50 and be friends?" She darted a wet arm under his chin. He stiffened as his automatic was taken from its holster, tossed in the back of the car. But her gun was pushed into his neck, and women are nervous at such times. She lifted her feet to the seat, threw one leg over the back, and jumped into the rear of her car. "Drive ahead, slowly." He complied with the order. Would she shoot? Could she hit? Suppose he threw the car into a devil of a skid. There'd be a mud patch along the road somewhere soon. In the meantime, there was her purse, lying on the seat at his side, a rain-spattered affair of gray leather. He drove with one hand, half-turned, the better to talk with her over his shoulder. "What is it? Hold up?" There was a catch in her voice then. You're going for a ride." The kid knew as much, had known it from the moment that ring of steel was in his neck, but he merely smiled. As he smiled, his right hand dropped surreptitiously to the catch of the purse. "What's the big idea? You got something against me?" She shook her head. The violet eyes were wide with some emotion. The face was set and white, but the lips were firm. "Not me. I'm making a piece of Jack. They figured you'd fall for me." "Baby," he said as his fingers flipped the catch on the purse and started exploring the contents. "They figured right. Anybody'd fall for you, unless he was blind or over 90, and I'd fall for you twice." She snapped her lips together. "Turn around and drive, and quit talking." The kid figured she was weakening fast. He kept his face toward her. "So you're taking me for a ride, huh? When do you pull the trigger?" I don't pull the trigger. Oh, I wish they'd come." The kid eased halfway around, prepared to make a grab at that gun. Then of a sudden he knew he was too late. A car was following, a car that ran without lights. He turned back in the seat. He heard the girl give a sob of relief. Lights switched on, bored into the interior of the car. Another machine drew alongside. The kid could see the profile of the man on his side. Pete Pelton. Pete the killer, dapper, cold, cynical, envious. And there was Smile Duggan in beside him. Duggan! The feature-battered ex-pug, raised from the gutter to become an expert in dirty work. His clock had struck. The door of the other car was opening. Pete Pelton's dapper form was sliding to the running board of his car. He could twist the steering wheel, perhaps. But Smile Duggan had a big automatic, and the look in Duggan's eyes told its own story. He could wait to shoot later, but he'd rather shoot now. Yet, even in that moment of tense suspense, the high-collar kid was noticing things. His right hand remained within the rain-soaked purse. His fingers encountered a stiff paper, oblong, the envelope of a letter. And that letter was moist. How did it get moist there within that purse? The kid slipped that letter from the purse even as he turned to greet Killer Pete. His right hand flipped the letter in a side coat pocket. The fingers snapped the purse shut. Well, well, if it ain't Pete. Planning a little party, Pete?
Yeah, planning a nice party for you. A little surprise party.
I like surprises.
Maybe you'll like this one. Move over. I'll drive. Get the gat, Myrtle?
She nodded mutely. In the back, her white face seemed cold as marble as it was outlined against the backdrop of the rear window, the rain-filled night. Smile Duggan was on the ground. Would he get in back with the girl, or would he crowd 3 in front? If he came in front, and the girl was left in the back with a gun, there was a chance, a bare chance, that the kid might arouse her sympathies. Duggan opened the front door. Pete Pelton jerked his head back, without moving over.
"No, get him back with the broad. He's got away with the women, and I don't trust him with her, nor her with him."
"That's not fair," she blazed. "I did everything according to instructions. I memorized every word."
"Shut up,"
said Pete. The car swayed as Duggan's huge bulk swung on the running board. The rear door slammed.
"Let's go."
The car under the guidance of Pete Pelton swung toward the center of the highway. The other car backed and turned. "Going to use my own car for the job, eh? Walk home afterward?" asked the kid, making conversation.
"Not us," sneered Pete. "But tires leave a track out where we're going. If there is going to be any tracks left, we don't want 'em to be our car. We'll leave this car where your estate can find it."
"What's the idea?"
"You know?"
"Hell no. Jealous, Pete?"
"Never mind the chatter. You got a good line. You might talk me out of it if you got started." "Might. This is once your line of salve. Won't grease anything except the skids of hell."
The kid fell silent. The girl in the back seat was sobbing.
"We gotta ditch the broad before we pull the job."
It was Smile Duggan's heavy voice. Pete agreed with him without so much as turning his head.
"Sure."
The kid thought rapidly, which was the manner in which he was accustomed to think. "You know who these men are, of course?" purred the high-collared kid, as he half-turned toward the girl. "The glib one with the slicked hair is Pete Pelton. The gentleman seated beside you is Smile Duggan."
"Say," demanded Pete, "what's the idea of all that?"
Smile Duggan twisted his thick, battered lips in the sneering smile that had earned him his underworld nickname.
"Let him talk. He won't talk long. But let's ditch the Jane." "Town coming. We'll get through that. Then Harry will follow along and pick her up."
The car speeded up. The lights of a hamlet glowed ahead, ribboned themselves on the cement, shone into the sedan, and flashed past. The kid turned, slipped his hand from his right-hand coat pocket. As the street lights whisked by, he read the address upon the envelope. Miss Myrtle Manley, Hotel Kraken. The envelope had evidently been left with the clerk, for there was no stamp upon it, and a penciled figure in the lower corner showed 717. The kid half swung, dropped the letter in his pocket, looked at the girl. She was returning the gun she had used to hold him up with, dropping it back into the front of her wet waist. The curves of her body failed to entirely conceal the outline of the weapon.
"Why so silent?"
jeered Pete. "I was thinking, Pete."
"Yeah, you'd better think. You was the smart kid that thought his way out of the Manza scrape when Finney went to the stir. You was the chap that thought up a lie that sprung you from the Carter case."
"That's not so, and you know it," said the kid. "Probably you've used that line to get Duggan started on this trip, but you know it's a lie."
"Shut up!" yelled Pete. "Don't you believe him, Duggan."
"But it's a fact," purred the kid. "I'll give you the lowdown on that case, Duggan. When Carter was arrested, somebody squealed to the DA. It was a telephone conversation, and I can tell you who." The car skidded to a stop.
"By God, I'm going to finish it right here. I'm tired of all this yap, yap, yap."
Duggan grunted. The girl half screamed,
"No, no, no!"
Pete slipped to the rain-soaked pavement, reached in his arm, yanked the kid out. Duggan's eyes glinted with a light which comes only to the face of a killer about to gratify his lust for blood. The girl screamed. Duggan half flung her to the ground. She hit the wet cement, slipped, fell into the mud. She arose, muddied, white, frightened. Duggan was leering at her.
"Want your map changed?" he asked.
"Shut up," said Pete. The kid spoke rapidly. conscious of the half-raised weapon in Duggan's hand, conscious of the sneering lips of Pelton. "I hate to have you take the girl to the chair with you. You owe it to her to give her a break. For you fellows, I've got no sympathy. It serves you right. You bungled the whole thing, you saps. The idea of writing a letter of instructions telling her just what to do, just where you'd meet her, just what to say." Pete's eyes snapped wide. Duggan started. The girl half screamed. "Bluff!" sneered Pete. "Perhaps. But when the district attorney introduces a letter addressed to Miss Myrtle Manley at the Motel Kraken and asks that it be marked Exhibit A for the people, well, just think of me, will you?"
"What the hell do you know of that letter?"
Pete's voice was strained, lacked its old-time assurance. The girl was crying now, openly sobbing. The high-collar kid, standing in the rain face to face with death, smiled patronizingly. "You guys are boobs. I frisked the girl's purse while you were taking me for a ride. I found the letter, knew what it was. She said she had memorized her instructions. That letter had raindrops on it, so I flipped it out when we went through the town back there. You know how these small-town constables are. One of them was on the corner. He saw the letter come out. That'll get him in touch with the girl, room 717. Finding my body will be all they need to put two and two together." Pete Pelton glanced at Smile Duggan.
"That damn liar! The car window was closed. There wasn't any constable standing there."
But Duggan wasn't so sure, and Pete's voice held an element of doubt.
"You have the letter in your purse, Myrtle?"
She nodded, dry-eyed with alarm now. Pete reached into the car, opened the purse.
"Gone now,"
he swore and launched into a stream of abuse.
"That damn broad's no good. Bump her off too and she won't squeal."
Pete's voice was almost hysterical. Duggan half turned. His left fist came up, a jabbing blow of the ring, a savage, ripping blow. The girl staggered back under the impact of that blow. The high-collar kid opened his arms. "You poor kid," he said. There was something masculine, protecting in his gesture. She slumped into his arms.
"Baloney,"
said Pete. The kid's hand flashed to the girl's throat, plunged downward. The splitting streak of flame that stabbed from his fist seemed to dart directly into Pete's breast. He staggered back, cursed, spun on one heel, dropped his gun, clutched at his breast. "You too?" asked the kid. His eyes narrowed to twin slits, the gun boring into Duggan's stomach. Duggan hastily elevated his hands. "Get the gats, Myrtle," said the kid. The girl scooped them up. "Your gang will be along pretty quick in the follow car," said the kid. "I guess Pete got it in the shoulder. He'll probably take some more killing another time. And don't think I'm a squealer. I've got that letter in my pocket. I just ran a shindy on you guys. So long." The car purred away into the darkness. The two figures in the front seat showed silhouetted against the driving lights. The girl was leaned over, snuggled against the high-collar kid. Pete coughed weakly. Duggan bent over him.
"They'll be along in a minute or two." "Damn him," groaned Pete. "He always did have a way with the women. A hell of a surprise party. And I combed to town to get a broad that'd appeal to him first time he saw her. Stick a handkerchief in this damn bullet hole, will you?"
End of The Surprise Party by Earl Stanley Gardner.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Black Cat by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Neil Jaybe. For the most wild yet most homely narrative which I am about to pen, I neither expect nor solicit belief. Mad indeed would I be to expect it, in a case where my very senses reject their own evidence. Yet mad am I not, and very surely do I not dream. But tomorrow I die, and today I would unburden my soul. My immediate purpose is to place before the world, plainly, succinctly, and without comment, a series of mere household events. In their consequences, these events have terrified, have tortured, have destroyed me. Yet I will not attempt to expound them. To me they have presented little but horror. To many they will seem less terrible than barocks. Hereafter perhaps some intellect may be found which will reduce my phantasm to the commonplace. Some intellect more calm, more logical, and far less excitable than my own, which will perceive in the circumstances I detail with awe nothing more than an ordinary succession of very natural causes and effects. From my infancy I was noted for the docility and humanity of my disposition. My tenderness of heart was even so conspicuous as to make me the jest of my companions. I was especially fond of animals, and was indulged by my parents with a great variety of pets. With these I spent most of my time, and never was so happy as when feeding and caressing them. This peculiarity of character grew with my growth, and in my manhood I derived from it one of my principal sources of pleasure. To those who have cherished an affection for a faithful and sagacious dog, I need hardly be at the trouble of explaining the nature or the intensity of the gratification thus derivable. There is something in the unselfish and self-sacrificing love of a brute which goes directly to the heart of him who has had frequent occasion to test the paltry friendship and gossamer fidelity of mere man. I married early, and was happy to find in my wife a disposition not uncongenial with my own. Observing my partiality for domestic pets, she lost no opportunity of procuring those of the most agreeable kind. We had birds, goldfish, a fine dog, rabbits, a small monkey, and a cat. This latter was a remarkably large and beautiful animal, entirely black and sagacious to an astonishing degree. In speaking of his intelligence, my wife, who at heart was not a little tinctured with superstition, made frequent allusion to the ancient popular notion which regarded all black cats as witches in disguise. Not that she was ever serious upon this point, and I mention the matter at all for no better reason than that it happens just now to be remembered. Pluto, this was the cat's name, was my favourite pet and playmate. I alone fed him, and he attended me wherever I went about the house. It was even with difficulty that I could prevent him from following me through the streets. Our friendship lasted in this manner for several years, during which my general temperament and character, through the instrumentality of the fiend Intemperance, had, I blush to confess it, experienced a radical alteration for the worse. I grew, day by day, more moody, more irritable, more regardless of the feelings of others. I suffered myself to use intemperate language to my wife. At length I even offered her personal violence. My pets, of course, were made to feel the change in my disposition. I not only neglected them, but ill-used them. For Pluto, however, I still retained sufficient regard to restrain me from maltreating him, as I made no scruple of maltreating the rabbits, the monkey, or even the dog, when by accident or through affection they came in my way. But my disease grew upon me, for what disease is like alcohol? And at length even Pluto, who was now becoming old, and consequently somewhat peevish, even Pluto began to experience the effects of my ill temper. One night, returning home much intoxicated from one of my haunts about town, I fancied that the cat avoided my presence. I seized him, when, in his fright at my violence, he inflicted a slight wound upon my hand with his teeth. The fury of a demon instantly possessed me. I knew myself no longer. My original soul seemed at once to take its flight from my body, and a more than fiendish malevolence, gin-nurtured, thrilled every fibre of my frame. I took from my waistcoat pocket a penknife, opened it, grasped the poor beast by the throat, and deliberately cut one of its eyes from the socket. I blush, I burn, I shudder while I pen the damnable atrocity. When reason returned with the morning, when I had slept off the fumes of the night's debauch, I experienced a sentiment half of horror, half of remorse for the crime of which I had been guilty, but it was at best a feeble and equivocal feeling, and the soul remained untouched. I again plunged into excess, and soon drowned in wine all memory of the deed. In the meantime, the cat slowly recovered. The socket of the lost eye presented, it is true, a frightful appearance, but he no longer appeared to suffer any pain. He went about the house as usual, but, as might be expected, fled in extreme terror at my approach. I had so much of my old heart left as to be at first grieved by this evident dislike on the part of a creature which had once so loved me, but this feeling soon gave place to irritation, and then came, as if to my final and irrevocable overthrow, the spirit of perverseness. Of this spirit philosophy takes no account. Yet I am not more sure that my soul lives than I am that perverseness is one of the primitive impulses of the human heart. one of the indivisible primary faculties or sentiments which give direction to the character of man. Who has not, hundreds of times, found himself committing a vile or silly action for no other reason than because he knows he should not? Have we not a perpetual inclination, in the teeth of our best judgment, to violate that which is law merely because we understand it to be such? This spirit of perverseness, I say, came to my final overthrow. It was this unfathomable longing of the soul to vex itself, to offer violence to its own nature, to do wrong for the wrong's sake only, that urged me to continue and finally to consummate the injury I had inflicted upon the unoffending brute. One morning, in cold blood, I slipped a noose about its neck and hung it to the limb of a tree, hung it with the tears streaming from my eyes and the bitterest remorse at my heart, hung it because I knew that it had loved me and because I felt it had given me no offence, hung it because I knew that in so doing I was committing a sin, a deadly sin that would so jeopardize my immortal soul as to place it, if such a thing were possible, even beyond the reach of the infinite mercy of the most merciful and most terrible God. On the night of the day on which this cruel deed was done, I was aroused from sleep by the cry of "Fire!" The curtains of my bed were in flames. The whole house was blazing. It was with great difficulty that my wife, a servant, and myself made our escape from the conflagration. The destruction was complete. My entire worldly wealth was swallowed up, and I resigned myself therefore to despair. I am above the weakness of seeking to establish a sequence of cause and effect between the disaster and the atrocity, but I am detailing a chain of facts and wish not to leave even a possible link imperfect. On the day succeeding the fire, I visited the ruins. The walls, with one exception, had fallen in. This exception was found in a compartment wall, not very thick, which stood about the middle of the house, and against which had rested the head of my bed. The plastering had here, in great measure, resisted the action of the fire, a fact which I attributed to its having been recently spread. About this wall a dense crowd were collected, and many persons seemed to be examining a particular portion of it with very minute and eager attention. The words strange, singular, and other similar expressions excited my curiosity. I approached and saw, as if graven in bas-relief upon the white surface, the figure of a gigantic cat. The impression was given with an accuracy truly marvellous. There was a rope about the animal's neck. When I first beheld this apparition, for I could scarcely regard it as less, my wonder and my terror were extreme. But at length reflection came to my aid. The cat, I remembered, had been hung in a garden adjacent to the house. Upon the alarm of fire, this garden had been immediately filled by the crowd, by someone of whom the animal must have been cut from the tree and thrown through an open window into my chamber. This had probably been done with the view of arousing me from sleep. The falling of other walls had compressed the victim of my cruelty into the substance of the freshly spread plaster, the lime of which, with the flames and the ammonia from the carcass, had then accomplished the portraiture as I saw it. Although I thus readily accounted to my reason, if not altogether to my conscience, for the startling fact just detailed, it did not the less fail to make a deep impression upon my fancy. For months I could not rid myself of the phantasm of the cat, and during this period there came back into my spirit a half-sentiment that seemed, but was not, remorse. I went so far as to regret the loss of the animal, and to look about me, among the vile haunts which I now habitually frequented, for another pet of the same species, and of somewhat similar appearance, with which to supply its place. One night, as I sat, half stupefied, in a den of more than infamy, my attention was suddenly drawn to some black object, reposing upon the head of one of the immense hogsheads of gin or of rum, which constituted the chief furniture of the apartment. I had been looking steadily at the top of this hogshead for some minutes, and what now caused me surprise was the fact that I had not sooner perceived the object thereupon. I approached it and touched it with my hand. It was a black cat, a very large one, fully as large as Pluto, and closely resembling him in every respect. But only Pluto had not a white hair upon any portion of his body. But this cat had a large, although indefinite, splotch of white covering nearly the whole region of the breast. Upon my touching him, he immediately arose, purred loudly, rubbed against my hand, and appeared delighted with my notice. This, then, was the very creature of which I was in search. I at once offered to purchase it of the landlord, but this person made no claim to it, knew nothing of it, had never seen it before. I continued my caresses, and when I prepared to go home, the animal evinced a disposition to accompany me. I permitted it to do so, occasionally stooping and patting it as I proceeded. When it reached the house, it domesticated itself at once and became immediately a great favourite with my wife. For my own part, I soon found a dislike to it arising within me. This was just the reverse of what I had anticipated, but, I know not how or why it was, its evident fondness for myself rather disgusted and annoyed me. By slow degrees these feelings of disgust and annoyance rose into the bitterness of hatred. I avoided the creature, a certain sense of shame, and the remembrance of my former deed of cruelty preventing me from physically abusing it. I did not for some weeks strike or otherwise violently ill-use it, but gradually, very gradually, I came to look upon it with unutterable loathing, and to flee silently from its odious presence, as from the breath of a pestilence. What added, no doubt, to my hatred of the beast, was the discovery, on the morning after I brought it home, that, like Pluto, it also had been deprived of one of its eyes. This circumstance, however, only endeared it to my wife, who, as I have already said, possessed in a high degree that humanity of feeling which had once been my distinguishing trait, and the source of many of my simplest and purest pleasures. With my aversion to this cat, however, its partiality for myself seemed to increase. It followed my footsteps with a pertinacity which it would be difficult to make the reader comprehend. Whenever I sat, it would crouch beneath my chair or spring upon my knees, covering me with its loathsome caresses. If I arose to walk, it would get between my feet, and thus nearly throw me down, or fastening its long and sharp claws in my dress, clamber in this manner to my breast. At such times, although I longed to destroy it with a blow, I was yet withheld from so doing, partly by memory of my former crime, but chiefly, let me confess it at once, by absolute dread of the beast. This dread was not exactly a dread of physical evil, and yet I should be at a loss how otherwise to define it. I am almost ashamed to own, yes, even in this felon's cell I am almost ashamed to own, that the terror and horror with which the animal had inspired me had been heightened by one of the merest chimeras it would be possible to conceive. My wife had called my attention more than once to the character of the mark of white hair, of which I have spoken, and which constituted the sole visible difference between the strange beast and the one I had destroyed. The reader will remember that this mark, although large, had been originally very indefinite, but by slow degrees nearly imperceptible, and which for a long time my reason struggled to reject as fanciful, it had at length assumed a rigorous distinctness of outline. It was now the representation of an object that I shudder to name, and for this, above all, I loathed and dreaded, and would have rid myself of the monster had I dared. It was now, I say, the image of a ghastly thing, of the gallows. Oh, mournful and terrible engine of horror and of crime, of agony and of death. And now was I indeed wretched beyond the wretchedness of mere humanity, and a brute beast, whose fellow I had contemptuously destroyed, a brute beast to work out for me, a man fashioned in the image of the high God, so much of insufferable woe. Alas! Neither by day nor night knew I the blessing of rest any more. During the former, the creature left me no moment alone, and in the latter I started hourly from dreams of unutterable fear to find the hot breath of the thing upon my face, and its vast weight, an incarnate nightmare that I had no power to shake off, incumbent eternally upon my heart. Beneath the pressure of torments such as these, the feeble remnants of the good within me succumbed. Evil thoughts became my sole intimates, the darkest and most evil of thoughts. The moodiness of my usual temper increased to hatred of all things and of all mankind, while from the sudden, frequent, and ungovernable outbursts of a fury to which I now blindly abandoned myself, my uncomplaining wife, alas, was the most usual and the most patient of sufferers. One day she accompanied me upon some household errand into the cellar of the old building, which our poverty compelled us to inhabit. The cat followed me down the steep stairs, and, nearly throwing me headlong, exasperated me to madness. Uplifting an axe, and forgetting in my wrath the childish dread which had hitherto stayed my hand, I aimed a blow at the animal, which, of course, would have proved instantly fatal had it descended as I wished. But this blow was arrested by the hand of my wife. Goaded by the interference into a rage more than demoniacal, I withdrew my arm from her grasp and buried the axe in her brain. She fell dead upon the spot, without a groan. This hideous murder accomplished, I set myself forthwith, and with the entire deliberation, to the task of concealing the body. I knew that I could not remove it from the house, either by day or by night, without the risk of being observed by the neighbours. Many projects entered my mind. At one period I thought of cutting the corpse into minute fragments and destroying them by fire. At another I resolved to dig a grave for it in the floor of the cellar. Again I deliberated about casting it into the well in the yard, about packing it in a box as if merchandise, with the usual arrangements, and so getting a porter to take it from the house. Finally I hit upon what I considered a far better expedient than either of these. I determined to wall it up in the cellar, as the monks of the Middle Ages are recorded to have walled up their victims. For a purpose such as this, the cellar was well adapted. Its walls were loosely constructed, and had lately been plastered throughout with a rough plaster, which the dampness of the atmosphere had prevented from hardening. Moreover, in one of the walls was a projection, caused by a false chimney, or fireplace, that had been filled up and made to resemble the rest of the cellar. I made no doubt that I could readily displace the bricks at this point, insert the corpse, and wall the whole up as before, so that no eye could detect anything suspicious. And in this calculation I was not deceived. By means of a crowbar I easily dislodged the bricks, and, having carefully deposited the body against the inner wall, I propped it in that position, while, with little trouble, I relaid the whole structure as it originally stood. Having procured mortar, sand, and hair with every possible precaution, I prepared a plaster which could not be distinguished from the old, and with this I very carefully went over the new brickwork. When I had finished, I felt satisfied that all was right. The wall did not present the slightest appearance of having been disturbed. The rubbish on the floor was picked up with the minutest care. I looked around triumphantly and said to myself, "Here, at least, then, my labour has not been in vain." My next step was to look for the beast which had been the cause of so much wretchedness, for I had at length firmly resolved to put it to death. Had I been able to meet with it at the moment, there could have been no doubt of its fate. But it appeared that the crafty animal had been alarmed at the violence of my previous anger, and forbore to present itself in my present mood. It is impossible to describe or to imagine the deep, the blissful sense of relief which the absence of the detested creature occasioned in my bosom. It did not make its appearance during the night, and thus, for one night at least since its introduction into the house, I soundly and tranquilly slept. I slept even with the burden of murder upon my soul. The second and the third day passed, and still my tormentor came not. Once again I breathed as a free man. The monster, in terror, had fled the premises for ever. I should behold it no more. My happiness was supreme. The guilt of my dark deed disturbed me but little. Some few inquiries had been made, but these had been readily answered. Even a search had been instituted, but, of course, nothing was to be discovered. I looked upon my future felicity as secured. Upon the fourth day of the assassination, a party of the police came very unexpectedly into the house, and proceeded again to make a rigorous investigation of the premises. Secure, however, in the inscrutability of my place of concealment, I felt no embarrassment whatever. The officers bade me accompany them in their search. They left no nook or corner unexplored. At length, for the third or fourth time, they descended into the cellar. I quivered not in a muscle. My heart beat as calmly as that of one who slumbers in innocence. I walked the cellar from end to end. I folded my arms upon my bosom, and roamed easily to and fro. The police were thoroughly satisfied, and prepared to depart. The glee at my heart was too strong to be restrained. I burned to say but one word, by way of triumph, and to render doubly sure their assurance of my guiltlessness. "Gentlemen," I said at last, as the party ascended the steps, "I delight to have allayed your suspicions. I wish you all health and a little more courtesy. By the by, gentlemen, this is a very well constructed house." In the rabid desire to say something easily, I scarcely knew what I uttered at all. "I may say an excellently well constructed house. These walls— are you going, gentlemen? These walls are solidly put together." And here, through the mere frenzy of bravado, I rapped heavily with a cane which I held in my hand upon that very portion of the brickwork behind which stood the corpse of the wife of my bosom. But may God shield and deliver me from the fangs of the arch-fiend. No sooner had the reverberation of my blows sunk into silence than I was answered by a voice from within the tomb, by a cry at first muffled and broken, like the sobbing of a child, and then quickly swelling into one long, loud and continuous scream, utterly anomalous and inhuman, a howl, a wailing shriek, half of horror and half of triumph, such as might have arisen only out of hell, conjointly from the throats of the damned in their agony, and of the demons that exult in the damnation. Of my own thoughts it is folly to speak. Swooning, I staggered to the opposite wall. For an instant the party upon the stairs remained motionless, through extremity of terror and of awe. In the next, a dozen stout arms were toiling at the wall. It fell bodily. The corpse, already getting decayed and clotted with gore, stood erect before the eyes of the spectators. Upon its head, with red extended mouth and solitary eye of fire, sat the hideous beast whose craft had seduced me into murder, and whose informing voice had consigned me to the hangman. I had walled the monster up within the tomb. End of The Black Cat.
Short Story and Suspense Collection 18, The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Carmen Perez. The Damned Thing by Ambrose Bierce. Part 1. By the light of a tallow candle, which had been placed on one end of a rough table, a man was reading something written in a book. It was an old account book, greatly worn, and the writing was not apparently very legible, for the man sometimes held the page close to the flame of the candle to get a stronger light upon it. The shadow of the book would then throw into obscurity a half of the room, darkening a number of faces and figures, for besides the reader, 8 other men were present. 7 of them sat against the rough log walls, silent and motionless, and, the room being small, not very far from the table. By extending an arm, any one of them could have touched the 8th man, who lay on the table, face upward, partly covered by a sheet, his arms at his sides. He was dead. The man with the book was not reading aloud, and no one spoke. All seemed to be waiting for something to occur. The dead man, only, was without expectation. From the blank darkness outside came in, through the aperture that served as a window, all the ever unfamiliar noises of the night in the wilderness, the long, nameless note of a distant coyote, the still pulsing thrill of timeless insects in the trees, strange cries of the night birds, so different from those of the birds of the day, the drone of great blundering beetles, and all the mysterious chorus of small sounds that seemed always to have been but half heard when they have suddenly ceased, as if conscious of an indiscretion. But nothing of all this was noted in the company. Its members were not overmuch addicted to the idle interest in matters of no practical importance. That was obvious in every line of their rugged faces, obvious even in the dim light of the single candle. They were evidently men of the vicinity, farmers and woodsmen. The person reading was a trifle different. One would have said of him that he was of the world. Worldly, albeit there was that in his attire which attested a certain fellowship with the organisms of the environment. His coat would hardly have passed muster in San Francisco. His footgear was not of urban origin, and the hat that lay by him on the floor, he was the only one uncovered, was such that if one had considered it an article of mere personal adornment, he would have missed its meaning. In countenance, the man was rather prepossessing, with just a hint of sternness, though he may have assumed or cultivated as appropriate to one in authority, for he was a coroner. It was by virtue of his office that he had possession of the book in which he was reading. It had been found among the dead man's effects in his cabin, where the inquest was now taking place. When the coroner had finished reading, he put the book into his breast pocket. At the moment, the door was pushed open and a young man entered. He, clearly, was not of mountain birth and breeding. He was clad as those who dwell in cities. His clothing was dusty. However, as from travel, he had, in fact, been riding hard to attend the inquest. The coroner nodded. No one else greeted him. "We have waited for you," said the coroner. "It is necessary to have done with this business tonight." The young man smiled. "I am sorry to have kept you," he said. "I went away, not to evade your summons, but to post in my newspaper an account of what I suppose I am called back to relate." The coroner smiled. "The account that you posted to your newspaper," he said, "differs probably from that which you will give here under oath." "That," replied the other, rather hotly, and with a visible flush, "is as you choose. I used the manifold paper and have a copy of what I sent. It was not written as news, for it is incredible, but as fiction. It may go as a part of my testimony under oath." "But you say it is incredible." "That is nothing to you, sir, if I also swear that it is true." The coroner was apparently not greatly affected by the young man's manifest resentment. He was silent for some moments, his eyes upon the floor. The men about the sides of the cabin talked in whispers, but seldom withdrew their gaze from the face of the corpse. Presently the coroner lifted his eyes and said, "We will resume the inquest." The men removed their hats. The witness was sworn. "What is your name?" the coroner asked. "William Harker." "Age?" 27. "You knew the deceased, Hugh Morgan?" "Yes." "You were with him when he died?" "Near him." "How did that happen? Your presence, I mean." "I was visiting him at this place to shoot and fish. A part of my purpose, however, was to study him and his odd, solitary way of life. He seemed a good model for a character in fiction. I sometimes write stories. I sometimes read them." "Thank you." "Stories in general, not yours." Some of the jurors laughed. Against a somber background humor shows highlights. Soldiers in the intervals of battle laugh easily, and a jest in the death chamber conquers by surprise. "Relate the circumstances of this man's death," said the coroner. "You may use any notes or memoranda that you please." The witness understood. Pulling a manuscript from his breast pocket, he held it near the candle, and turning the leaves until he found the passage that he wanted, began to read. Part 2. The sun had hardly risen when we left the house. We were looking for quail, each with a shotgun, but we had only one dog. Morgan said that our best ground was beyond a certain ridge that he pointed out, and we crossed it by a trail through the chaparral. On the other side was comparatively level ground, thickly covered with wild oats. As we emerged from the chaparral, Morgan was but a few yards in advance. Suddenly, we heard, at a little distance to our right and partly in front, a noise, as if some animal thrashing about in the bushes, which we could not see, were violently agitated. "We've started a deer," said. "I wish we had a rifle." Morgan, who had stopped and was intently watching the agitated chaparral, said nothing, but he had cocked both barrels of his gun and was holding it in readiness to aim. I thought him a trifle excited, which surprised me, for he had a reputation for exceptional coolness, even in moments of sudden and imminent peril. "Oh, come," I said. "You are not going to fill up a deer with a quail shot, are you?" Still, he did not reply, but catching a sight of his face as he turned it slightly towards me, I was struck by the pallor of it. When I understood that we had a serious business on hand, and my first conjecture was that we had jumped a grizzly, I advanced to Morgan's side, cocking my piece as I moved. The bushes were now quiet, and the sounds had ceased, but Morgan was as attentive to the place as before. "What is it? What the devil is it?" I asked. "That damned thing," he replied, without turning his head. His voice was husky, and unnatural. He trembled visibly. I was about to speak further when I observed the wild oats near the place of the disturbance moving in the most inexplicable way. I can hardly describe it. It seemed as if stirred by a streak of wind, which not only bent it, but pressed it down, crushed it, so that it did not rise, and this movement was slowly prolonging itself directly towards us. Nothing that I had ever seen had affected me so strangely as this unfamiliar and unaccountable phenomenon, yet I am unable to recall any sense of fear. I remember, and tell it here because, singularly enough, I recollected it then, that once, in looking carelessly out of an open window, I momentarily mistook a small tree close at hand for one of a group of larger trees at a little distance away. It looked the same size as the others, but being more distinctly and sharply defined in mass and detail, seemed out of harmony with them. It was a mere falsification of the law of aerial perspective, but it startled, almost terrified me. We so rely on the orderly operation of familiar natural laws that any seeming suspicion of them is noted as a menace to our safety, a warning of untouchable calamity. So now the apparently causeless movement of the herbage and the slow, undeviating approach of the line of disturbance were distinctly disquieting. My companion appeared actually frightened, and I could hardly credit my senses when I saw him suddenly throw his gun to his shoulders and fire both barrels at the agitated grass. Before the smoke of the discharge had cleared away, I heard a loud, savage cry, a scream like that of a wild animal, and flinging his gun upon the ground, Morgan sprang away and ran swiftly from the spot. At the same instant, I was thrown violently to the ground by the impact of something unseen in the smoke, some soft, heavy substance that seemed thrown against me with great force. Before I could get upon my feet and recover my gun, which seemed to have been struck from my hands, I heard Morgan crying out as if in mortal agony, and mingling with his cries were such hoarse, savage sounds as one hears from fighting dogs. Inexplicably terrified, I struggled to my feet and looked at the direction of Morgan's retreat, and may heaven in mercy spare me from another sight like that. At the distance of less than 30 yards was my friend, down upon one knee, his head thrown back at a frightful angle, hatless, his long hair in disorder, and his whole body in violent movement from side to side, backward and forward. His right arm was lifted and seemed to lack the hand. At least, I could see none. The other arm was invisible. At times, as my memory now reports this extraordinary scene, I could discern but a part of his body. It was as if it had been partly blotted out. I cannot otherwise express it. Then, a shifting of his position would bring it all into view again. All of this must have occurred within seconds, yet in that time, Morgan assumed all the postures of a determined wrestler vanquished by superior weight and strength. I saw nothing but him, and him not always distinctly. During the entire incident, his shots and curses were heard, as if through an enveloping uproar of such sounds of rage and fury as I had never heard from the throat of a man or brute. For a moment only, I stood irresolute. Then, throwing down my gun, I ran forward to my friend's assistance. I had a vague belief that he was suffering from a fit or some form of convulsion. Before I could reach his side, he was down and quiet. All sounds had ceased. But with a feeling of such terror as even these awful moments had not inspired, I now saw the same mysterious movement of the wild oats prolonging itself from the trampled area about the prostrate man toward the edge of the wood. It was only when it had reached the wood that I was able to withdraw my eyes and look at my companion. He was dead. Part 2. The coroner rose from his seat and stood beside the dead man. Lifting an edge of the sheet, he pulled it away, exposing the entire body, altogether naked and showing in the candlelight a clay-like yellow. It had, however, broad maculations of bluish-black, obviously caused by extravased blood from contusions. The chest and the sides looked as if they had been beaten with a bludgeon. There were dreadful lacerations. The skin was torn in strips and shreds. The coroner moved round to the end of the table and undid a silk handkerchief, which had been passed under the chin and knotted on top of the head. When the handkerchief was drawn away, it exposed what had been the throat. Some of the jurors, who had risen to get a better view, repented their curiosity and turned away their faces. Witness Harker went to the open window and leaned out across the sill, faint and sick. Dropping the handkerchief upon the dead man's neck, the coroner stepped into an angle of the room, and from a pile of clothing produced one garment after another, each of which he held up a moment for inspection. All were torn and stiff with blood. The jurors did not make a closer inspection. They seemed rather uninterested. They had in truth seen all this before, the only thing that was new to them being Harker's testimony. "Gentlemen," the coroner said, "we have no more evidence, I think. Your duty has been already explained to you. If there is nothing you wish to ask, you may go outside and consider your verdict." The foreman rose, a tall, bearded man of 60, coarsely clad. "I should like to ask one question, Mr. Coroner," he said. "What asylum did this your last witness escape from?" "Mr. Harker," said the coroner, gravely and tranquilly, "from what asylum did you last escape?" Harker flushed crimson again, but said nothing, and the 7 jurors rose and solemnly filed out the cabin. "If you have done insulting me, sir," said Harker, as soon as he and the officer were left alone with the dead man, "I suppose I am at liberty to go?" "Yes." Harker started to leave, but paused with his hand on the door latch. The habit of his profession was strong in him, stronger than his sense of personal dignity. He turned about and said, "The book that you have there, I recognize it as Morgan's diary. You seem greatly interested in it. You read in it while I was testifying. May I see it?" "The public would like—" "The book will cut no figure in this matter," replied the official, slipping it into his coat pocket. "All the entries in it were made before the writer's death." As Harker passed out of the house, the jury re-entered and stood about the table on which the now covered corpse showed under the sheet with sharp definition. The foreman seated himself near the candle, produced from his breast pocket a pencil and a scrap of paper, and wrote rather laboriously the following verdict, which with various degrees of effort all signed. "We, the jury, do find the remains come to their death at the hands of a mountain lion, but some of us thinks, all the same, they had fits." Part 4. In the diary of the late Hugh Morgan are certain interesting entries having, possibly, a scientific value as suggestions. At the inquest upon his body, the book was not put in evidence. Possibly the coroner thought it not worth while to confuse the jury. The date of the first entries mentioned cannot be ascertained. The upper part of the leaf is torn away. The part of the entry remaining is as follows: "Would run in a half circle, keeping his head turned always towards the center, and again he would stand still, barking furiously. At last he ran away into the brush, as fast as he could go. I thought at first that he had gone mad, but on returning to the house, found no other alteration in his manner that was obviously due to fear of punishment. Can a dog see with his nose? Do odors impress some olfactory center with images of the thing emitting them?" September 2nd. Looking at the stars last night as they rose above the crest of the ridge east of the house, I observed them successfully disappear from left to right. Each was eclipsed but an instant, and only a few at a time. But along the entire length of the ridge, all that were within a degree or two of the crest were blotted out. It was as if something had passed along between me and them, but I could not see it, and the stars were not thick enough to define its outline. Ugh, I don't like this. Several weeks' entries were missing, 3 leaves being torn from the book. September 27th. It has been about here again. I find evidences of its presence every day. I watched again all of last night in the same cover, gun in hand, double charged with buckshot. In the morning, the fresh footprints were there as before. Yet, I would have sworn that this did not sleep. Indeed, I hardly sleep at all. It is terrible, insupportable. If these amazing experiences are real, I shall go mad. If they are fanciful, I am mad already. October 3rd. I shall not go. It shall not drive me away. No, this is my house, my land. God hates a coward. October 5th. I can stand it no longer. I have invited Harker to pass a few weeks with me. He has a level head. I can judge from his manner if he thinks me mad. October 7th. I have the solution of the problem. It came to me last night, suddenly, as if by revelation. How simple, how terribly simple. There are sounds that we cannot hear. At either end of the scale are notes that still no chord of that imperfect instrument, the human ear. They are too high or too grave. I have observed a flock of blackbirds occupying an entire treetop, the tops of several trees, and all in full song. Suddenly, in a moment, at obviously the same instant, all spring into the air and fly away. How? They could not all see one another, whole treetops inverted. At no point could a leader have been visible to all. There must have been a signal of warning or command, high and shrill above the din, but by me unheard. I have observed, too, the same simultaneous flight when all were silent, among not all blackbirds, but other birds, quail, for example, widely separated by bushes, even on opposite sides of a hill. It is known to seamen that a school of whales basking or sporting on the surface of the ocean, miles apart, with the convexity of the earth between them, will sometimes dive at the same instant, all gone out of sight in a moment. The signal has been sounded, too grave for the ear of the sailor at the masthead and his comrades on the deck, who nevertheless feel its vibrations in the ship as the stones of a cathedral are stirred by the bass of the organ. As with sounds, so with colors. At each end of the solar spectrum, the chemist can detect the presence of what are known as actinic rays. They represent the colors, integral colors, in the composition of light, which we are unable to discern. The human eye is an imperfect instrument. Its range is but a few octaves of the real chromatic scale. I am not mad. There are colors that we cannot see. And, God help me, the damned thing is of such a color. End of The Damned Thing.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18, The Japanned Box, from Tales of Terror and Mystery, by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. "It was a curious thing," said the private tutor. "One of those grotesque and whimsical incidents which occur to one as one goes through life. I lost the best situation which I am ever likely to have through it, but I am glad that I went to Thorpe Place, for I gained, well, as I tell you the story, you will learn what I gained. I don't know whether you are familiar with that part of the Midlands which is drained by the Avon. It is the most English part of England. Shakespeare, the flower of the whole race, was born right in the middle of it. It is a land of rolling pastures, rising in higher folds to the westwards until they swell into the Malvern Hills. There are no towns, but numerous villages, each with its grey Norman church. You have left the brick of the southern and eastern counties behind you, and everything is stone. Stone for the walls and lichen slabs of stone for the roofs. It is all grim and solid and massive, as befits the heart of a great nation. It was in the middle of this country, not very far from Evesham, that Sir John Bollamore lived in the old ancestral home of Thorpe Place, and thither it was that I came to teach his two little sons. Sir John was a widower. His wife had died 3 years before, and he had been left with these two lads aged 8 and 10, and one dear little girl of 7. Miss Witherton, who is now my wife, was governess to this little girl. I was tutor to the two boys. Could there be a more obvious prelude to an engagement? She governs me now, and I tutor 2 little boys of our own. But there, I have already revealed what it was which I gained in Thorpe Place. It was a very, very old house, incredibly old, pre-Norman, some of it, and the Bollamores claimed to have lived in that situation since long before the Conquest. It struck a chill to my heart when I first came there. Those enormously thick gray walls, the rude crumbling stones, the smell, as if from a sick animal which exhaled from the rotting plaster of the aged building. But the modern wing was bright and the garden was well kept. No house could be dismal which had a pretty girl inside it, and such a show of roses in front. Apart from a very complete staff of servants, there were only 4 of us in the household. These were Miss Witherton, who was at that time 24, and as pretty, well, as pretty as Mrs. Colmore is now, myself, Frank Colmore, aged 30, Mrs. Stevens, the housekeeper, a dry, silent woman, and Mr. Richards, a tall, military-looking man who acted as steward to the Bollamore estates. We 4 always had our meals together, but Sir John had his, usually alone in the library. Sometimes he joined us at dinner, but on the whole, we were just as glad when he did not, for he was a very formidable person. Imagine a man 6 feet 3 inches in height, majestically built, with a high-nosed, aristocratic face, brindled hair, shaggy eyebrows, a small pointed Mephistophelian beard, and lines upon his brow and round his eyes as deep as if they had been carved with a penknife. He had gray eyes, weary, hopeless-looking eyes, proud and yet pathetic, eyes which claimed your pity and yet dared you to show it. His back was rounded with study, but otherwise he was as fine a looking man of his age, 55 perhaps, as any woman would wish to look upon. But his presence was not a cheerful one. He was always courteous, always refined, but singularly silent and retiring. I have never lived so long with any man and known so little of him. If he were indoors, he spent his time either in his own small study in the eastern tower, or in the library in the modern wing. So regular was his routine that one could always say at any hour exactly where he would be. Twice in the day he would visit his study, once after breakfast and once about 10 at night. You might set your watch by the slam of the heavy door. For the rest of the day he would be in his library, save that for an hour or 2 in the afternoon he would take a walk or a ride, which was solitary, like the rest of his existence. He loved his children, and was keenly interested in the progress of their studies. But they were a little awed by the silent, shaggy-browed figure, and they avoided him as much as they could. Indeed, we all did that. It was some time before I came to know anything about the circumstances of Sir John Bollamore's life, for Mrs. Stevens, the housekeeper, and Mr. Richards, the land steward, were too loyal to talk easily of their employer's affairs. As to the governess, she knew no more than I did, and our common interest was one of the causes which drew us together. At last, however, an incident occurred which led to a closer acquaintance with Mr. Richards and a fuller knowledge of the life of the man whom I served. The immediate cause of this was no less than the falling of Master Percy, the youngest of my pupils, into the mill race with imminent danger both to his life and to mine. I had to risk myself in order to save him. Dripping and exhausted, for I was far more spent than the child, I was making for my room when Sir John, who had heard the hubbub, opened the door of his little study and asked me what was the matter. I told him of the accident, but assured him that his child was in no danger, while he listened with a rugged, immobile face which expressed in its intense eyes and tightened lips all the emotion which he tried to conceal. "One moment, step in here. Let me have the details," said he, turning back through the open door. And so I found myself within that little sanctum, inside which, as I afterwards learned, no other foot had for 3 years been set, save for that of the old servant who cleaned it out. It was a round room, conforming to the shape of the tower in which it was situated, with a low ceiling, a single narrow ivy-wreathed window, and the simplest of furniture, an old carpet, a single chair, a deal table, and a small shelf of books made up the whole contents. On the table stood a full-length photograph of a woman. I took no particular notice of the features, but I remember that a certain gracious gentleness was the prevailing impression. Beside it were a large black japanned box and 1 or 2 bundles of letters or papers fastened together with elastic bands. Our interview was a short one, for Sir John Bollamore perceived that I was soaked and that I should change without delay. The incident led, however, to an instructive talk with Richards, the agent, who had never penetrated into the chamber which chance had opened to me. That very afternoon he came to me, all curiosity, and walked up and down the garden path with me, while my 2 charges played tennis upon the lawn beside us. "You hardly realize the exception which has been made in your favor," said he. "That room has been kept such a mystery, and Sir John's visits to it have been so regular and consistent that an almost superstitious feeling has arisen about it in the household. I assure you that if I were to repeat to you the tales which are flying about, tales of mysterious visitors there, and voices overheard by the servants, you might suspect that Sir John had relapsed into his old ways." "Why do you say relapsed?" I asked. He looked at me in surprise. "Is it possible," said he, "that Sir John Bollamore's previous history is unknown to you?" "Absolutely." "You astound me. I thought that every man in England knew something of his antecedents. I should not mention the matter if it were not that you are now one of ourselves, and that the facts might come to your ears in some harsher form if I were silent upon them. I always took it for granted that you knew that you were in the service of Devil Bollamore." "But why Devil?" I asked. "You are young, and the world moves fast. But 20 years ago, the name of Devil Bollamore was one of the best known in London. He was the leader of the fastest set, bruiser, driver, gambler, drunkard, a survival of the old type, and as bad as the worst of them." I stared at him in amazement. "What?" I cried. "That quiet, studious, sad-faced man? The greatest rip and debauchee in England." "All between ourselves, Colmore. But you understand now what I mean when I say that a woman's voice in his room might even now give rise to suspicions. But what can have changed him so? Little Beryl Clare, when she took the risk of becoming his wife. That was the turning point. He had got so far that his own fast set had thrown him over. There is a world of difference, you know, between a man who drinks and a drunkard. They all drink, but they taboo a drunkard. He had become a slave to it, hopeless and helpless. Then she stepped in, saw the possibilities of a fine man in the wreck, took her chance in marrying him, though she might have had the pick of a dozen, and by devoting her life to it, brought him back to manhood and decency. You have observed that no liquor is ever kept in the house. There never has been, ever since her foot crossed its threshold. A drop of it would be like blood to a tiger, even now. Then her influence still holds him? That is the wonder of it. When she died 3 years ago, we all expected and feared that he would fall back on his old ways. She feared it herself, and the thought gave a terror to death, for she was like a guardian angel to that man, and lived only for the one purpose. By the way, did you see a black japanned box in his room?" "Yes." "I fancy it contains her letters. If ever he has occasion to be away, if only for a single night, he invariably takes his black japanned box with him. Well, well, Colmore, perhaps I have told you rather more than I should, but I shall expect you to reciprocate if anything of interest should come to your knowledge." I could see that the worthy man was consumed with curiosity, and just a little piqued that I, the newcomer, should have been the first to penetrate into the untrodden chamber. But the fact raised me in his esteem, and from that time onwards I found myself upon more confidential terms with him. And now the silent and majestic figure of my employer became an object of greater interest to me. I began to understand that strangely human look in his eyes, those deep lines upon his careworn face. He was a man who was fighting a ceaseless battle, holding at arm's length from morning till night a horrible adversary who was forever trying to close with him, an adversary which would destroy him body and soul could it but fix its claws once more upon him. As I watched the grim, round-backed figure pacing the corridor or walking in the garden, this imminent danger seemed to take bodily shape, and I could almost fancy that I saw this most loathsome and dangerous of all fiends crouching closely in his very shadow, like a half-cowed beast which slinks beside its keeper, ready at any unguarded moment to spring at his throat. And the dead woman, the woman who had spent her life in warding off this danger, took shape also to my imagination, and I saw her as a shadowy but beautiful presence which intervened forever, with arms uplifted to screen the man whom she loved. In some subtle way, he divined the sympathy which I had for him, and he showed in his own silent fashion that he appreciated it. He even invited me once to share his afternoon walk, and although no word passed between us on this occasion, it was a mark of confidence which he had never shown to anyone before. He asked me also to index his library. It was one of the best private libraries in England, and I spent many hours in the evening in his presence, if not in his society, he reading at his desk and I sitting in a recess by the window, reducing to order the chaos which existed among his books. In spite of these close relations, I was never again asked to enter the chamber in the turret. And then came my revulsion of feeling. A single incident changed all my sympathy to loathing, and made me realize that my employer still remained all that he had ever been, with the additional vice of hypocrisy. What happened was as follows. One evening, Miss Witherton had gone down to Broadway, the neighboring village, to sing at a concert for some charity, and I, according to my promise, had walked over to escort her back. The drive sweeps round under the eastern turret, and I observed as I passed that the light was lit in the circular room. It was a summer evening, and the window, which was a little higher than our heads, was open. We were, as it happened, engrossed in our own conversation at the moment, and we had paused upon the lawn which skirts the old turret, when suddenly something broke in upon our talk and turned our thoughts away from our own affairs. It was a voice, the voice undoubtedly of a woman. It was low, so low that it was only in that still night air that we could have heard it, but, hushed as it was, there was no mistaking its feminine timbre. It spoke hurriedly, gaspingly for a few sentences, and then was silent. A piteous, breathless, imploring sort of voice. Miss Witherton and I stood for an instant staring at each other. Then we walked quickly in the direction of the hall door. It came through the window, I said.
"We must not play the part of eavesdroppers," she answered. "We must forget that we have ever heard it."
There was an absence of surprise in her manner which suggested a new idea to me. "You have heard it before," I cried.
"I could not help it. My own room is higher up on the same turret. It has happened frequently."
"Who can this woman be?"
"I have no idea. I had rather not discuss it."
Her voice was enough to show me what she thought. But granting that our employer led a double and dubious life, who could she be, this mysterious woman who kept him company in the old tower? I knew from my own inspection how bleak and bare a room it was. She certainly did not live there. But in that case, where did she come from? It could not be anyone of the household. They were all under the vigilant eyes of Mrs. Stevens. The visitor must come from without. But how? And then suddenly I remembered how ancient this building was, and how probable that some medieval passage existed in it. There is hardly an old castle without one. The mysterious room was the basement of the turret, so that if there were anything of the sort, it would open through the floor. There were numerous cottages in the immediate vicinity. The other end of the secret passage might lie among some tangle of bramble in the neighboring copse. I said nothing to anyone, but I felt that the secret of my employer lay within my power, and the more convinced I was of this, the more I marveled at the manner in which he concealed his true nature. Often, as I watched his austere figure, I asked myself if it were indeed possible that such a man should be living this double life, and I tried to persuade myself that my suspicions might after all prove to be ill-founded. But there was the female voice, there was the secret nightly rendezvous in the turret chamber. How could such facts admit of an innocent interpretation? I conceived a horror of the man. I was filled with loathing at his deep, consistent hypocrisy. Only once during all those months did I ever see him without that sad but impassive mask which he usually presented toward his fellow man. For an instant, I caught a glimpse of those volcanic fires which he had damped down so long. The occasion was an unworthy one, for the object of his wrath was none other than the aged charwoman, whom I have already mentioned as being the one person who was allowed within his mysterious chamber. I was passing the corridor which led to the turret, for my own room lay in that direction, when I heard a sudden, startled scream, and merged in it the husky, growling note of a man who is inarticulate with passion. It was the snarl of a furious wild beast. Then I heard his voice thrilling with anger.
"You would dare?" he cried. "You would dare to disobey my directions?"
An instant later, the charwoman passed me, flying down the passage, white-faced and tremulous, while the terrible voice thundered behind her.
"Go to Mrs. Stevens for your money. Never set foot in Thorpe Place again."
Consumed with curiosity, I could not help following the woman, and found her round the corner, leaning against the wall and palpitating like a frightened rabbit. "What is the matter, Mrs. Brown?" I asked.
"It's master,"
she gasped.
"Oh, how he frightened me. If you had seen his eyes, Mr. Colmore, sir, I thought he would have been the death of me."
"But what had you done?"
"Done, sir? Nothing. At least nothing to make so much of. Just laid my hand on that black box of his, hadn't even opened it, when he came in, and you heard the way he went on. I've lost my place, and I'm glad of it, for I would never trust myself within reach of him again."
So it was the japanned box which was the cause of this outburst, the box from which he would never permit himself to be separated. What was the connection, or was there any connection, between this and the secret visits of the lady whose voice I had overheard? Sir John Bollamore's wrath was enduring as well as fiery, for from that day Mrs. Brown, the charwoman, vanished from our ken, and Thorpe Place knew her no more. And now I wish to tell you the singular chance which solved all these strange questions and put my employer's secret in my possession. The story may leave you with some lingering doubts as to whether my curiosity did not get the better of my honor, and whether I did not condescend to play the spy. If you choose to think so, I cannot help it, but can only assure you that, improbable as it may appear, the matter came about exactly as I describe it. The first stage in this denouement was that the small room in the turret became uninhabitable. This occurred through the fall of the worm-eaten oaken beam which supported the ceiling. Rotten with age, it snapped in the middle one morning and brought down a quantity of plaster with it. Fortunately, Sir John was not in the room at the time. His precious box was rescued from amongst the debris and brought into the library, where, henceforward, it was locked within his bureau. Sir John took no steps to repair the damage, and I never had an opportunity of searching for that secret passage, the existence of which I had surmised. As to the lady, I had thought that this would have brought her visits to an end, had I not one evening heard Mr. Richards asking Mrs. Stevens who the woman was whom he had overheard talking to Sir John in the library. I could not catch her reply, but I saw from her manner that it was not the first time that she had had to answer or avoid the same question.
"You've heard the voice, Colmore?"
said the agent. I confessed that I had.
"And what do you think of it?"
I shrugged my shoulders and remarked that it was no business of mine.
Come, you are just as curious as any of us. Is it a woman or not?"
"It is certainly a woman."
"Which room did you hear it from?"
"From the turret room, before the ceiling fell."
"But I heard it from the library only last night. I passed the doors as I was going to bed, and I heard something wailing and praying just as plainly as I hear you. It may be a woman."
"Why, what else could it be?" He looked at me hard.
"There are more things in heaven and earth," said he. "If it is a woman, how does she get there?"
"I don't know."
"No, nor do I. But if it is the other thing, but there, for a practical businessman at the end of the 19th century, this is rather a ridiculous line of conversation."
He turned away, but I saw that he felt even more than he had said. To all the old ghost stories of Thorpe Place, a new one was being added before our very eyes. It may by this time have taken its permanent place, for though an explanation came to me, it never reached the others. And my explanation came in this way. I had suffered a sleepless night from neuralgia, and about midday I had taken a heavy dose of chlorodyne to alleviate the pain. At that time, I was finishing the indexing of Sir John Bollamore's library, and it was my custom to work there from 5 till 7. On this particular day, I struggled against the double effect of my bad night and the narcotic. I have already mentioned that there was a recess in the library, and in this it was my habit to work. I settled down steadily to my task, but my weariness overcame me, and falling back upon the settee, I dropped into a heavy sleep. How long I slept, I do not know, but it was quite dark when I awoke. Confused by the chlorodyne which I had taken, I lay motionless in a semi-conscious state. The great room with its high walls covered with books loomed darkly all around me. A dim radiance from the moonlight came through the farther window, and against this lighter background I saw that Sir John Bollamore was sitting at his study table. His well-set head and clearly cut profile were sharply outlined against the glimmering square behind him. He bent as I watched him, and I heard the sharp turning of a key and the rasping of metal upon metal. As if in a dream, I was vaguely conscious that this was the japanned box which stood in front of him, and that he had drawn something out of it, something squat and uncouth, which now lay before him upon the table. I never realized, it never occurred to my befuddled and torpid brain, that I was intruding upon his privacy, that he imagined himself to be alone in the room, and then, just as it rushed upon my horrified perceptions, and I had half risen to announce my presence, I heard a strange, crisp, metallic clicking, and then the voice. Yes, it was a woman's voice. There could not be a doubt of it, but a voice so charged with entreaty and with yearning love that it will ring forever in my ears. It came with a curious faraway tinkle, but every word was clear, though faint, very faint, for they were the last words of a dying woman.
"I am not really gone, John,"
said the thin, gasping voice.
"I am here, at your very elbow, and shall be until we meet once more. I die happy to think that morning and night you will hear my voice. Oh, John, be strong, until we meet again."
I say that I had risen in order to announce my presence, but I could not do so while the voice was sounding. I could only remain half lying, half sitting, paralyzed, astounded, listening to those yearning, distant musical words. And he was so absorbed that even if I had spoken, he might not have heard me. But with the silence of the voice came my half-articulated apologies and explanations. He sprang across the room, switched on the electric light, and in its white glare I saw him, his eyes gleaming with anger, his face twisted with passion, as the hapless charwoman may have seen him weeks before. "Mr. Colmore," he cried, "you here? What is the meaning of this, sir?" With halting words, I explained it all, my neuralgia, the narcotic, my luckless sleep and singular awakening. As he listened, the glow of anger faded from his face, and the sad, impassive mask closed once more over his features. "My secret is yours, Mr. Colmore," said he. "I have only myself to blame for relaxing my precautions. Half-confidences are worse than no confidences. And so, you may know all, since you know so much. The story may go where you will when I have passed away, but until then I rely upon your sense of honor that no human soul shall hear it from your lips. I am proud still, God help me, or at least I am proud enough to resent that pity which this story would draw upon me. I have smiled at envy and disregarded hatred, but pity is more than I can tolerate. You have heard the source from which the voice comes, that voice which has, as I understand, excited so much curiosity in my household. I am aware of the rumors to which it has given rise. These speculations, whether scandalous or superstitious, are such as I can disregard and forgive. What I should never forgive would be a disloyal spying and eavesdropping in order to satisfy an illicit curiosity. But of that, Mr. Colmore, I acquit you. When I was a young man, sir, many years younger than you are now, I was launched upon town without a friend or adviser, and with a purse which brought only too many false friends and false advisers to my side. I drank deeply of the wine of life. If there is a man living who has drunk more deeply, He is not a man whom I envy. My purse suffered, my character suffered, my constitution suffered. Stimulants became a necessity to me. I was a creature from whom my memory recoils. And it was at that time, the time of my blackest degradation, that God sent into my life the gentlest, sweetest spirit that ever descended as a ministering angel from above. She loved me, broken as I was, loved me, and spent her life in making a man once more of that which had degraded itself to the level of the beasts. But a fell disease struck her, and she withered away before my eyes. In the hour of her agony, it was never of herself, of her own sufferings, and her own death that she thought. It was all of me. The one pang which her fate brought to her was the fear that when her influence was removed, I should revert to that which I had been. I was in vain that I made oath to her that no drop of wine would ever cross my lips. She knew only too well the hold that the devil had upon me, she who had striven so to loosen it, and it haunted her night and day, the thought that my soul might again be within his grip. It was from some friend's gossip of the sick room that she heard of this invention, this phonograph, and with the quick insight of a loving woman, she saw how she might use it for her ends. She sent me to London to procure the best which money could buy. With her dying breath she gasped into it the words which have held me straight ever since. Lonely and broken, what else have I in all the world to uphold me? But it is enough. Please God, I shall face her without shame when he is pleased to reunite us. That is my secret, Mr. Colmore, and whilst I live, I leave it in your keeping. End of the japanned box.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18, The Monkey's Paw by W. W. Jacobs. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BrentPatrick. The Monkey's Paw by W. W. Jacobs. Without, the night was cold and wet, but in the small parlor of Laburnum Villa, the blinds were drawn and the fire burned brightly. Father and son were at chess, the former, who possessed ideas about the game involving radical changes, putting his king into such sharp and unnecessary perils that it even provoked comment from the white-haired old lady knitting placidly by the fire. "Hark at the wind," said Mr. White, who, having seen a fatal mistake after it was too late, was amiably desirous of preventing his son from seeing it. "I'm listening," said the latter, grimly surveying the board as he stretched out his hand. "Check. I should hardly think that he'd come tonight," said his father, with his hand poised over the board. "Mate," replied the son. "That's the worst of living so far out," bawled Mr. White, with sudden and unlooked-for violence. "Of all the beastly, slushy, out-of-the-way places to live in, this is the worst. Pathway's a bog, and the road's a torrent. I don't know what people are thinking about. I suppose because only 2 houses in the road are let, they think it doesn't matter." "Never mind, dear," said his wife soothingly. "Perhaps you'll win the next one." Mr. White looked up sharply, just in time to intercept a knowing glance between mother and son. The words died away on his lips, and he had a guilty grin in his thin gray beard. "There he is," said Herbert White, as the gate banged to loudly and heavy footsteps came toward the door. The old man rose with hospitable haste, and opening the door was heard condoling with the new arrival. The new arrival also condoled with himself, so that Mrs. White said, "Tut, tut," and coughed gently as her husband entered the room, followed by a tall, burly man, beady of eye and rubicund of visage. "Sergeant Major Morris," he said, introducing him. The sergeant major shook hands, and taking the proffered seat by the fire, watched contentedly while his host got out whiskey and tumblers and stood a small copper kettle on the fire. At the 3rd glass his eyes got brighter, and he began to talk, the little family circle regarding with eager interest this visitor from distant parts, as he squared his broad shoulders in the chair and spoke of wild scenes and doughty deeds, of wars and plagues and strange peoples. 21 years of it," said Mr. White, nodding at his wife and son. "When he went away he was a slip of a youth in the warehouse. Now look at him." "He don't look to have taken much harm," said Mrs. White politely. "I'd like to go to India myself," said the old man, "just to look around a bit, you know." "Better where you are," said the sergeant major, shaking his head. He put down the empty glass and, sighing softly, shook it again. "I should like to see those old temples and fakirs and jugglers," said the old man. "What was that you started telling me the other day about a monkey's paw or something, Morris?" "Nothing," said the soldier hastily. "Leastways, nothing worth hearing." "Monkey's paw?" said Mrs. White curiously. "Well, it's just a bit of what you might call magic, perhaps," said the sergeant major offhandedly. His three listeners leaned forward eagerly. The visitor absent-mindedly put his empty glass to his lips and then set it down again. His host filled it for him. "To look at it," said the sergeant major, fumbling in his pocket, "it's just an ordinary little paw, dried to a mummy." He took something out of his pocket and proffered it. Mrs. White drew back with a grimace, but her son, taking it, examined it curiously. "And what is there special about it?" inquired Mr. White, as he took it from his son, and having examined it, placed it upon the table. "It had a spell put upon it by an old fakir," said the sergeant major, "a very holy man. He wanted to show that fate ruled people's lives, and that those who interfered with it did so to their sorrow. He put a spell on it so that 3 separate men could each have 3 wishes from it. His manner was so impressive that his hearers were conscious that their light laughter jarred somewhat. "Well, why don't you have 3, sir?" said Herbert White cleverly. The soldier regarded him in the way that middle age is wont to regard presumptuous youth. "I have," he said quietly, and his blotchy face whitened. "And did you really have the 3 wishes granted?" asked Mrs. White. "I did," said the sergeant major, and his glass tapped against his strong teeth. "And has anybody else wished?" persisted the old lady. "The first man had his 3 wishes, yes," was the reply. "I don't know what the first 2 were, but the third was for death. That's how I got the paw." His tones were so grave that a hush fell upon the group. "If you've had your 3 wishes, it's no good to you now, then, Morris," said the old man at last. "What do you keep it for?" The soldier shook his head. "Fancy, I suppose," he said slowly. "I did have some idea of selling it, but I don't think I will. It has caused enough mischief already. Besides, people won't buy. They think it's a fairy tale, some of them, and those who do think anything of it want to try it first and pay me afterward." "If you could have another 3 wishes," said the old man, eyeing him keenly, "would you have them?" "I don't know," said the other. "I don't know." He took the paw and, dangling it between his forefinger and thumb, suddenly threw it upon the fire. White, with a slight cry, stooped down and snatched it off. "Better let it burn," said the soldier solemnly. "If you don't want it, Morris," said the other, "give it to me." "I won't," said his friend doggedly. "I threw it on the fire. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Pitch it on the fire again like a sensible man." The other shook his head and examined his new possession closely. "How do you do it?" he inquired. "Hold it up in your right hand and wish aloud," said the sergeant major. "But I warn you of the consequences." "Sounds like the Arabian Nights," said Mrs. White as she rose and began to set the supper. "Don't you think you might wish for 4 pairs of hands for me?" Her husband drew the talisman from pocket, and then all 3 burst into laughter as the sergeant major, with a look of alarm on his face, caught him by the arm. "If you must wish," he said gruffly, "wish for something sensible." Mr. White dropped it back in his pocket and, placing chairs, motioned his friend to the table. In the business of supper the talisman was partly forgotten, and afterward the 3 sat listening in an enthralled fashion to a second installment of the soldier's adventures in India. "If the tale about the monkey's paw is not much more truthful than those he has been telling us," said Herbert, as the door closed behind their guest, just in time for him to catch the last train, "we shan't make much out of it." "Did you give him anything for it, father?" inquired Mrs. White, regarding her husband closely. "A trifle," said he, coloring slightly. "He didn't want it, but I made him take it, and he pressed me again to throw it away." "Likely," said Herbert, with pretended horror. "Why, we're going to be rich and famous and happy. Wish to be an emperor, father, to begin with. Then you can't be henpecked." He darted round the table, pursued by the maligned Mrs. White, armed with an antimacassar. Mr. White took the paw from his pocket and eyed it dubiously. "I don't know what to wish for, and that's a fact," he said slowly. "It seems to me I've got all I want." "If you only cleared the house, you'd be quite happy, wouldn't you?" said Herbert, with his hand on his shoulder. Well, wish for £2 then. That'll just do it." His father, smiling shamefacedly at his own credulity, held up the talisman as his son, with a solemn face, somewhat marred by a wink at his mother, sat down at the piano and struck a few impressive chords. "I wish for £200, said the old man distinctly. A fine crash from the piano greeted the words, interrupted by a shuddering cry from the old man. His wife and son ran toward him. "It moved!" he cried, with a glance of disgust at the object as it lay on the floor. "As I wished. It twisted in my hand like a snake." "Well, I don't see the money," said his son as he picked it up and placed it on the table, "and I bet I never shall." "It must have been your fancy, father," said his wife, regarding him anxiously. He shook his head. "Never mind, though. There's no harm done. But it gave me a shock all the same." They sat down by the fire again while the two men finished their pipes. Outside the wind was higher than ever, and the old man started nervously at the sound of a door banging upstairs. A silence unusual and depressing settled upon all three, which lasted until the old couple rose to retire for the night. "I expect you'll find the cash tied up in a big bag in the middle of your bed," said Herbert, as he bade them good night, "and something horrible squatting up on top of the wardrobe watching you as you pocket your ill-gotten gains." He sat alone in the darkness, gazing at the dying fire, and seeing faces in it. The last face was so horrible and so simian that he gazed at it in amazement. It got so vivid that, with a little uneasy laugh, he felt on the table for a glass containing a little water to throw over it. His hand grasped the monkey's paw, and with a little shiver he wiped his hand on his coat and went up to bed. Chapter 2. In the brightness of the wintry sun next morning, as it streamed over the breakfast table, he laughed at his fears. There was an air of prosaic wholesomeness about the room which it had lacked the previous night, and the dirty, shriveled little paw was pitched on the sideboard with a carelessness which betokened no great belief in its virtues. "I suppose all soldiers are the same," said Mrs. White. "The idea of our listening to such nonsense! How could wishes be granted in these days? And if they could, how could £200 hurt you, father?" "Might drop on his head from the sky," said the frivolous Herbert. "Morris said the things happened so naturally," said his father, "that you might, if you so wished, attribute it to coincidence." "Well, don't break into the money before I come back," said Herbert, as he rose from the table. "I'm afraid it'll turn you into a mean, avaricious man, and we shall have to disown you." His mother laughed, and following him to the door, watched him down the road, and returning to the breakfast table was very happy at the expense of her husband's credulity, all of which did not prevent her from scurrying to the door at the postman's knock, nor prevent her from referring somewhat shortly to retired sergeant-majors of bibulous habits, when she found that the post brought a tailor's bill. "Herbert will have some more of his funny remarks, I expect, when he comes home," she said as they sat at dinner. "I dare say," said Mr. White, pouring himself out some beer. "But for all that, the thing moved in my hand, that I'll swear to." "You thought it did," said the old lady soothingly. "I say it did," replied the other. "There was no thought about it. I had just— What's the matter?" His wife made no reply. She was watching the mysterious movements of a man outside, who, peering in an undecided fashion at the house, appeared to be trying to make up his mind to enter. In mental connection with the 200 pounds, she noticed that the stranger was well dressed and wore a silk hat of glossy newness. 3 times he paused at the gate, and then walked on again. The 4th time he stood with his hand upon it, and then with sudden resolution flung it open and walked up the path. Mrs. White at the same moment placed her hands behind her, and hurriedly unfastening the strings of her apron, put that useful article of apparel beneath the cushion of her chair. She brought the stranger, who seemed ill at ease, into the room. He gazed at her furtively, and listened in a preoccupied fashion as the old lady apologized for the appearance of the room and her husband's coat, a garment which he usually reserved for the garden. She then waited as patiently as her sex would permit for him to broach his business, but he was at first strangely silent. "I was asked to call," he said at last, and stooped and picked a piece of cotton from his trousers. "I come from Ma and Megan's." The old lady started. "Is anything the matter?" she asked, breathlessly. "Has anything happened to Herbert? What is it? What is it?" Her husband interposed. There, mother," he said hastily. "Sit down and don't jump to conclusions. You've not brought bad news, I'm sure, sir." And he eyed the other wistfully. "I'm sorry," began the visitor. "Is he hurt?" demanded the mother wildly. The visitor bowed in assent. "Badly hurt," he said quietly, "but he is not in any pain." "Oh, thank God," said the old woman, clasping her hands. "Thank God for that. Thank—" She broke off suddenly as the sinister meaning of the assurance dawned upon her, and she saw the awful confirmation of her fears in the other's averted face. She caught her breath, and turning to her slower-witted husband, laid her trembling old hand upon his. There was a long silence. "He was caught in the machinery," said the visitor at length in a low voice. "Caught in the machinery?" repeated Mr. White in a dazed fashion. "Yes." He sat staring blankly out the window, and taking his wife's hand between his own, pressed it as he had been wont to do in their old courting days nearly 40 years before. "He was the only one left to us," he said, turning gently to the visitor. "It is hard." The other coughed, and rising, walked slowly to the window. "The firm wished me to convey their sincere sympathy with you in your great loss," he said, without looking round. "I beg that you will understand I am only their servant, and merely obeying orders." There was no reply. The old woman's face was white, her eyes staring, and her breath inaudible. On the husband's face was a look such as his friend the sergeant might have carried into his first action. "I was to say that Ma and Meggins disclaim all responsibility," continued the other. "They admit no liability at all, but in consideration of your son's services, they wish to present you with a certain sum as compensation." Mr. White dropped his wife's hand, and rising to his feet, gazed with a look of horror at his visitor. His dry lips shaped the words, "How much?" £200, was the answer. Unconscious of his wife's shriek, the old man smiled faintly, put out his hands like a sightless man, and dropped a senseless heap to the floor. Chapter 3. In the huge new cemetery some 2 miles distant, the old people buried their dead and came back to a house steeped in shadow and silence. It was all over so quickly that at first they could hardly realize it, and remained in a state of expectation as though of something else to happen, something else which was to lighten this load, too heavy for old hearts to bear. But the days passed, and expectation gave place to resignation, the hopeless resignation of the old, sometimes miscalled, apathy. Sometimes they hardly exchanged a word, for now they had nothing to talk about, and their days were long to weariness. It was about a week after that the old man, waking suddenly in the night, stretched out his hand and found himself alone. The room was in darkness, and the sound of subdued weeping came from the window. He raised himself in bed and listened. "Come back," he said tenderly. "You will be cold." "It is colder for my son," said the old woman, and wept afresh. The sound of her sobs died away on his ears. The bed was warm, and his eyes heavy with sleep. He dozed fitfully and then slept until a sudden wild cry from his wife awoke him with a start. "The paw!" she cried wildly. "The monkey's paw!" He started up in alarm. Where is it? What's the matter?" She came stumbling across the room toward him. "I want it," she said quietly. "You've not destroyed it?" "It's in the parlor on the bracket," he replied, marveling. "Why?" She cried and laughed together, and bending over, kissed his cheek. "I only just thought of it," she said hysterically. "Why didn't I think of it before? Why didn't you think of it?" "Think of what?" he questioned. "The other 2 wishes," she replied rapidly. "We've only had one." "Was not that enough?" he demanded fiercely. "No," she cried triumphantly. "We'll have one more. Go down and get it quickly, and wish our boy alive again." The man sat up in bed and flung the bedclothes from his quaking limbs. "Good God, you are mad!" he cried aghast. "Get it!" she panted. "Get it quickly, and wish... Oh, my boy, my boy!" Her husband struck a match and lit the candle. "Get back to bed," he said unsteadily. "You don't know what you are saying." "We had the first wish granted," said the old woman feverishly. "Why not the second?" "A coincidence," stammered the old man. "Go and get it and wish," cried his wife, quivering with excitement. The old man turned and regarded her, and his voice shook. "He has been dead 10 days, and besides I would not tell you else, but I could only recognize him by his clothing. If he was too terrible for you to see then, how now?" "Bring him back," cried the old woman, and dragged him toward the door. "Do you think I fear the child I have nursed?" He went down in the darkness and felt his way to the parlor, and then to the mantelpiece. The talisman was in its place, and a horrible fear that the unspoken wish might bring his mutilated son before him ere he could escape from the room seized upon him, and he caught his breath as he found that he had lost the direction of the door. His brow cold with sweat, he felt round the table and groped along the wall until he found himself in the small passage with the unwholesome thing in his hand. Even his wife's face seemed changed as he entered the room. It was white and expectant, and to his fears seemed to have an unnatural look upon it. He was afraid of her. "Wish!" she cried in a strong voice. "It is foolish and wicked," he faltered. "Wish!" repeated his wife. He raised his hand. "I wish my son alive again." The talisman fell to the floor, and he regarded it fearfully. Then he sank trembling into a chair as the old woman with burning eyes walked to the window and raised the blind. He sat until he was chilled with the cold, glancing occasionally at the figure of the old woman peering through the window. The candle end, which had burned below the rim of the china candlestick, was throwing pulsating shadows on the ceiling and walls until, with a flicker larger than the rest, it expired. The old man, with an unspeakable sense of relief at the failure of the talisman, crept back to his bed, and a minute or two afterward the old woman came silently and apathetically beside him. Neither spoke, but lay silently listening to the ticking of the clock. A stair creaked, and a squeaky mouse scurried noisily through the wall. The darkness was oppressive, and after lying for some time screwing up his courage, he took the box of matches and, striking one, went downstairs for a candle. At the foot of the stairs the match went out, and he paused to strike another, and at the same moment a knock, so quiet and stealthy as to be scarcely audible, sounded on the front door. The matches fell from his hand and spilled in the passage. He stood motionless, his breath suspended until the knock was repeated. Then he turned and fled swiftly back to his room and closed the door behind him. A third knock sounded through the house. "What's that?" cried the old woman, starting up. "A rat," said the old man in shaking tones. A rat. It passed me on the stairs." His wife sat up in bed, listening. A loud knock resounded through the house. "It's Herbert!" she screamed. "It's Herbert!" She ran to the door, but her husband was before her and, catching her by the arm, held her tightly. "What are you going to do?" he whispered hoarsely. "It's my boy! It's Herbert!" she cried, struggling mechanically. "I forgot it was 2 miles away. What are you holding me for? Let me go. I must open the door." "For God's sake, don't let it in," cried the old man, trembling. "You're afraid of your own son?" she cried, struggling. "Let me go. I'm coming, Herbert. I'm coming." There was another knock, and another. The old woman, with a sudden wrench, broke free and ran from the room. Her husband followed to the landing and called after her appealingly as she hurried downstairs. He heard the chain rattle back and the bottom bolt drawn slowly and stiffly from the socket. Then the old woman's voice, strained and panting. "The bolt!" she cried loudly. "Come down, I can't reach it." But her husband was on his hands and knees, groping wildly on the floor in search of the paw. If he could only find it before the thing outside got in. A perfect fusillade of knocks reverberated through the house, and he heard the scraping of a chair as his wife put it down in the passage against the door. He heard the creaking of the bolt as it came slowly back, and at the same moment he found the monkey's paw and frantically breathed his third and last wish. The knocking ceased suddenly, although the echoes of it were still in the house. He heard the chair drawn back and the door opened. A cold wind rushed up the staircase, and a long, loud wail of disappointment and misery from his wife gave him courage to run down to her side and then to the gate beyond. The street lamp, flickering opposite, shone on a quiet and deserted road. End of The Monkey's Paw.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Open Window by H. Munro, writing as Saki. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Constance Cooper. "My aunt will be down presently, Mr. Nuttall," said a very self-possessed young lady of 15. "In the meantime, you must try and put up with me." Frampton Nuttall endeavoured to say the correct something which should duly flatter the niece of the moment, without unduly discounting the aunt that was to come. Privately, he doubted more than ever whether these formal visits on a succession of total strangers would do much toward helping the nerve cure which he was supposed to be undergoing. "I know how it will be," his sister had said when he was preparing to migrate to this rural retreat. "You will bury yourself down there and not speak to a living soul, and your nerves will be worse than ever from moping. I shall just give you letters of introduction to all the people I know there. Some of them, as far as I can remember, were quite nice." Frampton wondered whether Mrs. Sappleton, the lady to whom he was presenting one of the letters of introduction, came into the nice division. "Do you know many of the people round here?" asked the niece, when she judged that they had had sufficient silent communion. "Hardly a soul," said Frampton. "My sister was staying here at the rectory, some 4 years ago, and she gave me letters of introduction to some of the people here." He made the last statement in a tone of distinct regret. "Then you know practically nothing about my aunt?" pursued the self-possessed young lady. "Only her name and address," admitted the caller. He was wondering whether Mrs. Sappleton was in the married or widowed state. An undefinable something about the room seemed to suggest masculine habitation. "Her great tragedy happened just 3 years ago," said the child. "That would be since your sister's time." "Her tragedy?" asked Frampton. Somehow, in this restful country spot, tragedies seemed out of place. "You may wonder why we keep that window wide open on an October afternoon," said the niece, indicating a large French window that opened onto a lawn. "It is quite warm for the time of the year," said Frampton, "but Has that window got anything to do with the tragedy? Out through that window, 3 years ago to a day, her husband and her 2 young brothers went off for their day's shooting. They never came back. In crossing the moor to their favorite snipe shooting ground, they were all 3 engulfed in a treacherous piece of bog. It had been that dreadful wet summer, you know, when places that were safe in other years gave way suddenly, without warning. Their bodies were never recovered. That was the dreadful part of it. Here the child's voice lost its self-possessed note and became falteringly human. Poor aunt always thinks that they will come back some day. They and the little brown spaniel that was lost with them, and walk in at that window just as they used to do. That is why the window is kept open every evening till it is quite dusk. Poor dear aunt, she has often told me how they went out. Her husband with his white waterproof coat over his arm, and Ronnie, her youngest brother, singing "Bertie, Why Do You Bound," as he always did, to tease her, because she said it got on her nerves. Do you know, sometimes on still, quiet evenings like this, I almost get a creepy feeling that they will all walk in through that window. She broke off with a little shudder. It was a relief to Frampton when the aunt bustled into the room with a whirl of apologies for being late in making her appearance. "I hope Vera has been amusing you," she said. "She has been very interesting," said Frampton. "I hope you don't mind the open window," said Mrs. Sappleton briskly. "My husband and brothers will be home directly from shooting, and they always come in this way. They've been out for snipe in the marshes today, so they'll make a fine mess over my poor carpets. So like you menfolk, isn't it?" She rattled on cheerfully about the shooting and the scarcity of birds and the prospects for duck in the winter. To Frampton it was all purely horrible. He made a desperate but only partially successful effort to turn the talk onto a less ghastly topic. He was conscious that his hostess was giving him only a fragment of her attention, and her eyes were constantly straying past him to the open window and the lawn beyond. It was certainly an unfortunate coincidence that he should have paid his visit on this tragic anniversary. "The doctors agree in ordering me complete rest, an absence of mental excitement, and avoidance of anything in the nature of violent physical exercise," announced Frampton, who labored under the tolerably widespread delusion that total strangers and chance acquaintances are hungry for the least detail of one's ailments and infirmities, their cause and cure. "On the matter of diet, they are not so much in agreement," he continued. "No?" said Mrs. Sappleton, in a voice which only replaced a yawn at the last moment. Then she suddenly brightened into alert attention, but not to what Frampton was saying. "Here they are at last!" she cried. "Just in time for tea, and don't they look as if they were muddy up to the eyes?" Frampton shivered slightly and turned toward the niece with a look intended to convey sympathetic comprehension. The child was staring out through the open window with dazed horror in her eyes. In a chill shock of nameless fear, Frampton swung round in his seat and looked in the same direction. In the deepening twilight, 3 figures were walking across the lawn towards the window. They all carried guns under their arms, and one of them was additionally burdened with a white coat hung over his shoulders. A tired brown spaniel kept close at their heels. Noiselessly they neared the house, and then a hoarse young voice chanted out of the dusk. "I said, Bertie, why do you bound?" Frampton grabbed wildly at his stick and hat. The hall door, the gravel drive, and the front gate were dimly noted stages in his headlong retreat. A cyclist coming along the road had to run into the hedge to avoid an imminent collision. "Here we are, my dear," said the bearer of the white mackintosh, coming in through the window. "Fairly muddy, but most of it's dry. Who was that who bolted out as we came up?" "A most extraordinary man, a Mr. Nuttall," said Mrs. Sappleton. could only talk about his illnesses and dashed off without a word of goodbye or apology when you arrived. One would think he had seen a ghost." "I expect it was the spaniel," said the niece calmly. "He told me he had a horror of dogs. He was once hunted into a cemetery somewhere on the banks of the Ganges by a pack of pariah dogs, and had to spend the night in a newly dug grave with the creatures snarling and grinning and foaming just above him, enough to make anyone lose their nerve." Romance at short notice was her speciality. End of The Open Window.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Paradise of Thieves by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. Read by Terrance Callan. The Paradise of Thieves by G.K. Chesterton. The great Muscari, most original of the young Tuscan poets, walked swiftly into his favorite restaurant, which overlooked the Mediterranean, was covered by an awning and fenced by little lemon and orange trees. Waiters in white aprons were already laying out on white tables the insignia of an early and elegant lunch, and this seemed to increase a satisfaction that already touched the top of swagger. Muscari had an eagle nose like Dante. His hair and neckerchief were dark and flowing. He carried a black cloak, and might almost have carried a black mask, so much did he bear with him a sort of Venetian melodrama. He acted as if a troubadour had still a definite social office, like a bishop. He went as near as his century permitted to walking the world literally like Don Juan, with rapier and guitar. For he never traveled without a case of swords, with which he had fought many brilliant duels, or without a corresponding case for his mandolin, with which he had actually serenaded Miss Ethel Harrogate, the highly conventional daughter of a Yorkshire banker on a holiday. Yet he was neither a charlatan nor a child, but a hot, logical Latin who liked a certain thing and was it. His poetry was as straightforward as anyone else's prose. He desired fame or wine or the beauty of women with a torrid directness inconceivable among the cloudy ideals or cloudy compromises of the North. To vaguer races his intensity smelt of danger or even crime. Like fire or the sea, he was too simple to be trusted. The banker and his beautiful English daughter were staying at the hotel attached to Muscari's restaurant. That was why it was his favorite restaurant. A glance flashed round the room told him at once, however, that the English party had not descended. The restaurant was glittering but still comparatively empty. 2 priests were talking at a table in a corner, but Muscari, an ardent Catholic, took no more notice of them than of a couple of crows. But from a yet farther seat, partly concealed behind a dwarf tree golden with oranges, there rose and advanced towards the poet a person whose costume was the most aggressively opposite to his own. This figure was clad in tweeds of a piebald check, with a pink tie, a sharp collar, and protuberant yellow boots. He contrived, in the true tradition of Airy at Margate, to look at once startling and commonplace. But as the Cockney apparition drew nearer, Muscari was astounded to observe that the head was distinctly different from the body. It was an Italian head, fuzzy, swarthy, and very vivacious, that rose abruptly out of the standing collar like cardboard and the comic pink tie. In fact, it was a head he knew. He recognized it, above all the dire erection of English holiday array, as the face of an old but forgotten friend named Etza. This youth had been a prodigy at college, and European fame was promised him when he was barely 15. But when he appeared in the world, he failed, first publicly as a dramatist and a demagogue, and then privately for years on end as an actor, a traveler, a commission agent, or a journalist. Muscari had known him last behind the footlights. He was but too well attuned to the excitements of that profession, and it was believed that some moral calamity had swallowed him up. "Etza," cried the poet, rising and shaking hands in a pleasant astonishment. "Well, I've seen you in many costumes in the green room, but I never expected to see you dressed up as an Englishman." "This," answered Etza gravely, "is not the costume of an Englishman, but of the Italian of the future." "In that case," remarked Muscari, "I confess I prefer the Italian of the past." "That is your old mistake, Muscari," said the man in tweeds, shaking his head, "and the mistake of Italy. In the 16th century we Tuscans made the morning. We had the newest steel, the newest carving, the newest chemistry. Why should we not now have the newest factories, the newest motors, the newest finance, the newest clothes?" "Because they are not worth having," answered Muscari. "You cannot make Italians really progressive. They are too intelligent. Men who see the short cut to good living will never go by the new elaborate roads." "Well, to me, Marconi or D'Annunzio is the star of Italy," said the other. "That is why I have become a futurist and a courier." "A courier!" cried Muscari, laughing. "Is that the last of your list of trades? And whom are you conducting?" "Oh, a man of the name of Harrogate and his family, I believe." "Not the banker in this hotel?" inquired the poet, with some eagerness. "That's the man," answered the courier. "Does it pay well?" asked the troubadour innocently. "It will pay me," said Etza, with a very enigmatic smile. "But I am a rather curious sort of courier." Then, as if changing the subject, he said abruptly, "He has a daughter and a son." "The daughter is divine," affirmed Muscari. "The father and son are, I suppose, human. But granted his harmless qualities, doesn't that banker strike you as a splendid instance of my argument? Harrogate has millions in his safes, and I have the whole in my pocket. But you daren't say, you can't say, that he's cleverer than I, or bolder than I, or even more energetic. He's not clever. He's got eyes like blue buttons. He's not energetic. He moves from chair to chair like a paralytic. He's a conscientious, kindly old blockhead, but he's got money simply because he collects money, as a boy collects stamps. You're too strong-minded for business, Etza. You won't get on. To be clever enough to get all that money, one must be stupid enough to want it." "I'm stupid enough for that," said Etza gloomily, "but I should suggest a suspension of your critique of the banker, for here he comes." Mr. Harrogate, the great financier, did indeed enter the room, but nobody looked at him. He was a massive, elderly man with a boiled blue eye and faded, gray-sandy mustaches, but for his heavy stoop he might have been a colonel. He carried several unopened letters in his hand. His son Frank was a really fine lad, curly-haired, sunburnt, and strenuous, but nobody looked at him either. All eyes, as usual, were riveted, for the moment at least, upon Ethel Harrogate, whose golden Greek head and color of the dawn seemed set purposely above that sapphire sea like a goddess's. The poet Muscari drew a deep breath as if he were drinking something, as indeed he was. He was drinking the classic, which his fathers made. Etza studied her with a gaze equally intense and far more baffling. Miss Harrogate was specially radiant and ready for conversation on this occasion, and her family had fallen into the easier continental habit, allowing the stranger Muscari and even the courier Etza to share their table and their talk. In Ethel Harrogate, conventionality crowned itself with a perfection and splendor of its own. Proud of her father's prosperity, fond of fashionable pleasures, a fond daughter but an errant flirt, she was all these things with a sort of golden good nature that made her very pride pleasing, and her worldly respectability a fresh and hearty thing. They were in an eddy of excitement about some alleged peril in the mountain path they were to attempt that week. The danger was not from rock and avalanche, but from something yet more romantic. Ethel had been earnestly assured that brigands, the true cutthroats of the modern legend, still haunted that ridge and held that pass of the Apennines. "They say," she cried, with the awful relish of a schoolgirl, "that all that country isn't ruled by the King of Italy, but by the King of Thieves. Who is the King of Thieves?" "A great man," replied Muscari, "worthy to rank with your own Robin Hood, Signorina. Montano, the King of Thieves, was first heard of in the mountains some 10 years ago, when people said brigands were extinct. But his wild authority spread with the swiftness of a silent revolution. Men found his fierce proclamations nailed in every mountain village, his sentinels, gun in hand, in every mountain ravine. 6 times the Italian government tried to dislodge him, and was defeated in 6 pitched battles as if by Napoleon." "Now that sort of thing," observed the banker weightily, "would never be allowed in England. Perhaps, after all, we had better choose another route." But the courier thought it perfectly safe. "It is perfectly safe," said the courier contemptuously. "I have been over it 20 times. There may have been some old jailbird called a king in the time of our grandmothers, but he belongs to history if not to fable. Brigandage is utterly stamped out." "It can never be utterly stamped out," Muscari answered, "because armed revolt is a recreation natural to Southerners. Our peasants are like their mountains, rich in grace and green gaiety, but with the fires beneath. There is a point of human despair where the northern poor take to drink. And our own poor take to daggers." "A poet is privileged," replied Etze with a sneer. "If Signor Muscari were English, he would still be looking for highwaymen in Wandsworth. Believe me, there is no more danger of being captured in Italy than of being scalped in Boston." "Then you propose to attempt it?" asked Mr. Harrogate, frowning. "Oh, it sounds rather dreadful," cried the girl, turning her glorious eyes on Muscari. "Do you really think the pass is dangerous?" Muscari threw back his black mane. "I know it is dangerous," he said. "I am crossing it tomorrow." The young Harrogate was left behind for a moment, emptying a glass of white wine and lighting a cigarette, as the beauty retired with the banker, the courier, and the poet, distributing peals of silvery satire. At about the same instant the 2 priests in the corner rose, the taller, a white-haired Italian, taking his leave. The shorter priest turned and walked towards the banker's son, and the latter was astonished to realize that though a Roman priest, the man was an Englishman. He vaguely remembered meeting him at the social crushes of some of his Catholic friends. But the man spoke before his memories could collect themselves. "Mr. Frank Harrogate, I think," he said. "I have had an introduction, but I do not mean to presume on it. The odd thing I have to say will come far better from a stranger. Mr. Harrogate, I say one word and go. Take care of your sister in her great sorrow." Even for Frank's truly fraternal indifference, the radiance and derision of his sister still seemed to sparkle and ring. He could hear her laughter still from the garden of the hotel, and he stared at his somber adviser in puzzledom. "Do you mean the brigands?" he asked, and then, remembering a vague fear of his own, "or can you be thinking of Muscari?" "One is never thinking of the real sorrow," said the strange priest. One can only be kind when it comes." And he passed promptly from the room, leaving the other almost with his mouth open. A day or two afterwards, a coach containing the company was really crawling and staggering up the spurs of the menacing mountain range. Between Etsa's cheery denial of the danger and Muscari's boisterous defiance of it, the financial family were firm in their original purpose, and Muscari made his mountain journey coincide with theirs. A more surprising feature was the appearance at the coast town station of the little priest of the restaurant. He alleged merely that business led him also to cross the mountains of the Midland. But young Harrogate could not but connect his presence with the mystical fears and warnings of yesterday. The coach was a kind of commodious wagonette invented by the modernist talent of the courier, who dominated the expedition with his scientific activity and breezy wit. The theory of danger from thieves was banished from thought and speech, though so far conceded in formal act that some slight protection was employed. The courier and the young banker carried loaded revolvers, and Muscari, with much boyish gratification, buckled on a kind of cutlass under his black cloak. He had planted his person at a flying leap next to the lovely Englishwoman. On the other side of her sat the priest, whose name was Brown, and who was fortunately a silent individual. The courier and the father and son were on the bunk behind. Muscari was in towering spirits, seriously believing in the peril, and his talk to Ethel might well have made her think him a maniac. But there was something in the crazy and gorgeous ascent amid crags like peaks loaded with woods like orchards that dragged her spirit up alone with his into purple preposterous heavens with wheeling suns. The white road climbed like a white cat. It spanned sunless chasms like a tight rope. It was flung round far-off headlands like a lasso. And yet, however high they went, the desert still blossomed like the rose. The fields were burnished in sun and wind with the color of kingfisher and parrot and hummingbird, the hues of 100 flowering flowers. There are no lovelier meadows and woodlands than the English, no nobler crests or chasms than those of Snowdon and Glencoe. But Ethel Harrogate had never before seen the southern parks tilted on the splintered northern peaks, the gorge of Glencoe laden with the fruits of Kent. There was nothing here of that chill and desolation that in Britain one associates with high and wild scenery. It was rather like a mosaic palace, rent with earthquakes, or like a Dutch tulip garden blown to the stars with dynamite. "It's like Kew Gardens on Beachy Head," said Ethel. "It is our secret," answered he, "the secret of the volcano. That is also the secret of the revolution, that a thing can be violent and yet fruitful." "You are rather violent yourself," and she smiled at him. "And yet rather fruitless," he admitted. "If I die tonight, I die unmarried and a fool." "It is not my fault if you have come," she said after a difficult silence. "It is never your fault," answered Muscari. "It was not your fault that Troy fell." As they spoke, they came under overwhelming cliffs that spread almost like wings above a corner of peculiar peril. Shocked by the big shadow on the narrow ledge, the horses stirred doubtfully. The driver leaped to the earth to hold their heads, and they became ungovernable. One horse reared up to his full height, the titanic and terrifying height of a horse when he becomes a biped. It was just enough to alter the equilibrium. The whole coach heeled over like a ship and crashed through the fringe of bushes over the cliff. Muscari threw an arm around Ethel, who clung to him, and shouted aloud. It was for such moments that he lived. At the moment when the gorgeous mountain walls went round the poet's head like a purple windmill, a thing happened which was superficially even more startling. The elderly and lethargic banker sprang erect in the coach, and leaped over the precipice before the tilted vehicle could take him there. In the first flash it looked as wild as suicide, but in the second it was as sensible as a safe investment. The Yorkshireman had evidently more promptitude as well as more sagacity than Muscari had given him credit for he landed in a lap of land which might have been specially padded with turf and clover to receive him. As it happened, indeed, the whole company were equally lucky, if less dignified in their form of ejection. Immediately under this abrupt turn of the road was a grassy and flowery hollow like a sunken meadow, a sort of green velvet pocket in the long green trailing garments of the hills. Into this they were all tipped or tumbled with little damage, save that their smallest baggage and even the contents of their pockets were scattered in the grass around them. The wrecked coach still hung above, entangled in the tough hedge, and the horses plunged painfully down the slope. The first to sit up was the little priest, who scratched his head with a face of foolish wonder. Frank Harrogate heard him say to himself, "Now why on earth have we fallen just here?" He blinked at the litter around him and recovered his own very clumsy umbrella. Beyond it lay the broad sombrero fallen from the head of Muscari, and beside it a sealed business letter, which after a glance at the address he returned to the elder Harrogate. On the other side of him the grass partly hid Miss Ethel's sunshade, and just beyond it lay a curious little glass bottle, hardly 2 inches long. The priest picked it up. In a quick, unobtrusive manner he uncorked and sniffed it, and his heavy face turned the color of clay. "Heaven deliver us," he muttered. "It can't be hers. Has her sorrow come on her already?" He slipped it into his own waistcoat pocket. "I think I'm justified," he said, "till I know a little more." He gazed painfully at the girl, at that moment being raised out of the flowers by Muscari, who was saying, "We have fallen into heaven. It is a sign. Mortals climb up and they fall down, but it is only gods and goddesses who can fall upwards." And indeed she rose out of the sea of colors, so beautiful and happy a vision that the priest felt his suspicion shaken and shifted. After all, he thought, perhaps the poison isn't hers. Perhaps it's one of Muscari's melodramatic tricks. Muscari set the lady lightly on her feet, made her an absurdly theatrical bow, and then, drawing his cutlass, hacked hard at the taut reins of the horses, so that they scrambled to their feet and stood in the grass trembling. When he had done so, a most remarkable thing occurred. A very quiet man, very poorly dressed and extremely sunburnt, came out of the bushes and took hold of the horses' heads. He had a queer-shaped knife, very broad and crooked, buckled on his belt. There was nothing else remarkable about him except his sudden and silent appearance. The poet asked him who he was, and he did not answer. Looking around him at the confused and startled group in the hollow, Muscari then perceived that another tanned and tattered man, with a short gun under his arm, was looking at them from the ledge just below, leaning his elbows on the edge of the turf. Then he looked up at the road from which they had fallen, and saw, looking down on them, the muzzles of 4 other carbines, and 4 other brown faces with bright but quite motionless eyes. "The brigands!" cried Muscari, with a kind of monstrous gaiety. "This was a trap. Etza, if you will oblige me by shooting the coachman first, we can cut our way out yet. There are only 6 of them." "The coachman," said Etza, who was standing grimly with his hands in his pockets, "happens to be a servant of Mr. Harrogate's." "Then shoot him all the more," cried the poet impatiently. "He was bribed to upset his master. Then put the lady in the middle, and we will break the line up there with a rush." And wading in wild grass and flowers, he advanced fearlessly on the 4 carbines, but finding that no one followed except young Harrogate, he turned, brandishing his cutlass, to wave the others on. He beheld the courier still standing slightly astride in the center of the grassy ring, his hands in his pockets, and his lean, ironical Italian face seemed to grow longer and longer in the evening light. "You thought, Muscari, I was the failure among our schoolfellows," he said, "and you thought you were the success. But I have succeeded more than you and fill a bigger place in history. I have been acting epics while you have been writing them." "Come on, I tell you," thundered Muscari from above. "Will you stand there talking nonsense about yourself, with a woman to save and 3 strong men to help you? What do you call yourself?" "I call myself Montano," cried the strange courier in a voice equally loud and full. "I am the King of Thieves, and I welcome you all to my summer palace." And even as he spoke, 5 more silent men with weapons ready came out of the bushes and looked towards him for their orders. One of them held a large paper in his hand. "This pretty little nest where we are all picnicking," went on the courier brigand with the same easy yet sinister smile, "is, together with some caves underneath it, known by the name of the Paradise of Thieves. It is my principal stronghold on these hills, for, as you have doubtless noticed, the Erie is invisible both from the road above and from the valley below. It is something better than impregnable. It is unnoticeable. Here I mostly live, and here I shall certainly die if the gendarmes ever track me here. I am not the kind of criminal that reserves his defense, but the better kind that reserves his last bullet." All were staring at him thunderstruck and still, except Father Brown, who heaved a huge sigh as of relief, and fingered the little file in his pocket. "Thank God," he muttered. "That's much more probable. The poison belongs to this robber chief, of course. He carries it so that he may never be captured, like Cato." The King of Thieves was, however, continuing his address with the same kind of dangerous politeness. "It only remains for me," he said, "to explain to my guests the social conditions upon which I have the pleasure of entertaining them. I need not expound the quaint old ritual of ransom, which it is incumbent upon me to keep up, and even this only applies to a part of the company. The Reverend Father Brown and the celebrated Signor Muscari I shall release tomorrow at dawn and escort to my outposts. Poets and priests, if you will pardon my simplicity of speech, never have any money, and so, since it is impossible to get anything out of them, let us seize the opportunity to show our admiration for classic literature and our reverence for Holy Church." He paused with an unpleasing smile, and Father Brown blinked repeatedly at him and seemed suddenly to be listening with great attention. The brigand captain took the large paper from the attendant brigand, and glancing over it continued, "My other intentions are clearly set forth in this public document, which I will hand round in a moment, and which after that will be posted on a tree by every village in the valley and every crossroad in the hills. I will not weary you with the verbalism, since you will be able to check it. The substance of my proclamation is this. I announce first that I have captured the English millionaire, the colossus of finance, Mr. Samuel Harrogate. I next announce that I have found on his person notes and bonds for £2,000, which he has given up to me. Now, since it would be really immoral to announce such a thing to a credulous public if it had not occurred, I suggest it should occur without further delay. I suggest that Mr. Harrogate Sr. should now give me the £2,000 in his pocket." The banker looked at him under lowering brows, red-faced and sulky, but seemingly cowed. That leap from the failing carriage seemed to have used up his last virility. He had held back in a hangdog style when his son and Muscari had made a bold movement to break out of the brigand trap, and now his red and trembling hand went reluctantly to his breast pocket and passed a bundle of papers and envelopes to the brigand. "Excellent!" cried that outlaw gaily. "So far we are all cozy. I resume the points of my proclamation, so soon to be published to all Italy. The third item is that of ransom. I am asking from the friends of the Harrogate family a ransom of £3,000, which I am sure is almost insulting to that family in its moderate estimate of their importance. Who would not pay triple this sum for another day's association with such a domestic circle? I will not conceal from you that the document ends with certain legal phrases about the unpleasant things that may happen if the money is not paid. But meanwhile, ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you that I am comfortably off here for accommodation, wine, and cigars, and bid you for the present a sportsmanlike welcome to the luxuries of the Paradise of Thieves. All the time that he had been speaking, the dubious-looking men with carbines and dirty slouch hats had been gathering silently in such preponderating numbers that even Muscari was compelled to recognize his sally with the sword as hopeless. He glanced around him, but the girl had already gone over to soothe and comfort her father, for her natural affection for his person was as strong or stronger than her somewhat snobbish pride in his success. Muscari, with the illogicality of a lover, admired this filial devotion and yet was irritated by it. He slapped his sword back in the scabbard and went and flung himself somewhat sulkily on one of the green banks. The priest sat down within a yard or two, and Muscari turned his aquiline nose on him in an instantaneous irritation. "Well," said the poet tartly, "do people still think me too romantic? Are there, I wonder, any brigands left in the mountains?" "There may be," said Father Brown agnostically. "What do you mean?" asked the other sharply. "I mean I am puzzled," replied the priest. "I am puzzled about Etza or Montano, or whatever his name is. He seems to me much more inexplicable as a brigand even than he was as a courier." "But in what way?" persisted his companion. "Santa Maria! I should have thought the brigand was plain enough." "I find 3 curious difficulties," said the priest in a quiet voice. "I should like to have your opinion on them. First of all, I must tell you I was lunching in that restaurant at the seaside. As 4 of you left the room, you and Miss Harrogate went ahead, talking and laughing. The banker and the courier came behind, speaking sparely and rather low. But I could not help hearing Etza say these words: 'Well, let her have a little fun. You know the blow may smash her any minute.' Mr. Harrogate answered nothing, so the words must have had some meaning. On the impulse of the moment, I warned her brother that she might be in peril. I said nothing of its nature, for I did not know. But if it meant this capture in the hills, the thing is nonsense. Why should the brigand courier warn his patron, even by a hint, when it was his whole purpose to lure him into the mountain mousetrap? It could not have meant that. But if not, what is this disaster, known both to courier and banker, which hangs over Miss Harrogate's head?" "Disaster to Miss Harrogate!" ejaculated the poet, sitting up with some ferocity. "Explain yourself. Go on." "All my riddles, however, revolve around our bandit chief," resumed the priest reflectively. "And here is the second of them. Why did he put so prominently in his demand for ransom the fact that he had taken £2,000 from his victim on the spot? It had no faintest tendency to evoke the ransom. Quite the other way, in fact. Harrogate's friends would be far likelier to fear for his fate if they thought the thieves were poor and desperate. Yet the spoliation on the spot was emphasized, and even put first in the demand. Why should Etza Montano want so specially to tell all Europe that he had picked the pocket before he levied the blackmail?" "I cannot imagine," said Muscari, rubbing up his black hair for once with an unaffected gesture. "You may think you enlighten me, but you are leading me deeper in the dark. What may be the third objection to the King of Thieves?" "The third objection," said Father Brown, still in meditation, "is this bank we are sitting on. Why does our brigand courier call this his chief fortress and the Paradise of Thieves? It is certainly a soft spot to fall on, and a sweet spot to look at. It is also quite true, as he says, that it is invisible from valley and peak, and is therefore a hiding place. But it is not a fortress. It never could be a fortress. I think it would be the worst fortress in the world, for it is actually commanded from above by the common high road across the mountains, the very place where the police would most probably pass. Why, 5 shabby short guns held us helpless here about half an hour ago. The quarter of a company of any kind of soldiers could have blown us over the precipice. Whatever is the meaning of this odd little nook of grass and flowers, it is not an entrenched position. It is something else. It has some other strange sort of importance, some value that I do not understand. It is more like an accidental theater or a natural green room. It is like the scene for some romantic comedy. It is like... As the little priest's words lengthened and lost themselves in a dull and dreamy sincerity, Muscari, whose animal senses were alert and impatient, heard a new noise in the mountains. Even for him the sound was as yet very small and faint, but he could have sworn the evening breeze bore with it something like the pulsation of horses' hoofs and a distant hallooing. At the same moment, and long before the vibration had touched the less experienced English ears, Montano the brigand ran up the bank above them and stood in the broken hedge, steadying himself against a tree and peering down the road. He was a strange figure as he stood there, for he had assumed a flapped, fantastic hat and swinging baldric and cutlass in his capacity of bandit king, but the bright prosaic tweed of the courier showed through in patches all over him. The next moment he turned his olive, sneering face and made a movement with his hand. The brigands scattered at the signal, not in confusion, but in what was evidently a kind of guerrilla discipline. Instead of occupying the road along the ridge, they sprinkled themselves along the side of it behind the trees and the hedge, as if watching unseen for an enemy. The noise beyond grew stronger, beginning to shake the mountain road, and a voice could be clearly heard calling out orders. The brigands swayed and huddled, cursing and whispering, and the evening air was full of little metallic noises as they cocked their pistols, or loosened their knives, or trailed their scabbards over the stones. Then the noises from both quarters seemed to meet on the road above. Branches broke, horses neighed, men cried out. "A rescue!" cried Muscari, springing to his feet and waving his hat. "The gendarmes are on them. Now for freedom and a blow for it. Now to be rebels against robbers. Come, don't let us leave everything to the police. That is so dreadfully modern. Fall on the rear of these ruffians. The gendarmes are rescuing us. Come, friends, let us rescue the gendarmes." And throwing his hat over the trees, he drew his cutlass once more and began to escalade the slope up to the road. Frank Harrogate jumped up and ran across to help him, revolver in hand, but was astounded to hear himself imperatively recalled by the raucous voice of his father, who seemed to be in great agitation. "I won't have it," said the banker in a choking voice. "I command you not to interfere." "But, father," said Frank, very warmly, "an Italian gentleman has led the way. You wouldn't have it said that the English hung back." "It is useless," said the older man, who was trembling violently. "It is useless. We must submit to our lot." Father Brown looked at the banker, then he put his hand instinctively, as if on his heart, but really on the little bottle of poison, and a great light came into his face, like the light of the revelation of death. Muscari, meanwhile, without waiting for support, had crested the bank up to the road and struck the brigand king heavily on the shoulder, causing him to stagger and swing round. Montano also had his cutlass unsheathed, and Muscari, without further speech, sent a slash at his head which he was compelled to catch and parry. But even as the two short blades crossed and clashed, the King of Thieves deliberately dropped his point and laughed. "What's the good, old man?" he said in spirited Italian slang. "This damned farce will soon be over." "What do you mean, you shuffler?" panted the fire-eating poet. "Is your courage a sham as well as your honesty?" "Everything about me is a sham," responded the ex-courier in complete good humor. "I am an actor, and if I ever had a private character I have forgotten it. I am no more a genuine brigand than I am a genuine courier. I am only a bundle of masks, and you can't fight a duel with that." And he laughed with boyish pleasure and fell into his old straddling attitude, with his back to the skirmish up the road. Darkness was deepening under the mountain walls, and it was not easy to discern much of the progress of the struggle, save that tall men were pushing their horses' muzzles through a clinging crowd of brigands, who seemed more inclined to harass and hustle the invaders than to kill them. It was more like a town crowd preventing the passage of the police than anything the poet had ever pictured as the last stand of doomed and outlawed men of blood. Just as he was rolling his eyes in bewilderment, he felt a touch on his elbow, and found the odd little priest standing there like a small Noah with a large hat, and requesting the favor of a word or two. "Signor Muscari," said the cleric, "in this queer crisis personalities may be pardoned. I may tell you without offense of a way in which you will do more good than by helping the gendarmes, who are bound to break through in any case. You will permit me the impertinent intimacy, but do you care about that girl? Care enough to marry her and make her a good husband, I mean?" "Yes," said the poet quite simply. "Does she care about you?" "I think so," was the equally grave reply. "Then go over there and offer yourself," said the priest. "Offer her everything you can. Offer her heaven and earth if you've got them. The time is short." "Why?" asked the astonished man of letters. "Because," said Father Brown, "her doom is coming up the road." "Nothing is coming up the road," argued Muscari, "except the rescue." "Well, you go over there," said his adviser, "and be ready to rescue her from the rescue." Almost as he spoke, the hedges were broken all along the ridge by a rush of the escaping brigands. They dived into bushes and thick grass like defeated men pursued, and the great cocked hats of the mounted gendarmerie were seen passing along above the broken hedge. Another order was given, there was a noise of dismounting, and a tall officer with cocked hat, a gray imperial, and a paper in his hand, appeared in the gap that was the gate of the Paradise of Thieves. There was a momentary silence, broken in an extraordinary way by the banker, who cried out in a hoarse and strangled voice, "Robbed! I've been robbed!" "Why, that was hours ago," cried his son in astonishment, "when you were robbed of £2,000. "Not of £2,000, said the financier with an abrupt and terrible composure, "only of a small bottle." The policeman with the grey imperial was striding across the green hollow. Encountering the king of thieves in his path, he clapped him on the shoulder with something between a caress and a buffet, and gave him a push that sent him staggering away. "You'll get into trouble too," he said, "if you play these tricks." Again, to Muscari's artistic eye, it seemed scarcely like the capture of a great outlaw at bay. Passing on, the policeman halted before the Harrogate group and said, "Samuel Harrogate, I arrest you in the name of the law for embezzlement of the funds of the Hull and Huddersfield Bank." The great banker nodded with an odd air of business assent, seemed to reflect a moment, and before they could interpose, took a half-turn and a step that brought him to the edge of the outer mountain wall. Then, flinging up his hands, he leaped exactly as he leaped out of the coach, but this time he did not fall into a little meadow just beneath. He fell 1,000 feet below to become a wreck of bones in the valley. The anger of the Italian policeman, which he expressed volubly to Father Brown, was largely mixed with admiration. "It was like him to escape us at last," he said. "He was a great brigand, if you like. This last trick of his I believe to be absolutely unprecedented. He fled with the company's money to Italy, and actually got himself captured by sham brigands in his own pay, so as to explain both the disappearance of the money and the disappearance of himself. That demand for ransom was really taken seriously by most of the police, but for years he's been doing things as good as that, quite as good as that. He will be a serious loss to his family. Muscari was leading away the unhappy daughter, who held hard to him as she did for many a year after. But even in that tragic wreck he could not help having a smile and a hand of half-mocking friendship for the indefensible Ezza Montano. "And where are you going next?" he asked him over his shoulder. "Birmingham," answered the actor, puffing a cigarette. "Didn't I tell you I was a futurist? I really do believe in those things, if I believe in anything. Change, bustle, and new things every morning. I am going to Manchester, Liverpool, Leeds, Hull, Huddersfield, Glasgow, Chicago, in short, to enlightened, energetic, civilized society." "In short," said Muscari, "to the real Paradise of Thieves." End of The Paradise of Thieves.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18, The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by BrentPatrick. The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe. Impia totorum longus hic turba furoris, sanguinis in aquae non satiata alut. Sospit nunc patria, francto nunc funeris antro, mors ubi direfut vita salusque patent. Quatrain composed for the gates of a market to be erected upon the site of the Jacobin clubhouse at Paris. I was sick, sick unto death with that long agony, and when they at length unbound me and I was permitted to sit, I felt that my senses were leaving me. The sentence, the dread sentence of death, was the last of distinct accentuation which reached my ears. After that, the sound of the inquisitorial voices seemed merged in one dreamy, indeterminate hum. It conveyed to my soul the idea of revolution, perhaps from its association in fancy with the burr of a mill wheel. This only for a brief period, for presently I heard no more. Yet for a while I saw, but with how terrible an exaggeration, I saw the lips of the black-robed judges. They appeared to me white, whiter than the sheet upon which I traced these words, and thin even to grotesqueness, thin with the intensity of their expression of firmness, of immovable resolution, of stern contempt of human torture. I saw them fashion the symbols of my name, and I shuddered because no sound succeeded. I saw, too, for a few moments of delirious horror, the soft and nearly imperceptible waving of the sable draperies which enwrapped the walls of the apartment, and then my vision fell upon the 7 tall candles upon the table. At first they wore the aspect of charity, and seemed white and slender angels who would save me. But then all at once there came a most deadly nausea over my spirit, and I felt every fibre in my frame thrill as if I had touched the wire of a galvanic battery, while the angel forms became meaningless spectres with heads of flame, and I saw that from them there would be no help. And then there stole into my fancy like a rich musical note the thought of what sweet rest there must be in the grave. The thought came gently and stealthily, and it seemed long before it attained full appreciation. But just as my spirit came at length properly to feel and entertain it, the figures of the judges vanished, as if magically, from before me. The tall candles sank into nothingness. Their flames went out utterly. The blackness of darkness supervened. All sensations appeared swallowed up in a mad rushing descent as of the soul into Hades, then silence and stillness. Night were the universe. I had swooned, but still will not say that all of consciousness was lost. What of it there remained I will not attempt to define or even to describe, yet all was not lost. In the deepest slumber? No. In delirium? No. In a swoon? No. In death? No. Even in the grave all is not lost. Else there is no immortality for man. Arousing from the most profound of slumbers, we break the gossamer web of some dream. Yet, in a second afterward, so frail may that web have been, we remember not that we have dreamed. In the return to life from the swoon there are two stages. First, that of the sense of mental or spiritual. Secondly, that of the sense of physical existence. It seems probable that if, upon reaching the second stage, we could recall the impressions of the first, we should find these impressions eloquent in memories of the gulf beyond. And that gulf is what? How at least shall we distinguish its shadows from those of the tomb? But if the impressions of what I have termed the first stage are not at will recalled, yet, after long interval, do they not come unbidden, while we marvel whence they come? He who has never swooned is not he who finds strange palaces and wildly familiar faces in coals that glow, is not he who beholds floating in mid-air the sad visions that the many may not view, is not he who ponders over the perfume of some novel flower, is not he whose brain grows bewildered with the meaning of some musical cadence which has never before arrested his attention. Amid frequent and thoughtful endeavors to remember, amid earnest struggles to regather some token of the state of seeming nothingness into which my soul had lapsed, there have been moments when I have dreamed of success. There have been brief, very brief periods, when I have conjured up remembrances which the lucid reason of a later epoch assures me could have had reference only to that condition of seeming unconsciousness. These shadows of memory tell indistinctly of tall figures that lifted and bore me in silence down, down, still down, till a hideous dizziness oppressed me at the mere idea of the interminableness of the descent. They tell also of a vague horror at my heart, on account of that heart's unnatural stillness. Then comes a sense of sudden motionlessness throughout all things, as if those who bore me, a ghastly train, had outrun in their descent the limits of the limitless, and paused from the wearisomeness of their toll. After this I call to mind flatness and dampness, and then all is madness, the madness of a memory which busies itself among forbidden things. Very suddenly there came back to my soul motion and sound, the tumultuous motion of the heart, and, in my ears, the sound of its beating. Then a pause in which all is blank. Then again sound and motion and touch, a tingling sensation pervading my frame. Then the mere consciousness of existence, without thought, a condition which lasted long. Then very suddenly thought, and shuddering terror, and earnest endeavor to comprehend my true state. Then a strong desire to lapse into insensibility. Then a rushing revival of soul and a successful effort to move. And now a full memory of the trial, of the judges, of the sable draperies, of the sentence, of the sickness, of the swoon. Then entire forgetfulness of all that followed, of all that a later day and much earnestness of endeavor have enabled me vaguely to recall. So far I had not opened my eyes. I felt that I lay upon my back unbound. I reached out my hand, and it fell heavily upon something damp and hard. There I suffered it to remain for many minutes, while I strove to imagine where and what I could be. I longed, yet dared not to employ my vision. I dreaded the first glance at objects around me. It was not that I feared to look upon things horrible, but that I grew aghast lest there should be nothing to see. At length, with a wild desperation at heart, I quickly unclosed my eyes. My worst thoughts then were confirmed. The blackness of eternal night encompassed me. I struggled for breath. The intensity of the darkness seemed to oppress and stifle me. The atmosphere was intolerably close. I still lay quietly and made effort to exercise my reason. I brought to mind the inquisitorial proceedings and attempted from that point to deduce my real condition. The sentence had passed, and it appeared to me that a very long interval of time had since elapsed. Yet not for a moment did I suppose myself actually dead. Such a supposition, notwithstanding what we read in fiction, is altogether inconsistent with real existence. But where and in what state was I? The condemned to death, I knew, perished usually at the autos da fe, and one of those had been held on the very night of the day of my trial. Had I been remanded to my dungeon to await the next sacrifice, which would not take place for many months? This I at once saw could not be. Victims had been in immediate demand. Moreover, my dungeon, as well as all the condemned cells at Toledo, had stone floors, and light was not altogether excluded. A fearful idea now suddenly drove the blood in torrents upon my heart, and for a brief period I once more relapsed into insensibility. Upon recovering, I at once started to my feet, trembling convulsively in every fibre. I thrust my arms wildly above and around me in all directions. I felt nothing, yet dreaded to move a step, lest I should be impeded by the walls of a tomb. Perspiration burst from every pore, and stood in cold, big beads upon my forehead. The agony of suspense grew at length intolerable, and I cautiously moved forward with my arms extended and my eyes straining from their sockets in the hope of catching some faint ray of light. I proceeded for many paces, but still all was blackness and vacancy. I breathed more freely. It seemed evident that mine was not, at least, the most hideous of fates. And now, as I still continued to step cautiously onward, there came thronging upon my recollection 1,000 vague rumors of the horrors of Toledo. Of the dungeons there had been strange things narrated, fables I had always deemed them, but yet strange and too ghastly to repeat, save in a whisper. Was I left to perish of starvation in this subterranean world of darkness, or what fate, perhaps even more fearful, awaited me? That the result would be death, and a death of more than customary bitterness, I knew too well the character of my judges to doubt. The mode and the hour were all that occupied or distracted me. My outstretched hands at length encountered some solid obstruction. It was a wall, seemingly of stone masonry, very smooth, slimy, and cold. I followed it up, stepping with all the careful distrust with which certain antique narratives had inspired me. This process, however, afforded me no means of ascertaining the dimensions of my dungeon, as I might make its circuit and return to the point whence I set out, without being aware of the fact, so perfectly uniform seemed the wall. I therefore sought the knife which had been in my pocket, when led into the inquisitorial chamber, but it was gone. My clothes had been exchanged for a wrapper of coarse serge. I had thought of forcing the blade in some minute crevice of the masonry, so as to identify my point of departure. The difficulty, nevertheless, was but trivial, although, in the disorder of my fancy, it seemed at first insuperable. I tore a part of the hem from the robe and placed the fragment at full length and at right angles to the wall. In groping my way around the prison, I could not fail to encounter this rag upon completing the circuit. So at least I thought, but I had not counted upon the extent of the dungeon or upon my own weakness. The ground was moist and slippery. I staggered onward for some time, when I stumbled and fell. My excessive fatigue induced me to remain prostrate, and sleep soon overtook me as I lay. Upon awaking and stretching forth an arm, I found beside me a loaf and a pitcher with water. I was too much exhausted to reflect upon this circumstance, but ate and drank with avidity. Shortly afterward I resumed my tour around the prison, and with much toil came at last upon the fragment of the serge. Up to the period when I fell, I had counted 52 paces, and upon resuming my walk, I had counted 48 more, when I arrived at the rag. There were in all, then, 100 paces, and admitting 2 paces to the yard, I presumed the dungeon to be 50 yards in circuit. I had met, however, with many angles in the wall, and thus I could form no guess at the shape of the vault, for vault I could not help supposing it to be. I had little object, certainly no hope in these researches, but a vague curiosity prompted me to continue them. Quitting the wall, I resolved to cross the area of the enclosure. At first I proceeded with extreme caution, for the floor, although seemingly of solid material, was treacherous with slime. At length, however, I took courage, and did not hesitate to step firmly, endeavoring to cross in as direct a line as possible. I had advanced some 10 or 12 paces in this manner, when the remnant of the torn hem of my robe became entangled between my legs. I stepped on it and fell violently on my face. In the confusion attending my fall, I did not immediately apprehend a somewhat startling circumstance which yet, in a few seconds afterward, and while I still lay prostrate, arrested my attention. It was this. My chin rested upon the floor of the prison, but my lips and the upper portion of my head, although seemingly at a less elevation than the chin, touched nothing. At the same time my forehead seemed bathed in a clammy vapor, and the peculiar smell of decayed fungus arose to my nostrils. I put forward my arm and shuddered to find that I had fallen at the very brink of a circular pit, whose extent, of course, I had no means of ascertaining at the moment. Groping about the masonry just below the margin, I succeeded in dislodging a small fragment, and let it fall into the abyss. For many seconds I hearkened to its reverberations as it dashed against the sides of the chasm in its descent. At length there was a sullen plunge into the water, succeeded by loud echoes. At the same moment there came a sound resembling the quick opening and as rapid closing of a door overhead, while a faint gleam of light flashed suddenly through the gloom and as suddenly faded away. I saw clearly the doom which had been prepared for me, and congratulated myself upon the timely accident by which I had escaped. Another step before my fall, and the world had seen me no more, and the death just avoided was of that very character which I had regarded as fabulous and frivolous in the tales respecting the Inquisition. To the victims of its tyranny there was the choice of death with its direst physical agonies, or death with its most hideous moral horrors. I had been reserved for the latter. By long suffering my nerves had been unstrung, until I trembled at the sound of my own voice, and had become in every respect a fitting subject for the species of torture which awaited me. Shaking in every limb, I groped my way back to the wall, resolving there to perish rather than risk the terrors of the wells, of which my imagination now pictured many in various positions about the dungeon. In other conditions of mind I might have had courage to end my misery at once by a plunge into one of these abysses, but now I was the veriest of cowards. Neither could I forget what I had read of these pits, that the sudden extinction of life formed no part of their most horrible plan. Agitation of spirit kept me awake for many long hours, but at length I again slumbered. Upon arousing, I found by my side, as before, a loaf and a pitcher of water. A burning thirst consumed me, and I emptied the vessel at a draught. It must have been drugged, for scarcely had I drunk before I became irresistibly drowsy. A deep sleep fell upon me, a sleep like that of death. How long it lasted, of course, I know not, but when once again I unclosed my eyes, the objects around me were visible. By a wild sulphurous luster, the origin of which I could not at first determine, I was enabled to see the extent and aspect of the prison. In its size I had been greatly mistaken. The whole circuit of its walls did not exceed 25 yards. For some minutes this fact occasioned me a world of vain trouble, vain indeed, for what could be of less importance, under the terrible circumstances which environed me, than the mere dimensions of my dungeon. But my soul took a wild interest in trifles, and I busied myself in endeavors to account for the error I had committed in my measurement. The truth at length flashed upon me. In my first attempt at exploration I had counted 52 paces, up to the period when I fell. I must then have been within a pace or two of the fragment of serge. In fact, I had nearly performed the circuit of the vault. I then slept, and upon awakening I must have returned upon my steps, thus supposing the circuit nearly double what it actually was. My confusion of mind prevented me from observing that I began my tour with the wall to the left, and ended it with the wall to the right. I had been deceived, too, in respect to the shape of the enclosure. In feeling my way I had found many angles, and thus deduced an idea of great irregularity. So potent is the effect of total darkness upon one arousing from lethargy or sleep. The angles were simply those of a few slight depressions or niches at odd intervals. The general shape of the prison was square. What I had taken for masonry seemed now to be iron, or some other metal, in huge plates whose sutures or joints occasioned the depression. The entire surface of this metallic enclosure was rudely daubed in all the hideous and repulsive devices to which the charnel superstition of the monks has given rise. The figures of fiends and aspects of menace, with skeleton forms, and other more really fearful images overspread and disfigured the walls. I observed that the outlines of these monstrosities were sufficiently distinct, but that the colors seemed faded and blurred, as if from the effects of a damp atmosphere. I now noticed the floor, too, which was of stone. In the center yawned the circular pit from whose jaws I had escaped, but it was the only one in the dungeon. All this I saw indistinctly and by much effort, for my personal condition had been greatly changed during slumber. I now lay upon my back and at full length on a species of low framework of wood. To this I was securely bound by a long strap resembling a surcingle. It passed in many convolutions about my limbs and body, leaving at liberty only my head and my left arm to such extent that I could, by dint of much exertion, supply myself with food from an earthen dish which lay by my side on the floor. I saw to my horror that the pitcher had been removed. I say to my horror, for I was consumed with intolerable thirst. This thirst it appeared to be the design of my persecutors to stimulate, for the food in the dish was meat pungently seasoned. Looking upward, I surveyed the ceiling of my prison. It was some 30 or 40 feet overhead, and constructed much as the side walls. In one of its panels a very singular figure riveted my whole attention. It was the painted figure of Time as he is commonly represented, save that, in lieu of a scythe, he held what, at a casual glance, I supposed to be the pictured image of a huge pendulum, such as we see on antique clocks. There was something, however, in the appearance of this machine which caused me to regard it more attentively. While I gazed directly upward at it, for its position was immediately over my own, I fancied that I saw it in motion. In an instant afterward the fancy was confirmed. Its sweep was brief, and of course slow. I watched it for some minutes, somewhat in fear, but more in wonder. Wearied at length with observing its dull movement, I turned my eyes upon the other objects in the cell. A slight noise attracted my notice, and looking to the floor I saw several enormous rats traversing it. They had issued from the well, which lay just within view to my right. Even then, while I gazed, they came up in troops hurriedly, with ravenous eyes, allured by the scent of the meat. From this it required much effort and attention to scare them away. It might have been half an hour, perhaps even an hour, for I could take but imperfect note of time, before I again cast my eyes upward. What I then saw confounded and amazed me. The sweep of the pendulum had increased in extent by nearly a yard. As a natural consequence, its velocity was also much greater. But what mainly disturbed me was the idea that had perceptibly descended. I now observed, with what horror it is needless to say, that its nether extremity was formed of a crescent of glittering steel, about a foot in length from horn to horn, the horns upward, and the under edge evidently as keen as that of a razor. Like a razor also, it seemed massy and heavy, tapering from the edge into a solid and broad structure above. It was appended to a weighty rod of brass, and the whole hissed as it swung through the air. I could no longer doubt the doom prepared for me by monkish ingenuity and torture. My cognizance of the pit had become known to the inquisitorial agents. The pit, whose horrors had been destined for so bold a recusant as myself. The pit, typical of hell, and regarded by rumor as the ultima thule of all their punishments. The plunge into this pit I had avoided by the merest of accidents. I knew that surprise or entrapment into torment formed an important portion of all the grotesquerie of these dungeon deaths. Having failed to fall, it was no part of the demon plan to hurl me into the abyss, and thus, there being no alternative, a different and a milder destruction awaited me. Milder? I half smiled in my agony as I thought of such application of such a term. What boots it to tell of the long, long hours of horror more than mortal, during which I counted the rushing vibrations of the steel, inch by inch, line by line, with a descent only appreciable at intervals that seemed ages. Down and still down it came. Days passed. It might have been that many days passed, ere it swept so closely over me as to fan me with its acrid breath. The odor of the sharp steel forced itself into my nostrils. I prayed. I wearied heaven with my prayer for its more speedy descent. I grew frantically mad, and struggled to force myself upward against the sweep of the fearful scimitar. And then I fell suddenly calm, and lay smiling at the glittering death, as a child at some rare bauble. There was another interval of utter insensibility. It was brief, for upon again lapsing into life there had been no perceptible descent in the pendulum. But it might have been long, for I knew there were demons who took note of my swoon, and could have arrested the vibration at pleasure. Upon my recovery, too, I felt very, inexpressibly sick and weak, as if through long inanition. Even amid the agonies of that period, the human nature craved food. With painful effort, I outstretched my left arm as far as my bonds permitted, and took possession of the small remnant which had been spared me by the rats. As I put a portion of it within my lips, there rushed to my mind a half-formed thought of joy, of hope. Yet what business had I with hope? It was, as I say, a half-formed thought. Man has many such, which are never completed. I felt that it was of joy, of hope, but felt also that it had perished in its formation. In vain I struggled to perfect, to regain it. Long suffering had nearly annihilated all my ordinary powers of mind. I was an imbecile, an idiot. The vibration of the pendulum was at right angles to my length. I saw that the crescent was designed to cross the region of the heart. It would fray the serge of my robe. It would return and repeat its operations, again and again. Notwithstanding its terrifically wide sweep, some 30 feet or more, and the hissing vigor of its descent, sufficient to sunder these very walls of iron, still the fraying of my robe would be all that, for several minutes, it would accomplish. And at this thought I paused. I dared not go farther than this reflection. I dwelt upon it with a pertinacity of attention, as if, in so dwelling, I could arrest here the descent of the steel. I forced myself to ponder upon the sound of the crescent as it should pass across the garment, upon the peculiar thrilling sensation which the friction of cloth produces on the nerves. I pondered upon all this frivolity until my teeth were on edge. Down, steadily down it crept. I took a frenzied pleasure in contrasting its downward with its lateral velocity. to the right, to the left, far and wide, with the shriek of a damned spirit, to my heart with the stealthy pace of the tiger. I alternately laughed and howled as the one or the other idea grew predominant. Down. Certainly relentlessly down. It vibrated within 3 inches of my bosom. I struggled violently, furiously, to free my left arm. This was free only from the elbow to the hand. I could reach the latter from the platter beside me to my mouth with great effort, but no farther. Could I have broken the fastenings above the elbow, I would have seized and attempted to arrest the pendulum. I might as well have attempted to arrest an avalanche. Down, still unceasingly, still inevitably down. I gasped and struggled at each vibration. I shrunk convulsively at its every sweep. My eyes followed its outward or upward whirls with the eagerness of the most unmeaning despair. They closed themselves spasmodically at the descent, although death would have been a relief, oh, how unspeakable. Still I quivered in every nerve to think how slight a sinking of the machinery would precipitate that keen, glistening axe upon my bosom. It was hope that prompted the nerve to quiver, the frame to shrink. It was hope, the hope that triumphs on the rack, that whispers to the death-condemned even in the dungeons of the Inquisition. I saw that some 10 or 12 vibrations would bring the steel in actual contact with my robe, and with this observation there suddenly came over my spirit all the keen, collected calmness of despair. For the first time during many hours, or perhaps days, I thought, it now occurred to me that the bandage or surcingle which enveloped me was unique. I was tied by no separate cord. The first stroke of the razor-like crescent athwart any portion of the band would so detach it that it might be unwound from my person by means of my left hand. But how fearful in that case the proximity of the steel! The result of the slightest struggle, how deadly! Was it likely, moreover, that the minions of the torturer had not foreseen and provided for this possibility? Was it probable that the bandage crossed my bosom in the track of the pendulum? Dreading to find my faint and, as it seemed, my last hope frustrated, I so far elevated my head as to obtain a distinct view of my breast. The surcingle enveloped my limbs and body close in all directions, save in the path of the destroying crescent. Scarcely had I dropped my head back into its original position, when there flashed upon my mind what I cannot better describe than as the unformed half of that idea of deliverance to which I have previously alluded, and of which a moiety only floated indeterminately through my brain when I raised food to my burning lips. The whole thought was now present, feeble, scarcely sane, scarcely definite, but still entire. I proceeded at once with the nervous energy of despair to attempt its execution. For many hours the immediate vicinity of the low framework upon which I lay had been literally swarming with rats. They were wild, bold, ravenous, their red eyes glaring upon me as if they waited but for motionlessness on my part to make me their prey. To what food, I thought, have they been accustomed in the well? They had devoured, in spite of all my efforts to prevent them, all but a small remnant of the contents of the dish. I had fallen into an habitual seesaw, or wave of the hand about the platter, and, at length, the unconscious uniformity of the movement deprived it of effect. In their voracity, the vermin frequently fastened their sharp fangs in my fingers. With the particles of the oily and spicy viand which now remained, I thoroughly rubbed the bandage wherever I could reach it. Then, raising my hand from the floor, I lay breathlessly still. At first the ravenous animals were startled and terrified at the change, at the cessation of movement. They shrank alarmedly back. Many sought the well. But this was only for a moment. I had not counted in vain upon their voracity. Observing that I remained without motion, one or two of the boldest leapt upon the framework and smelt at the surcingle. This seemed the signal for a general rush. Forth from the well they hurried in fresh troops. They clung to the wood, they overran it, and leapt in hundreds upon my person. The measured movement of the pendulum disturbed them not at all. Avoiding its strokes, they busied themselves with the anointed bandage. They pressed, they swarmed upon me in ever-accumulating heaps. They writhed upon my throat. Their cold lips sought my own. I was half stifled by their thronging pressure. Disgust, for which the world has no name, swelled my bosom, and chilled with a heavy clamminess my heart. Yet 1 minute, and I felt the struggle would be over. Plainly I perceived the loosening of the bandage. I knew that in more than one place it must be already severed. With a more than human resolution I lay still. Nor had I erred in my calculations, nor had I endured in vain. I at length felt that I was free. The surcingle hung in ribbons from my body, but the stroke of the pendulum already pressed upon my bosom. It had divided the serge of the robe. It had cut through the linen beneath. Twice again it swung, and a sharp sense of pain shot through every nerve. But the moment of escape had arrived. At a wave of my hand, my deliverers hurried tumultuously away. With a steady movement, cautious, sidelong, shrinking, and slow, I slid from the embrace of the bandage and beyond the reach of the scimitar. For the moment, at least, I was free. Free, and in the grasp of the Inquisition. I had scarcely stepped from my wooden bed of horror upon the stone floor of the prison when the motion of the hellish machine ceased, and I beheld it drawn up, by some invisible force, through the ceiling. This was a lesson which I took desperately to heart. My every motion was undoubtedly watched. Free! I had but escaped death in one form of agony, to be delivered unto worse than death in some other. With that thought I rolled my eyes nervously around on the barriers of iron that hemmed me in. Something unusual, some change which at first I could not appreciate distinctly, it was obvious, had taken place in the apartment. For many minutes of a dreamy and trembling abstraction, I busied myself in vain, unconnected conjecture. During this period I became aware for the first time of the origin of the sulphurous light which illumined the cell. It proceeded from a fissure about half an inch in width, extending entirely around the prison at the base of the walls, which thus appeared and were completely separated from the floor. I endeavored, but of course in vain, to look through the aperture. As I arose from the attempt, the mystery of the alteration in the chamber broke at once upon my understanding. I have observed that, although the outlines of the figures upon the walls were sufficiently distinct, yet the colors seemed blurred and indefinite. These colors had now assumed, and were momentarily assuming, a startling and most intense brilliancy that gave to the spectral and fiendish portraitures an aspect that might have thrilled even firmer nerves than my own. Demon eyes of a wild and ghastly vivacity glared upon me in 1,000 directions, where none had been visible before, and gleamed with the lurid luster of a fire that I could not force my imagination to regard as unreal. Unreal? Even while I breathed, there came to my nostrils the breath of the vapor of heated iron. A suffocating odor pervaded the prison. A deeper glow settled each moment in the eyes that glared at my agonies. A richer tint of crimson diffused itself over the pictured horrors of blood. I panted. I gasped for breath. There could be no doubt of the design of my tormentors. Oh, most unrelenting! Oh, most demonic of men! I shrank from the glowing metal to the center of the cell. Amid the thought of fiery destruction that impended, the idea of the coolness of the well came over my soul like balm. I rushed to its deadly brink. I threw my straining vision below. The glare from the enkindled roof illumined its inmost recesses. Yet for a wild moment did my spirit refuse to comprehend the meaning of what I saw. At length it wrestled its way into my soul. It burned itself in upon my shuddering reason. Oh, for a voice to speak! Oh, horror! Oh, any horror but this! With a shriek, I rushed from the margin and buried my face in my hands, weeping bitterly. The heat rapidly increased, and once again I looked up, shuddering as with a fit of the ague. There had been a second change in the cell, and now the change was obviously in the form. As before, it was in vain that I at first endeavored to appreciate or understand what was taking place. But not long was I left in doubt. The inquisitorial vengeance had been hurried by my twofold escape, and there was to be no more dallying with the king of terrors. The room had been square. I saw that 2 of its iron angles were now acute, 2 consequently obtuse. The fearful difference quickly increased with a low rumbling or moaning sound. In an instant the apartment had shifted its form into that of a lozenge, but the alteration stopped not here. I neither hoped nor desired it to stop. I could have clasped the red walls to my bosom as a garment of eternal peace. Death, I said, any death but that of the pit. Fool! Might I have not known that into the pit it was the object of the burning iron to urge me? Could I resist its glow? Or, if even that, could I withstand its pressure? And now flatter and flatter grew the lozenge, with a rapidity that left me no time for contemplation. Its center, and of course its greatest width, came just over the yawning gulf. I shrank back, but the closing walls pressed me resistlessly onward. At length, for my seared and writhing body, there was no longer an inch of foothold on the firm floor of the prison. I struggled no more, but the agony of my soul found vent in one loud, long, and final scream of despair. I felt that I tottered upon the brink. I averted my eyes. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell fainting into the abyss. It was that of General Lassalle. The French army had entered Toledo. The Inquisition was in the hands of its enemies. End of The Pit and the Pendulum by Edgar Allan Poe.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Remarkable Case of Davidson's Eyes by H.G. Wells. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Read by Caro. The Remarkable Case of Davidson's Eyes. 1. The transitory mental aberration of Sidney Davidson, remarkable enough in itself, is still more remarkable if Wade's explanation is to be credited. It sets one dreaming of the oddest possibilities of intercommunication in the future, of spending an intercalary 5 minutes on the other side of the world, or being watched in our most secret operations by unsuspected eyes. It happened that I was the immediate witness of Davidson's seizure, and so it falls naturally to me to put the story upon paper. When I say that I was the immediate witness of his seizure, I mean that I was the first on the scene. The thing happened at the Harlow Technical College, just beyond the Highgate archway. He was alone in the larger laboratory when the thing happened. I was in a smaller room where the balances are, writing up some notes. The thunderstorm had completely upset my work, of course. It was just after one of the louder peals that I thought I heard some glass smash in the other room. I stopped writing and turned round to listen. For a moment I heard nothing. The hail was playing the devil's tattoo on the corrugated zinc of the roof. Then came another sound, a smash, no doubt of it this time. Something heavy had been knocked off the bench. I jumped up at once and went and opened the door leading into the big laboratory. I was surprised to hear a queer sort of laugh, and saw Davidson standing unsteadily in the middle of the room with a dazed look on his face. My first impression was that he was drunk. He did not notice me. He was clawing out at something invisible a yard in front of his face. He put out his hand slowly, rather hesitatingly, and then clutched nothing. "What's come to it?" he said. He held up his hands to his face, fingers spread out. "Great Scott," he said. The thing happened 3 or 4 years ago when everyone swore by that personage. Then he began raising his feet clumsily as though he had expected to find them glued to the floor. "Davidson," cried I, "what's the matter with you?" He turned round in my direction and looked about for me. He looked over me and at me and on either side of me, without the slightest sign of seeing me. "Waves," he said, "and a remarkably neat schooner. I'd swear that was Bellows's voice. Hello!" he shouted suddenly at the top of his voice. I thought he was up to some foolery. Then I saw littered about his feet the shattered remains of the best of our electrometers. "What's up, man?" said I. "You've smashed the electrometer." "Bellows again," said he. "Friends left, if my hands are gone. Something about electrometers. Which way are you, Bellows?" He suddenly came staggering towards me. "The damn stuff cuts like butter," he said. He walked straight into the bench and recoiled. "None so buttery that," he said, and stood swaying. I felt scared. "Davidson," said I, "what on earth's come over you?" He looked round him in every direction. I could swear that was Bellows. "Why don't you show yourself like a man, Bellows?" It occurred to me that he must be suddenly struck blind. I walked round the table and laid my hand upon his arm. I never saw a man more startled in my life. He jumped away from me and came round into an attitude of self-defence, his face fairly distorted with terror. "Good God!" he cried. "What was that?" "It's I, Bellows. Confound it, Davidson." He jumped when I answered him and stared, how can I express it, right through me. He began talking, not to me, but to himself. Here in broad daylight on a clear beach, not a place to hide in. He looked about him wildly. "Here, I am off." He suddenly turned and ran headlong into the big electromagnet, so violently that, as we found afterwards, he bruised his shoulder and jawbone cruelly. At that he stepped back a pace and cried out with almost a whimper, "What in heaven's name has come over me?" He stood blanched with terror and trembling violently, with his right arm clutching his left where that had collided with the magnet. By that time I was excited and fairly scared. "Davidson," said I, "don't be afraid." He was startled at my voice, but not so excessively as before. I repeated my words in as clear and firm a tone as I could assume. "Bellows," he said, "is that you?" "Can't you see it's me?" He laughed. "I can't even see it's myself. Where the devil are we?" "Here," I said, "in the laboratory." "The laboratory?" he answered in a puzzled tone and put his hand to his forehead. "I was in the laboratory till that flash came, but I'm hanged if I'm there now. What ship is that?" "There's no ship," said I. "Do be sensible, old chap." "No ship," he repeated, and seemed to forget my denial forthwith. "I suppose," said he slowly, "we're both dead. But the rummy part is I feel just as though I still had a body. Don't get used to it all at once, I suppose. The old shop was struck by lightning, I suppose. Jolly quick thing, Bellows, eh? Don't talk nonsense. You're very much alive. You are in the laboratory, blundering about. You've just smashed a new electrometer. I don't envy you when Boyce arrives." He stared away from me towards the diagrams of cryohydrates. "I must be deaf," said he. "They've fired a gun, for there goes the puff of smoke, and I never heard a sound." I put my hand on his arm again, and this time he was less alarmed. "We seem to have a sort of invisible bodies," said he. "By Jove, there's a boat coming round the headland. It's very much like the old life after all, in a different climate." I shook his arm. "Davidson," I cried, "wake up." 2. It was just then that Boyce came in. So soon as he spoke, Davidson exclaimed, "Old Boyce, dead too! What a lark!" I hastened to explain that Davidson was in a kind of somnambulistic trance. Boyce was interested at once. We both did all we could to rouse the fellow out of his extraordinary state. He answered our questions and asked us some of his own, but his attention seemed distracted by his hallucination about a beach and a ship. He kept interpolating observations concerning some boat and the davits, and sails filling with the wind. It made one feel queer in the dusky laboratory to hear him saying such things. He was blind and helpless. We had to walk him down the passage, one at each elbow, to Boyce's private room, and while Boyce talked to him there and humoured him about this ship idea, I went along the corridor and asked old Wade to come and look at him. The voice of our dean sobered him a little, but not very much. He asked where his hands were, and why he had to walk about up to his waist in the ground. Wade thought over him a long time, you know how he knits his brows, and then made him feel the couch, guiding his hands to it. "That's a couch," said Wade. "The couch in the private room of Professor Boyce. Horsehair stuffing." Davidson felt about and puzzled over it, and answered presently that he could feel it all right, but he couldn't see it. "What do you see?" asked Wade. Davidson said he could see nothing but a lot of sand and broken-up shells. Wade gave him some other things to feel, telling him what they were, and watching him keenly. "The ship is almost hull down," said Davidson presently, apropos of nothing. "Never mind the ship," said Wade. "Listen to me, Davidson. Do you know what hallucination means?" "Rather," said Davidson. "Well, everything you see is hallucinatory." "Bishop Berkeley," said Davidson. "Don't mistake me," said Wade. "You are alive and in this room of Boyce's. But something has happened to your eyes. You cannot see. You can feel and hear, but not see. Do you follow me?" "It seems to me that I see too much." Davidson rubbed his knuckles into his eyes. "Well?" he said. "That's all. Don't let it perplex you. Bellows here and I will take you home in a cab." "Wait a bit," Davidson thought. "Help me to sit down," said he presently. "And now, I'm sorry to trouble you, but will you tell me all that over again?" Wade repeated it very patiently. Davidson shut his eyes and pressed his hands upon his forehead. "Yes," said he, "it's quite right. Now my eyes are shut, I know you're right. That's you, Bellows, sitting by me on the couch. I'm in England again, and we're in the dark." Then he opened his eyes. "And there," said he, "is the sun just rising, and the yards of the ship, and a tumbled sea, and a couple of birds flying. I never saw anything so real. And I'm sitting up to my neck in a bank of sand." He bent forward and covered his face with his hands. Then he opened his eyes again. "Dark sea and sunrise. And yet I'm sitting on a sofa in old Boyce's room. God help me." 3. That was the beginning. For 3 weeks this strange affection of Davidson's eyes continued unabated. It was far worse than being blind. He was absolutely helpless, and had to be fed like a newly hatched bird and led about and undressed. If he attempted to move, he fell over things or struck himself against walls or doors. After a day or so he got used to hearing our voices without seeing us, and willingly admitted he was at home and that Wade was right in what he told him. My sister, to whom he was engaged, insisted on coming to see him, and would sit for hours every day while he talked about this beach of his. Holding her hands seemed to comfort him immensely. He explained that when we left the college and drove home, he lived in Hampstead Village, it appeared to him as if we drove right through a sandhill. It was perfectly black until he emerged again, and through rocks and trees and solid obstacles, and when he was taken to his own room it made him giddy and almost frantic with the fear of falling, because going upstairs seemed to lift him 30 or 40 feet above the rocks of his imaginary island. He kept saying he should smash all the eggs. The end was that he had to be taken down into his father's consulting room and laid upon a couch that stood there. He described the island as being a bleak kind of place on the whole, with very little vegetation except some peaty stuff and a lot of bare rock. There were multitudes of penguins, and they made the rocks white and disagreeable to see. The sea was often rough, and once there was a thunderstorm, and he lay and shouted at the silent flashes. Once or twice seals pulled up on the beach, but only on the first 2 or 3 days. He said it was very funny the way in which the penguins used to waddle right through him, and how he seemed to lie among them without disturbing them. I remember one odd thing, and that was when he wanted very badly to smoke. We put a pipe in his hands, he almost poked his eye out with it, and lit it, but he couldn't taste anything. I've since found it's the same with me. I don't know if it's the usual case, that I cannot enjoy tobacco at all unless I can see the smoke. But the queerest part of his vision came when Wade sent him out in a bath chair to get fresh air. The Davidsons hired a chair and got that deaf and obstinate dependent of theirs, Widgery, to attend to it. Widgery's ideas of healthy expeditions were peculiar. My sister, who had been to the dogs' home, met them in Camden Town towards King's Cross, Widgery trotting along complacently, and Davidson, evidently most distressed, trying in his feeble, blind way to attract Widgery's attention. He positively wept when my sister spoke to him. "Oh, get me out of this horrible darkness," he said, feeling for her hand. "I must get out of it, or I shall die." He was quite incapable of explaining what was the matter, but my sister decided he must go home, and presently, as they went uphill towards Hampstead, the horror seemed to drop from him. He said it was good to see the stars again, though it was then about noon and a blazing day. It seemed, he told me afterwards, as if I was being carried irresistibly towards the water. I was not very much alarmed at first. Of course it was night there, a lovely night. "Of course?" I asked, for that struck me as odd. "Of course," said he. "It's always night there when it is day here. Well, we went right into the water, which was calm and shining under the moonlight, just a broad swell that seemed to grow broader and flatter as I came down into it. The surface glistened just like a skin. It might have been empty space underneath for all I could tell to the contrary. Very slowly, for I rode slanting into it, the water crept up to my eyes. Then I went under, and the skin seemed to break and heal again about my eyes. The moon gave a jump up in the sky and grew green and dim, and fish, faintly glowing, came darting round me, and things that seemed made of luminous glass, and I passed through a tangle of seaweeds that shone with an oily lustre. And so I drove down into the sea, and the stars went out one by one, and the moon grew greener and darker, and the seaweed became a luminous purple red. It was all very faint and mysterious, and everything seemed to quiver. And all the while I could hear the wheels of the bath chair creaking, and the footsteps of people going by, and a man in the distance selling the special Pall Mall. I kept sinking down deeper and deeper into the water. It became inky black about me. Not a ray from above came down into that darkness, and the phosphorescent things grew brighter and brighter. The snaky branches of the deeper weeds flickered like the flames of spirit lamps, but after a time there were no more weeds. The fishes came staring and gaping towards me and into me and through me. I never imagined such fishes before. They had lines of fire along the sides of them as though they had been outlined with a luminous pencil. And there was a ghastly thing swimming backwards with a lot of twining arms. And then I saw, coming very slowly towards me through the gloom, a hazy mass of light that resolved itself as it drew nearer into multitudes of fishes struggling and darting round something that drifted. I drove on straight towards it, and presently I saw in the midst of the tumult, and by the light of the fish, a bit of splintered spar looming over me, and a dark hull tilting over, and some glowing phosphorescent forms that were shaken and writhed as the fish bit at them. Then it was I began to try to attract Widgery's attention. A horror came upon me. Ugh! I should have driven right into those half-eaten things, if your sister had not come. They had great holes in them, Bellows, and— never mind, but it was ghastly. 4. For 3 weeks Davidson remained in this singular state, seeing what at the time we imagined was an altogether phantasmal world, and stone-blind to the world around him. Then one Tuesday, when I called, I met old Davidson in the passage. "He can see his thumb," the old gentleman said in a perfect transport. He was struggling into his overcoat. "He can see his thumb, Bellows," he said with the tears in his eyes. "The lad will be all right yet." I rushed into Davidson. He was holding up a little book before his face and looking at it and laughing in a weak kind of way. "It's amazing," said he. "There's a kind of patch come there." He pointed with his finger. "I'm on the rocks as usual, and the penguins are staggering and flapping about as usual, and there's been a whale showing every now and then, but it's got too dark now to make him out. But put something there, and I see it. I do see it. It's very dim and broken in places, but I see it all the same, like a faint spectre of itself. I found it out this morning while they were dressing me. It's like a hole in this infernal phantom world. Just put your hand by mine. No, not there. Ah, yes, I see it. The base of your thumb and a bit of cuff. It looks like the ghost of a bit of your hand sticking out of the darkling sky. Just by it there's a group of stars like a cross coming out." From that time Davidson began to mend. His account of the change, like his account of the vision, was oddly convincing. Over patches of his field of vision, the phantom world grew fainter, grew transparent, as it were, and through these translucent gaps he began to see dimly the real world about him. The patches grew in size and number, ran together and spread until only here and there were blind spots left upon his eyes. He was able to get up and steer himself about, feed himself once more, read, smoke, and behave like an ordinary citizen again. At first it was very confusing to him to have these two pictures overlapping each other like the changing views of a lantern, but in a little while he began to distinguish the real from the illusory. At first he was unfeignedly glad, and seemed only too anxious to complete his cure by taking exercise and tonics. But as that odd island of his began to fade away from him, he became queerly interested in it. He wanted particularly to go down into the deep sea again, and would spend half his time wandering about the low-lying parts of London, trying to find the waterlogged wreck he had seen drifting. The glare of real daylight very soon impressed him so vividly as to blot out everything of his shadowy world, but of a night time, in a darkened room, he could still see the white-splashed rocks of the island and the clumsy penguins staggering to and fro. But even these grew fainter and fainter, and at last, soon after he married my sister, he saw them for the last time. 5. And now to tell of the queerest thing of all. About 2 years after his cure, I dined with the Davidsons, and after dinner a man named Atkins called in. He's a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, and a pleasant, talkative man. He was on friendly terms with my brother-in-law, and was soon on friendly terms with me. It came out that he was engaged to Davidson's cousin, and incidentally he took out a kind of pocket photograph case to show us a new rendering of his fiancée. "And, by the by," said he, "here's the old Fulmar." Davidson looked at it casually. Then suddenly his face lit up. "Good heavens," said he, "I could almost swear—" "What?" said Atkins. "That I had seen that ship before." "Don't see how you can have. She hasn't been out of the South Seas for 6 years, and before then—" "But," began Davidson, and then, "Yes, that's the ship I dreamt of. I'm sure that's the ship I dreamt of. She was standing off an island that swarmed with penguins, and she fired a gun." "Good Lord," said Atkins, who had now heard the particulars of the seizure. "How the deuce could you dream that?" And then, bit by bit, it came out that on the very day Davidson was seized, HMS Fulmar had actually been off a little rock to the south of Antipodes Island. A boat had landed overnight to get penguins' eggs, had been delayed, and a thunderstorm drifting up, the boat's crew had waited until the morning before rejoining the ship. Atkins had been one of them, and he corroborated word for word the descriptions Davidson had given of the island and the boat. There is not the slightest doubt in any of our minds that Davidson has really seen the place. In some unaccountable way, while he moved hither and thither in London, his sight moved hither and thither in a manner that corresponded about this distant island. How is absolutely a mystery. That completes the remarkable story of Davidson's eyes. It's perhaps the best authenticated case in existence of real vision at a distance. Explanation there is none forthcoming, except what Professor Wade has thrown out. But his explanation invokes the fourth dimension and a dissertation on theoretical kinds of space. To talk of there being a kink in space seems mere nonsense to me. It may be because I am no mathematician. When I said that nothing would alter the fact that the place is 8,000 miles away, he answered that 2 points might be a yard away on a sheet of paper, and yet be brought together by bending the paper round. The reader may grasp his argument, but I certainly do not. His idea seems to be that Davidson, stooping between the poles of the big electromagnet, had some extraordinary twist given to his retinal elements through the sudden change in the field of force due to the lightning. He thinks, as a consequence of this, that it may be possible to live visually in one part of the world, while one lives bodily in another. He has even made some experiments in support of his views, but so far he has simply succeeded in blinding a few dogs. I believe that is the net result of his work, though I have not seen him for some weeks. Latterly I have been so busy with my work in connection with the St. Pancras installation that I have had little opportunity of calling to see him. But the whole of his theory seems fantastic to me. The facts concerning Davidson stand on an altogether different footing, and I can testify personally to the accuracy of every detail I have given. End of the remarkable case of Davidson's eyes.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18. The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit Librivox.org. True. Nervous. Very, very dreadfully nervous I had been and am. But why will you say that I am mad? The disease had sharpened my senses, not destroyed, not dulled them.
Above all was the sense of hearing acute. I heard all things in the heaven and in the earth. I heard many things in hell. How then am I mad? Hearken and observe how healthily, how calmly I can tell you the whole story. It is impossible to say how first the idea entered my brain, but once conceived, it haunted me day and night. Object there was none, passion there was none. I loved the old man. He had never wronged me. He had never given me insult. For his gold I had no desire. I think it was his eye. Yes, it was this. One of his eyes resembled that of a vulture, a pale blue eye, with a film over it. Whenever it fell upon me, my blood ran cold, and so, by degrees, very gradually, I made up my mind to take the life of the old man, and thus rid myself of the eye forever. Now this is the point. You fancy me mad. Madmen know nothing. But you should have seen me. You should have seen how wisely I proceeded, with what caution, with what foresight, with what dissimulation I went to work. I was never kinder to the old man than during the whole week before I killed him. And every night, about midnight, I turned the latch of his door and opened it, oh so gently. And then, when I had made an opening sufficient for my head, I put in a dark lantern, all closed so that no light shone out, and then I thrust in my head. Oh, you would have laughed to see how cunningly I thrust it in. I moved it slowly, very, very slowly, so that I might not disturb the old man's sleep. It took me an hour to place my whole head within the opening so far that I could see him as he lay upon his bed. Would a madman have been so wise as this? And then, when my head was well in the room, I undid the lantern cautiously, oh so cautiously, for the hinges creaked. I undid it just so much that a single thin ray fell upon the vulture eye. And this I did for 7 long nights, every night just at midnight. But I found the eye always closed, and so it was impossible to do the work. For it was not the old man who vexed me, but his evil eye. And every morning, when the day broke, I went boldly into the chamber, and spoke courageously to him, calling him by name in a hearty tone, and inquiring how he had passed the night. So you see he would have been a very profound old man indeed, to suspect that every night, just at 12, I looked in upon him while he slept. Upon the 8th night I was more than usually cautious in opening the door. A watch's minute hand moves more quickly than did mine. Never before that night had I felt the extent of my own powers, of my sagacity. I could scarcely contain my feelings of triumph. To think that there I was, opening the door, little by little, and he not even to dream of my secret deeds or thoughts. I fairly chuckled at the idea, and perhaps he heard me, for he moved on the bed suddenly, as if startled. Now you may think I drew back, but no. His room was as black as pitch with a thick darkness, for the shutters were close-fastened, through fear of robbers. And so I knew that he could not see the opening of the door, and I kept pushing it on steadily, steadily. I had my head in, and was about to open the lantern, when my thumb slipped on the tin fastening, and the old man sprang up in the bed, crying out, "Who's there?" I kept quite still, and said nothing. For a whole hour I did not move a muscle, and in the meantime I did not hear him lie down. He was still sitting up in the bed listening, just as I have done, night after night, hearkening to the death watches in the wall. Presently I heard a slight groan, and I knew it was the groan of mortal terror. It was not a groan of pain or of grief, oh no. It was the low, stifled sound that arises from the bottom of the soul when overcharged with awe. I knew the sound well. Many a night, just at midnight, when all the world slept, It has welled up from my own bosom, deepening with its dreadful echo the terrors that distracted me. I say I knew it well. I knew what the old man felt, and pitied him, although I chuckled at heart. I knew that he had been lying awake ever since the first slight noise, when he had turned in the bed. His fears had been ever since growing upon him. He had been trying to fancy them causeless, but could not. He had been saying to himself, "It is nothing but the wind in the chimney. It is only a mouse crossing the floor." Or, "It is merely a cricket which has made a single chirp." Yes, he has been trying to comfort himself with these suppositions, but he had found all in vain, because death, in approaching him, had stalked with his black shadow before him, and enveloped the victim, and it was the mournful influence of the unperceived shadow that caused him to feel, although he neither saw nor heard, to feel the presence of my head within the room. While I had waited a long time, very patiently, without hearing him lie down, I resolved to open a very, very little crevice in the lantern. So I opened it. You cannot imagine how stealthily, until, at length, a single dim ray, like the thread of the spider, shot from out the crevice and fell upon the vulture eye. It was open, wide open, and I grew furious as I gazed upon it. I saw it with perfect distinctness, all a dull blue, with a hideous veil over it that chilled the very marrow in my bones. But I could see nothing else of the old man's face or person, for I had directed the ray as if by instinct, precisely upon the damned spot. And now have I not told you that what you mistake for madness is but over-acuteness of the senses? Now, I say, there came to my ears a low, dull, quick sound, such as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I knew that sound well, too. It was the beating of the old man's heart. It increased my fury, as the beating of a drum stimulates the soldier into courage. But even yet I refrained and kept still. I scarcely breathed. I held the lantern motionless. I tried how steadily I could maintain the ray upon the eye. Meantime the hellish tattoo of the heart increased. It grew quicker and quicker, and louder every instant. The old man's terror must have been extreme. It grew louder, I say, louder every moment. Do you mark me well? I have told you that I am nervous. So I am. And now at the dead hour of the night, amid the dreadful silence of that old house, so strange a noise as this excited me to uncontrollable terror. Yet for some minutes longer I refrained and stood still, but the beating grew louder. I thought the heart must burst, and now a new anxiety seized me. The sound would be heard by a neighbor. The old man's hour had come. With a loud yell, I threw open the lantern and leaped into the room. He shrieked once only. In an instant I dragged him to the floor and pulled the heavy bed over him. I then smiled gaily to find the deed so far done. But for many minutes the heart beat on with a muffled sound. This, however, did not vex me. It would not be heard through the wall. At length it ceased. The old man was dead. I removed the bed and examined the corpse. Yes, he was stone dead. I placed my hand upon the heart and held it there many minutes. There was no pulsation. He was stone dead. His eye would trouble me no more. If you still think me mad, you will think so no longer when I describe the wise precautions I took for the concealment of the body. The night waned, and I worked hastily, but in silence. First of all, I dismembered the corpse. I cut off the head, and the arms, and the legs. I then took up 3 planks from the flooring of the chamber, and deposited all between the scantlings. I then replaced the boards so cleverly, so cunningly, that no human eye, not even his, could have detected anything wrong. There was nothing to wash out, no stain of any kind, no blood spot whatever. I had been too worried for that. A tub had caught all. When I had made an end of these labors, it was 4 o'clock, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 men, who introduced themselves, with perfect suavity, as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premises. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man, I mentioned, was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room, and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself getting pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still they sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct. It continued and became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness, until at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt I now grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice. Yet the sound increased, and what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound, much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, and yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, but the noise steadily increased. I arose and argued about trifles, in a high key and with violent gesticulations, but the noise steadily increased. Why would they not be gone? I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observations of the men, but the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore. I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting, and grated it upon the boards. But the noise arose over all and continually increased. It grew louder, 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 and still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, no. They heard, they suspected, they knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think, but anything was better than this agony. Anything was more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, 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 louder. Villains! I shrieked. Dissemble no more! I admit the deed! Tear up the planks! Here! Here! It is the beating of his hideous heart! End of The Telltale Heart, read by DougHerty.
Short Mystery and Suspense Collection 18, The Wrong Shape by G.K. Chesterton. This is a Librivox recording. All Librivox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Terrance Callan. The Wrong Shape by G.K. Chesterton. Certain of the great roads going north out of London continue far into the country, a sort of attenuated and interrupted spectre of a street, with great gaps in the building, but preserving the line. Here will be a group of shops, followed by a fenced field or paddock, and then a famous public house, and then perhaps a market garden or a nursery garden, and then one large private house, and then another field and another inn, and so on. If anyone walks along one of these roads, he will pass a house which will probably catch his eye, though he may not be able to explain its attraction. It is a long, low house running parallel with the road, painted mostly white and pale green, with a veranda and sunblinds, and porches capped with those quaint sort of cupolas, like wooden umbrellas, that one sees in some old-fashioned houses. In fact, it is an old-fashioned house, very English and very suburban, in the good old wealthy Clapham sense. And yet the house has a look of having been built chiefly for the hot weather. Looking at its white paint and sunblinds, one thinks vaguely of puggarees and even of palm trees. I cannot trace the feeling to its root. Perhaps the place was built by an Anglo-Indian. Anyone passing this house, I say, would be namelessly fascinated by it, would feel that it was a place about which some story was to be told. And he would have been right, as you shall shortly hear. For this is the story of the strange things that did really happen in it in the Whitsuntide of the year 18 blank. Anyone passing the house on the Thursday before Whitsunday at about 4:30 p.m. would have seen the front door open and Father Brown, of the small church of St. Mungo, come out smoking a large pipe, in company with a very tall French friend of his called Flambeau, who was smoking a very small cigarette. These persons may or may not be of interest to the reader, but the truth is that they were not the only interesting things that were displayed when the front door of the white and green house was opened. There are further peculiarities about this house, which must be described to start with, not only that the reader may understand this tragic tale, but also that he may realize what it was that the opening of the door revealed. The whole house was built upon the plan of a T, but a T with a very long crosspiece and a very short tailpiece. The long crosspiece was the frontage that ran along in face of the street, with the front door in the middle. It was 2 stories high, and contained nearly all the important rooms. The short tailpiece, which ran out at the back immediately opposite the front door, was 1 story high, and consisted only of 2 long rooms, the one leading into the other. The first of these 2 rooms was the study in which the celebrated Mr. Quinton wrote his wild Oriental poems and romances. The farther room was a glass conservatory full of tropical blossoms of quite unique and almost monstrous beauty, and on such afternoons as these, glowing with gorgeous sunlight. Thus, when the hall door was open, many a passer-by literally stopped to stare and gasp, for he looked down a perspective of rich apartments to something really like a transformation scene in a fairy play, purple clouds and golden suns and crimson stars that were at once scorchingly vivid and yet transparent and far away. Leonard Quinton, the poet, had himself most carefully arranged this effect, and it is doubtful whether he so perfectly expressed his personality in any of his poems. For he was a man who drank and bathed in colors, who indulged his lust for color somewhat to the neglect of form, even of good form. This it was that had turned his genius so wholly to Eastern art and imagery, to those bewildering carpets or blinding embroideries in which all the colors seem fallen into a fortunate chaos, having nothing to typify or to teach. He had attempted, not perhaps with complete artistic success, but with acknowledged imagination and invention, to compose epics and love stories reflecting the riot of violent and even cruel color, tales of tropical heavens of burning gold or blood-red copper, of Eastern heroes who rode with 12-turbaned mitres upon elephants painted purple or peacock green, of gigantic jewels that 100 Negroes could not carry, but which burned with ancient and strange-hued fires. In short, to put the matter from the more common point of view, he dealt much in Eastern heavens, rather worse than most Western hells, in Eastern monarchs, whom we might possibly call maniacs, and in Eastern jewels, which a Bond Street jeweler, if the 100 staggering Negroes brought them into his shop, might possibly not regard as genuine. Quentin was a genius, if a morbid one, and even his morbidity appeared more in his life than in his work. In temperament he was weak and waspish, and his health had suffered heavily from Oriental experiments with opium. His wife, a handsome, hard-working, and indeed overworked woman, objected to the opium, but objected much more to a live Indian hermit in white and yellow robes, whom her husband insisted on entertaining for months together, a Virgil to guide his spirit through the heavens and the hells of the East. It was out of this artistic household that Father Brown and his friend stepped onto the doorstep, and to judge from their faces, they stepped out of it with much relief. Flambeau had known Quentin in wild student days in Paris, and they had renewed the acquaintance for a weekend. But apart from Flambeau's more responsible developments of late, he did not get on well with the poet now. Choking oneself with opium and writing little erotic verses on vellum was not his notion of how a gentleman should go to the devil. As the two paused on the doorstep before taking a turn in the garden, the front garden gate was thrown open with violence, and a young man with a billycock hat on the back of his head tumbled up the steps in his eagerness. He was a dissipated-looking youth, with a gorgeous red necktie all awry, as if he had slept in it, and he kept fidgeting and lashing about with one of those little jointed canes. "I say," he said breathlessly, "I want to see old Quentin. I must see him. Has he gone?" "Mr. Quentin is in, I believe," said Father Brown, cleaning his pipe, "but I do not know if you can see him. The doctor is with him at present." The young man, who seemed not to be perfectly sober, stumbled into the hall, and at the same moment the doctor came out of Quentin's study, shutting the door and beginning to put on his gloves. "See Mr. Quentin?" said the doctor coolly. "No, I'm afraid you can't. In fact, you mustn't on any account. Nobody must see him. I've just given him his sleeping draught." "No, but look here, old chap," said the youth in the red tie, trying affectionately to capture the doctor by the lapels of his coat. "Look here, I'm simply sewn up. I tell you, "It's no good, Mr. Atkinson," said the doctor, forcing him to fall back. "When you can alter the effects of a drug, I'll alter my decision." And settling on his hat, he stepped out into the sunlight with the other two. He was a bull-necked, good-tempered little man with a small mustache, inexpressibly ordinary, yet giving an impression of capacity. The young man in the billycock, who did not seem to be gifted with any tact in dealing with people beyond the general idea of clutching hold of their coats, stood outside the door, as dazed as if he had been thrown out bodily, and silently watched the other three walk away together through the garden. "That was a sound spanking lie I told just now," remarked the medical man, laughing. "In point of fact, poor Quentin doesn't have his sleeping draught for nearly a half an hour. But I'm not going to have him bothered with that little beast, who only wants to borrow money that he wouldn't pay back if he could. He's a dirty little scamp, though he is Mrs. Quinton's brother, and she's as fine a woman as ever walked." "Yes," said Father Brown, "she's a good woman." "So I propose to hang about the garden till the creature has cleared off," went on the doctor, "and then I'll go into Quinton with the medicine. Atkinson can't get in because I locked the door." "In that case, Dr. Harris," said Flambeau, "we might as well walk around at the back by the end of the conservatory. There's no entrance to it that way, but it's worth seeing, even from the outside." "Yes, and I might get a squint at my patient," laughed the doctor, "for he prefers to lie on an ottoman right at the end of the conservatory amid all those blood-red poinsettias. It would give me the creeps. But what are you doing?" Father Brown had stopped for a moment and picked up, out of the long grass, where it had almost been wholly hidden, a queer, crooked, oriental knife, inlaid exquisitely in colored stones and metals. "What is this?" asked Father Brown, regarding it with some disfavor. "Oh, Quinton's, I suppose," said Dr. Harris carelessly. "He has all sorts of Chinese knickknacks about the place. Or perhaps it belongs to that mild Hindu of his whom he keeps on a string." "What Hindu?" asked Father Brown, still staring at the dagger in his hand. "Oh, some Indian conjurer," said the doctor lightly. "A fraud, of course." "You don't believe in magic?" asked Father Brown without looking up. "Oh, crikey, magic," said the doctor. "It's very beautiful," said the priest in a low, dreaming voice. "The colors are very beautiful, but it's the wrong shape." "What for?" asked Flambeau, staring. "For anything. It's the wrong shape in the abstract. Don't you ever feel that about Eastern art? The colors are intoxicatingly lovely, but the shapes are mean and bad, deliberately mean and bad. I have seen wicked things in a Turkey carpet." "Mon Dieu!" cried Flambeau, laughing. "They are letters and symbols in a language I don't know, but I know they stand for evil words," went on the priest, his voice growing lower and lower. "The lines go wrong on purpose, like serpents doubling to escape." "What the devil are you talking about?" said the doctor with a loud laugh. Flambeau spoke quietly to him in answer. "The father sometimes gets this mystic's cloud on him," he said, "but I give you fair warning that I have never known him to have it, except when there was some evil quite near." "Oh, rats," said the scientist. "Why, look at it," cried Father Brown, holding out the crooked knife at arm's length, as if it were some glittering snake. "Don't you see it is the wrong shape? Don't you see that it has no hearty and plain purpose? It does not point like a spear, it does not sweep like a scythe, it does not look like a weapon, it looks like an instrument of torture." "Well, as you don't seem to like it," said the jolly Harris, "it had better be taken back to its owner. Haven't we come to the end of this confounded conservatory yet? This house is the wrong shape, if you like." "You don't understand," said Father Brown, shaking his head. "The shape of this house is quaint, it is even laughable, but there is nothing wrong about it." As they spoke, they came round the curve of glass that ended the conservatory, an uninterrupted curve, for there was neither door nor window by which to enter at that end. The glass, however, was clear, and the sun still bright, though beginning to set, and they could see not only the flamboyant blossoms inside, but the frail figure of the poet in a brown velvet coat lying languidly on the sofa, having, apparently, fallen half asleep over a book. He was a pale, slight man, with loose, chestnut hair and a fringe of beard that was the paradox of his face, for the beard made him look less manly. These traits were well known to all three of them, but even had it not been so, it may be doubted whether they would have looked at Quinton just then. Their eyes were riveted on another object. Exactly in their path, immediately outside the round end of the glass building, was standing a tall man, whose drapery fell to his feet in faultless white, and whose bare brown skull, face, and neck gleamed in the setting sun like splendid bronze. He was looking through the glass at the sleeper, and he was more motionless than a mountain. "Who is that?" cried Father Brown, stepping back with a hissing intake of his breath. "Oh, it is only that Hindu humbug," growled Harris, "but I don't know what the deuce he's doing here." "It looks like hypnotism," said Flambeau, biting his black mustache. "Why are you unmedical fellows always talking bosh about hypnotism?" cried the doctor. "It looks a deal more like burglary." "Well, we will speak to it at any rate," said Flambeau, who was always for action. One long stride took him to the place where the Indian stood. Bowing from his great height, which overtopped even the Orientals, he said with placid impudence, "Good evening, sir. Do you want anything?" Quite slowly, like a great ship turning into a harbor, the great yellow face turned and looked at last over its white shoulder. They were startled to see that its yellow eyelids were quite sealed, as in sleep. "Thank you," said the face in excellent English. "I want nothing." Then, half opening the lids so as to show a slit of opalescent eyeball, he repeated, "I want nothing." Then he opened his eyes wide with a startling stare, said, "I want nothing," and went rustling away into the rapidly darkening garden. "The Christian is more modest," muttered Father Brown. "He wants something." "What on earth was he doing?" asked Flambeau, knitting his black brows and lowering his voice. "I should like to talk to you later," said Father Brown. The sunlight was still a reality, but it was the red light of evening, and the bulk of the garden trees and bushes grew blacker and blacker against it. They turned round the end of the conservatory and walked in silence down the other side to get round to the front door. As they went, they seemed to wake something, as one startles a bird, in the deeper corner between the study and the main building, and again they saw the white-robed fakir slide out of the shadow and slip round towards the front door. To their surprise, however, he had not been alone. They found themselves abruptly pulled up and forced to banish their bewilderment by the appearance of Mrs. Quinton, with her heavy golden hair and square pale face advancing on them out of the twilight. She looked a little stern, but was entirely courteous. "Good evening, Dr. Harris," was all she said. "Good evening, Mrs. Quinton," said the little doctor heartily. "I am just going to give your husband his sleeping draught." "Yes," she said in a clear voice, "I think it is quite time." And she smiled at them and went sweeping into the house. "That woman's overdriven," said Father Brown. "That's the kind of woman that does her duty for 20 years and then does something dreadful." The little doctor looked at him for the first time with an eye of interest. "Did you ever study medicine?" he asked. "You have to know something of the mind as well as the body," answered the priest. "We have to know something of the body as well as the mind." "Well," said the doctor, "I think I'll go and give Quinton his stuff." They had turned the corner of the front facade and were approaching the front doorway. As they turned into it, they saw the man in the white robe for the third time. He came so straight towards the front door that it seemed quite incredible that he had not just come out of the study opposite to it. Yet they knew that the study door was locked. Father Brown and Flambeau, however, kept this weird contradiction to themselves, and Dr. Harris was not a man to waste his thoughts on the impossible. He permitted the omnipresent Asiatic to make his exit, and then stepped briskly into the hall. There he found a figure which he had already forgotten. The inane Atkinson was still hanging about, humming and poking things with his knobby cane. The doctor's face had a spasm of disgust and decision, and he whispered rapidly to his companion, "I must lock the door again, or this rat will get in." but I shall be out again in 2 minutes." He rapidly unlocked the door and locked it again behind him, just balking a blundering charge from the young man in the billycock. The young man threw himself impatiently on a hall chair. Flambeau looked at a Persian illumination on the wall. Father Brown, who seemed in a sort of daze, dully eyed the door. In about 4 minutes the door was opened again. Atkinson was quicker this time. He sprang forward, held the door open for an instant, and called out, "Oh, I say, Quentin, I want—" From the other end of the study came the clear voice of Quentin, in something between a yawn and a yell of weary laughter. "Oh, I know what you want. Take it and leave me in peace. I'm writing a song about peacocks." Before the door closed, half a sovereign came flying through the aperture, and Atkinson, stumbling forward, caught it with singular dexterity. "So that's settled," said the doctor, and locking the door savagely, he led the way out into the garden. "Poor Leonard can get a little peace now," he added to Father Brown. "He's locked in all by himself for an hour or 2. "Yes," answered the priest, and his voice sounded jolly enough when we left him. Then he looked gravely round the garden and saw the loose figure of Atkinson standing and jingling the half-sovereign in his pocket, and beyond, in the purple twilight, the figure of the Indian sitting bolt upright upon a bank of grass with his face turned towards the setting sun. Then he said abruptly, "Where is Mrs. Quentin?" "She has gone up to her room," said the doctor. "That is her shadow on the blind." Father Brown looked up and frowningly scrutinized a dark outline at the gaslit window. "Yes," he said, "that is her shadow," and he walked a yard or 2 and threw himself upon a garden seat. Flambeau sat down beside him, but the doctor was one of those energetic people who live naturally on their legs. He walked away smoking into the twilight, and the 2 friends were left together. "My father," said Flambeau in French, "what is the matter with you?" Father Brown was silent and motionless for half a minute. Then he said, "Superstition is irreligious, but there is something in the air of this place. I think it's that Indian, at least partly." He sank into silence and watched the distant outline of the Indian, who still sat rigid as if in prayer. At first sight he seemed motionless, but as Father Brown watched him, he saw that the man swayed ever so slightly, with a rhythmic movement, just as the dark tree-tops swayed ever so slightly in the wind that was creeping up the dim garden paths and shuffling the fallen leaves a little. The landscape was growing rapidly dark, as if for a storm, but they could still see all the figures in their various places. Atkinson was leaning against a tree with a listless face. Quentin's wife was still at her window. The doctor had gone strolling round the end of the conservatory. They could see his cigar like a will-o'-the-wisp. And the fakir still sat rigid and yet rocking, while the trees above him began to rock and almost to roar. Storm was certainly coming. "When that Indian spoke to us," went on Brown in a conversational undertone, "I had a sort of vision, a vision of him and all his universe. Yet he only said the same thing 3 times. When first he said, 'I want nothing,' it meant only that he was impenetrable, that Asia does not give itself away. Then he said again, 'I want nothing,' and I knew that he meant that he was sufficient to himself, like a cosmos, that he needed no God, neither admitted any sins. And when he said the 3rd time, 'I want nothing,' he said it with blazing eyes, and I knew that he meant literally what he said, that nothing was his desire and his home, that he was weary for nothing as for wine, that annihilation, the mere destruction of everything or anything." 2 drops of rain fell, and for some reason Flambeau started and looked up as if they had stung him, and the same instant the doctor down by the end of the conservatory began running towards them, calling out something as he ran. As he came among them like a bombshell, the restless Atkinson happened to be taking a turn nearer to the house front, and the doctor clutched him by the collar in a convulsive grip. "Foul play!" he cried. "What have you been doing to him, you dog?" The priest had sprung erect, and had the voice of steel of a soldier in command. "No fighting," he cried coolly. "We are enough to hold anyone we want to. What is the matter, doctor?" "Things are not right with Quentin," said the doctor, quite white. "I could just see him through the glass, and I don't like the way he's lying. It's not as I left him, anyhow." "Let us go into him," said Father Brown shortly. "You can leave Mr. Atkinson alone. I have had him in sight since we heard Quentin's voice." "I will stop here and watch him," said Flambeau hurriedly. "You go in and see." The doctor and the priest flew to the study door, unlocked it, and fell into the room. In doing so, they nearly fell over the large mahogany table in the center, at which the poet usually wrote, for the place was lit only by a small fire kept for the invalid. In the middle of this table lay a single sheet of paper, evidently left there on purpose. The doctor snatched it up, glanced at it, handed it to Father Brown, and crying, "Good God, look at that!" plunged toward the glass room beyond, where the terrible tropic flowers still seemed to keep a crimson memory of the sunset. Father Brown read the words 3 times before he put down the paper. The words were, "I die by my own hand, yet I die murdered." They were in the quite inimitable, not to say illegible, handwriting of Leonard Quentin. Then Father Brown, still keeping the paper in his hand, strode towards the conservatory, only to meet his medical friend coming back with a face of assurance and collapse. "He's done it," said Harris. They went together through the gorgeous, unnatural beauty of cactus and azalea, and found Leonard Quentin, poet and romancer, with his head hanging downward off his ottoman, and his red curls sweeping the ground. Into his left side was thrust the queer dagger that they had picked up in the garden, and his limp hand still rested on the hilt. Outside, the storm had come at one stride, like the night in Coleridge, and garden and glass roof were darkened with driving rain. Father Brown seemed to be studying the paper more than the corpse. He held it close to his eyes and seemed trying to read it in the twilight. Then he held it up against the faint light, and as he did so, lightning stared at them for an instant, so white that the paper looked black against it. Darkness full of thunder followed, and after the thunder, Father Brown's voice said out of the dark, "Doctor, this paper is the wrong shape." "What do you mean?" asked Dr. Harris with a frowning stare. "It isn't square," answered Brown. "It has a sort of edge snipped off at the corner. What does it mean?" "How the deuce should I know?" growled the doctor. "Shall we move this poor chap, do you think? He's quite dead." "No," answered the priest, "we must leave him as he lies and send for the police." But he was still scrutinizing the paper. As they went back through the study, he stopped by the table and picked up a small pair of nail scissors. "Ah," he said, with a sort of relief, "this is what he did it with. But yet," and he knitted his brows. "Oh, stop fooling with that scrap of paper," said the doctor emphatically. "It was a fad of his. He had hundreds of them. He cut all his paper like that," as he pointed to a stack of sermon paper still unused on another and smaller table. Father Brown went up to it and held up a sheet. It was the same irregular shape. "Quite so," he said, "and here I see the corners that were snipped off." And to the indignation of his colleague, he began to count them. "That's all right," he said with an apologetic smile. 23 sheets cut, and 22 corners cut off them. and as I see you are impatient, we will rejoin the others." "Who is to tell his wife?" asked Dr. Harris. "Will you go and tell her now, while I send a servant for the police?" "As you will," said Father Brown indifferently, and he went out to the hall door. Here also he found a drama, though of a more grotesque sort. It showed nothing less than his big friend Flambeau in an attitude to which he had long been unaccustomed, while upon the pathway at the bottom of the steps was sprawling with his boots in the air the amiable Atkinson, his billycock hat and walking cane sent flying in opposite directions along the path. Atkinson had at length wearied of Flambeau's almost paternal custody, and had endeavored to knock him down, which was by no means a smooth game to play with the Roi des Apaches, even after that monarch's abdication. Flambeau was about to leap upon his enemy and secure him once more, when the priest patted him easily on the shoulder. "Make it up with Mr. Atkinson, my friend," he said. "Beg a mutual pardon and say good night. We need not detain him any longer." Then as Atkinson rose somewhat doubtfully and gathered his hat and stick and went towards the garden gate, Father Brown said in a more serious voice, "Where is that Indian?" They all three, for the doctor had joined them, turned involuntarily towards the dim grassy bank amid the tossing trees purple with twilight, where they had last seen the brown man swaying in his strange prayers. The Indian was gone. "Confound him!" cried the doctor, stamping furiously. "Now I know that it was that nigger that did it." "I thought you didn't believe in magic," said Father Brown quietly. "No more I did," said the doctor, rolling his eyes. "I only know that I loathed that yellow devil when I thought he was a sham wizard, and I shall loathe him more if I come to think he was a real one." "Well, his having escaped is nothing," said Flambeau, "for we could have proved nothing and done nothing against him. One hardly goes to the parish constable with a story of suicide imposed by witchcraft or autosuggestion." Meanwhile, Father Brown had made his way into the house and now went to break the news to the wife of the dead man. When he came out again, he looked a little pale and tragic, but what passed between them in that interview was never known, even when all was known. Flambeau, who was talking quietly with the doctor, was surprised to see his friend reappear so soon at his elbow, but Brown took no notice and merely drew the doctor apart. "You have sent for the police, haven't you?" he asked. "Yes," answered Harris. "They ought to be here in 10 minutes." "Will you do me a favor?" said the priest quietly. "The truth is, I make a collection of these curious stories, which often contain, as in the case of our Hindu friend, elements which can hardly be put into a police report. Now I want you to write out a report of this case for my private use. Yours is a clever trade," he said, looking the doctor gravely and steadily in the face. "I sometimes think that you know some details of this matter which you have not thought fit to mention. Mine is a confidential trade like yours, and I will treat anything you write for me in strict confidence. But write the whole." The doctor, who had been listening thoughtfully, with his head a little on one side, looked the priest in the face for an instant and said, "All right," and went into the study, closing the door behind him. "Flambeau," said Father Brown, "there is a long seat there under the veranda where we can smoke out of the rain. You are my only friend in the world, and I want to talk to you, or perhaps be silent with you." They established themselves comfortably in the veranda seat. Father Brown, against his common habit, accepted a good cigar and smoked it steadily in silence, while the rain shrieked and rattled on the roof of the veranda. "My friend," he said at length, "this is a very queer case, a very queer case." "I should think it was," said Flambeau, with something like a shudder. You call it queer, and I call it queer, said the other, and yet we mean quite opposite things. The modern mind always mixes up two different ideas, mystery in the sense of what is marvelous, and mystery in the sense of what is complicated. That is half its difficulty about miracles. A miracle is startling, but it is simple. It is simple because it is a miracle. It is power coming directly from God, or the devil, instead of indirectly through nature or human wills. Now you mean that this business is marvelous because it is miraculous, because it is witchcraft worked by a wicked Indian. Understand, I do not say that it was not spiritual or diabolic. Heaven and hell only know by what surrounding influences strange sins come into the lives of men. But for the present my point is this. If it was pure magic, as you think, then it is marvelous, but it is not mysterious. That is, it is not complicated. The quality of a miracle is mysterious, but its manner is simple. Now the manner of this business has been the reverse of simple. The storm that had slackened for a little seemed to be swelling again, and there came heavy movements as of faint thunder. Father Brown let fall the ash of his cigar and went on. There has been in this incident, he said, a twisted, ugly, complex quality that does not belong to the straight bolts either of heaven or hell. As one knows the crooked track of a snail, I know the crooked track of a man. The white lightning opened its enormous eye in one wink. The sky shut up again, and the priest went on. Of all these crooked things, the crookedest was the shape of that piece of paper. It was crookeder than the dagger that killed him. You mean the paper on which Quentin confessed his suicide? Said Flambeau. I mean the paper on which Quentin wrote, "I die by my own hand," answered Father Brown. The shape of that paper, my friend, was the wrong shape. The wrong shape, if ever I have seen it in this wicked world. It only had a corner snipped off, said Flambeau, and I understand that all Quentin's paper was cut that way. It was a very odd way, said the other, and a very bad way to my taste and fancy. Look here, Flambeau, this Quentin, God receive his soul, was perhaps a bit of a cur in some ways, but he really was an artist, with the pencil as well as the pen. His handwriting, though hard to read, was bold and beautiful. I can't prove what I say. I can't prove anything. But I tell you with the full force of conviction that he could never have cut that mean little piece off a sheet of paper. If he had wanted to cut down paper for some purpose of fitting in or binding up or what not, he would have made quite a different slash with the scissors. Do you remember the shape? It was a mean shape. It was a wrong shape. Like this. Don't you remember? And he waved his burning cigar before him in the darkness, making irregular squares so rapidly that Flambeau really seemed to see them as fiery hieroglyphics upon the darkness, hieroglyphics such as his friend had spoken of, which are undecipherable, yet can have no good meaning. But, said Flambeau, as the priest put his cigar in his mouth again and leaned back, staring at the roof, suppose somebody else did use the scissors. Why should somebody else cutting pieces off his sermon paper make Quentin commit suicide? Father Brown was still leaning back and staring at the roof, but he took his cigar out of his mouth and said, "Quentin never did commit suicide." Flambeau stared at him. "Why, confound it all," he cried, "then why did he confess to suicide?" The priest leaned forward again, settled his elbows on his knees, looked at the ground, and said in a low, distinct voice, "He never did confess to suicide." Flambeau laid his cigar down. "You mean," he said, "that the writing was forged?" "No," said Father Brown, "Quentin wrote it all right." "Well, there you are," said the aggravated Flambeau. "Quentin wrote, 'I die by my own hand,' with his own hand on a plain piece of paper. "Of the wrong shape," said the priest calmly. "Oh, the shape be damned!" cried Flambeau. "What has the shape to do with it?" "There were 23 snipped papers," resumed Brown unmoved, "and only 22 pieces snipped off. Therefore, one of the pieces had been destroyed, probably that from the written paper. Does that suggest anything to you?" A light dawned on Flambeau's face, and he said, "There was something else written by Quentin, some other words. 'They will tell you I die by my own hand,' or 'Do not believe that.'" "Hotter, as the children say," said his friend, "but the piece was hardly half an inch across. There was no room for one word, let alone 5. Can you think of anything hardly bigger than a comma, which the man with hell in his heart had to tear away as a testimony against him?" "I can think of nothing," said Flambeau at last. "What about quotation marks?" said the priest, and flung his cigar far into the darkness like a shooting star. All words had left the other man's mouth, and Father Brown said, like one going back to fundamentals, "Leonard Quentin was a romancer, and was writing an Oriental romance about wizardry and hypnotism. He—" At this moment the door opened briskly behind them, and the doctor came out with his hat on. He put a long envelope into the priest's hands. "That's the document you wanted," he said, "and I must be getting home. Good night." "Good night," said Father Brown, as the doctor walked briskly to the gate. He had left the front door open so that a shaft of gaslight fell upon them. In the light of this, Brown opened the envelope and read the following words. "Dear Father Brown, Vicisti Galilei. Otherwise, damn your eyes, which are very penetrating ones. Can it be possible that there is something in all that stuff of yours, after all? I am a man who has ever since boyhood believed in nature and in all natural functions and instincts, whether men called them moral or immoral. Long before I became a doctor, when I was a schoolboy keeping mice and spiders, I believed that to be a good animal is the best thing in the world. But just now I am shaken. I have believed in nature, but it seems as if nature could betray a man. Can there be anything in your bosh? I am really getting morbid. I loved Quentin's wife. What was there wrong in that? Nature told me to, and it's love that makes the world go round. I also thought quite sincerely that she would be happier with a clean animal like me than with that tormenting little lunatic. What was there wrong in that? I was only facing facts, like a man of science. She would have been happier. According to my own creed, I was quite free to kill Quentin, which was the best thing for everybody, even himself. But as a healthy animal, I had no notion of killing myself. I resolved, therefore, that I would never do it until I saw a chance that would leave me scot-free. I saw that chance this morning. I have been 3 times, all told, into Quentin's study today. The first time I went in, he would talk about nothing but the weird tale called The Cure of a Saint, which he was writing, which was all about how some Indian hermit made an English colonel kill himself by thinking about him. He showed me the last sheets, and even read me the last paragraph, which was something like this. The conqueror of the Punjab, a mere yellow skeleton but still gigantic, managed to lift himself on his elbow and gasp in his nephew's ear, I die by my own hand, yet I die murdered. It so happened, by one chance out of 100, that those last words were written at the top of a new sheet of paper. I left the room and went out into the garden, intoxicated with a frightful opportunity. We walked round the house, and 2 more things happened in my favor. You suspected an Indian, and you found a dagger which the Indian might most probably use. Taking the opportunity to stuff it in my pocket, I went back to Quentin's study, locked the door, and gave him his sleeping draught. He was against answering Atkinson at all, but I urged him to call out and quiet the fellow, because I wanted a clear proof that Quentin was alive when I left the room for the second time. Quentin lay down in the conservatory, and I came through the study. I am a quick man with my hands, and in a minute and a half I had done what I wanted to do. I had emptied all the first part of Quentin's romance into the fireplace, where it burnt to ashes. Then I saw that the quotation marks wouldn't do, so I snipped them off, and to make it seem likelier, snipped the whole quire to match. Then I came out with the knowledge that Quentin's confession of suicide lay on the front table, while Quentin lay alive but asleep in the conservatory beyond. The last act was a desperate one, you can guess it. I pretended to have seen Quentin dead and rushed to his room. I delayed you with the paper, and being a quick man with my hands, killed Quentin while you were looking at his confession of suicide. He was half asleep, being drugged, and I put his own hand on the knife and drove it into his body. The knife was of so queer a shape that no one but an operator could have calculated the angle that would reach his heart. I wonder if you noticed this. When I had done it, the extraordinary thing happened. Nature deserted me. I felt ill. I felt just as if I had done something wrong. I think my brain is breaking up. I feel some sort of desperate pleasure in thinking I have told the thing to somebody, that I shall not have to be alone with it if I marry and have children. What is the matter with me? Madness? Or can one have remorse, just as if one were in Byron's poems? I cannot write any more. James Erskine Harris. Father Brown carefully folded up the letter and put it in his breast pocket just as there came a loud peal at the gate bell, and the wet waterproofs of several policemen gleamed in the road outside. End of The Wrong Shape.